Section 14 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henrietta Maria, Chapter 4, Part 2. The Queen had now resided upwards of 6 years in France, and all her habits and feelings began strongly to return to their original channel. A certain degree of liberality and political wisdom, which the strong pressure of calamity had forced into her mind, vanished after the War of the Fronde was pacified. The first step she took in utter opposition to her duty as the widow of Charles I and the Queen Mother of the royal family was acting on her resolution of educating her younger children as Catholics. With this view, she placed her little daughter Henrietta under the tuition of the Capuchin, whose manuscript we have already quoted. Père Cyprien Gamache was one of those men, such as we often see among Christian clergymen of various denominations. The sincerity of belief and the simplicity of heart and kindness of manner of the old friar must have made him far more persuasive to the Queen's children and household, who were of Church of England principles, than his learning, his talents as an author, or his skill as a controversialist in the subtleties of disputation. The picture he draws of the royal child, who was given up by the Queen entirely to his tutelage, is a pretty simple sketch, and most valuable to us besides, as an insight into the domestic manners of the banished court of England, with which the Père Cyprien brings us closely acquainted, in recording his hopes and fears regarding the conversion of those who profess the principles of the Church of England. The Queen, says Père Cyprien Gamache, had, during the life of the king her husband, employed every effort in her letters to obtain the permission of her royal husband to bring up their youngest child as a Catholic. And we must observe that, if she had succeeded, Father Cyprien would most certainly have had the infinite pleasure in naming the circumstance. He, however, reconciled the Queen to her open disobedience of her husband's last injunctions by pointing out to her that King Charles, with many other professors of Church of England principles, allowed that a good person of the Roman Catholic faith could be saved. It is hard that the liberality of the Church of England should be turned against her cause by controversialists, but this is neither the first nor the last instance. As soon, then, continues Père Cyprien, as the first sparks of reason began to light in the mind of the precious child, the Queen honored me with the command to instruct her, and Her Majesty took the trouble to lead her herself into the chapel of the Louvre, where I was teaching the little ones of poor humble folk the principles of Christianity, and there she gave a noble instance of humility by placing her royal daughter below them, and charging her all the time I catechized to listen. Then I taught her in her turn, even as the most simple of my company, how to learn to seek God, who made us. The princess profited so well by these humble examples that as she went out, she said aloud, that she would always come to hear me teach those little children. Père Cyprien soon after began to give the Princess Henrietta a regular private course of instruction, in which he mentions that he continually pressed on her mind that she ought to consider herself eternally indebted to the troubles of her royal family for the opportunity of being brought up a Catholic. The Countess of Morton, who still continued governess to the princess, was always present when Père Cyprien gave the little princess her religious instruction. This lady had been brought up a member of the Church of England, and still continued in its principles. Father Cyprien had an extreme desire to convert the countess. One day, that lady said to her charge, "I believe Father Cyprien intends his catechism as much for me as for your royal highness." This casual remark did not fall unheeded on the mind of her loving pupil, who immediately confided it to her tutor, and he, who owns that Lady Morton had accurately divined his intentions, was wonderfully encouraged in his hopes. Soon after, the Queen being present at his tuition, the little princess, at the end, expressed a great wish that everyone believed in her religion. "Since you have so much zeal," said the Queen, "I wonder, my daughter, you do not begin by trying to convert your governess." "Madam," replied the little princess, with childish earnestness, "I am doing so as much as I can." "And how do you set about it?" asked the Queen. Madam, replied the princess, in her infantine innocence, I begin by embracing my governess. I clasp her round the neck. I kiss her a great many times, and then I say, do be converted, Madam Morton. Be a Catholic, Madam Morton. Father Cyprian says you must be a Catholic to be saved, and you have heard him as well as me, Madam Morton. Be then a Catholic, ma bonne dame. Between the entreaties and caresses of this sweet prattler, whom she loved so entirely, and the persuasions of Père Cyprian, poor Lady Morton, who was no great theologian, was almost coaxed out of her religion. Nevertheless, her affections only were engaged, not her religious principles, as Père Cyprian acknowledges in his manuscript, with more anger than he expresses in any other passage. The political horizon in 1652 darkened on every side round the House of Stuart. A strong military despotism was established in the British Islands by the successful general, who found himself at the head of the veteran troops, who proved victors at the time when the people were utterly worn out with the horrors of anarchical strife. Despotism, in the hands of a military man, sufficiently cruel and cunning, is always the strongest of all governments. Therefore it is not very marvellous that Cromwell was finally able to dictate a peace to Anne of Austria, who was not the strongest-minded female that ever governed an empire. During the course of these long pending negotiations, Queen Henrietta requested Cardinal Mazarin in her name to demand the annual payment of her dower. Cromwell promptly replied that she had never been recognized as Queen Consort of Great Britain by the people. Consequently, she had no right to this dower. The usurper would have, doubtless, found some other excuse to deprive the helpless queen of her maintenance, if her own act and deed, in her inexperienced girlhood, had not furnished him with so injurious a reply. It will be remembered that Henrietta refused to be crowned as queen consort because her religious bigotry would not permit her to assist in the liturgy of the Church of England, and this refusal, which proved the first step to the misfortunes of her husband, obtained for her in course of time this bitter insult, which struck at her character as a woman as well as her rank as queen, and had probably a prospective view towards the illegitimization of her children. Henrietta observed, with some dignity, to Mazarin, that if she were not considered by the English nation as the wife and consort of their late sovereign, the question was, what had she been? And the obvious answer, that a daughter of France could have been otherwise than a wife of the King of England, was more disgraceful to her country than to herself, and if the King of France could submit to such a public stigma on his royal honour in a treaty, she must rest satisfied, being perfectly content herself, with the constant respect paid her as queen by her husband and his loyal subjects. Although the usurper would not pay Queen Henrietta's dower, he returned to her the young Duke of Gloucester, declaring that Henry Stuart, third son of the late Charles I, had leave to transport himself beyond seas. Charles II was about to be driven a wanderer from his mother's home at the Louvre, when young Gloucester arrived there. Queen Henrietta acknowledged the authority of her eldest son as king over her children. She therefore requested him at his departure to leave her youngest son with her, for she represented that he had been brought up as a prisoner in England without learning either manly exercises or languages, that he had seen nothing of courtly manners or good company till he came to Paris, and that it was not right to take him from a city where he had the best opportunity in the world for acquiring everything of the kind. The queen was very importunate, and the young king acknowledged that her reasons were good, for he had no funds to educate his young brother, or even to support him according to his quality. His only objection was that he feared that Gloucester would be perverted in his religion. Queen Henrietta assured him that she would not suffer any such attempt to be made, and she added, that the Queen Regent of France, as some compensation for her discourtesy in driving him away, had augmented her pension at the rate of 2,000 francs per month, and this, she said, will enable me to maintain Gloucester. King Charles, before he left Paris, made his mother reiterate her promise that his young brother should not be brought up a Catholic, and then departed to wander over Europe, wherever his evil fortune chose to lead him. He settled his headquarters at Cologne, where a hospitable widow received him into her house and lodged him for 2 years gratis. To aggravate her misfortunes, Queen Henrietta, some time before, had received the news of the death of her son-in-law, the Prince of Orange, a severe loss for her family, as it threw the preponderance of power in Holland into the hands of the Republican party there, the sworn friends of Cromwell. The death of Henry Frederick, the father of her son-in-law, had occurred at a fatal time for Charles I in 1647, and now her daughter's husband was suddenly carried off by the smallpox at the early age of 22, leaving his young widow overwhelmed with grief and in a dangerous state of health, being ready to become a mother. She brought forth a posthumous son 3 days after the death of her husband. This boy, the first grandchild Queen Henrietta had, was afterwards William III, the elective king of Great Britain. Whilst the Prince of Orange lived, Queen Henrietta and her children had always, in all their wanderings and distresses, found a hospitable welcome at his court. Now she saw her daughter left a young widow of 19, the mother of a fatherless son, with an inimical party to contend against in Holland, which was supported by all the might of Cromwell's successful despotism. How the young Princess of Orange struggled through all the difficulties that environed her, and reared her son without seeing him wholly deprived of his father's inheritance, is one of the marvels of modern history. The Princess of Orange was no longer able to receive her brothers openly at court, the burgomasters of Holland being informed by Cromwell that such reception was tantamount to a declaration of war against him. Charles II therefore established his abode at Cologne, whence he frequently visited his sister as a private individual. A great alteration took place in the conduct of Queen Henrietta at this disastrous epoch, which was occasioned by the change of her confessor. Father Phillips had held that office since the 2nd year of her marriage. He was a mild, unambitious man, under whose influence the best points of her character had appeared. Unfortunately for the peace of her family, he died at the close of 1652, and his place was filled by Abbe Montague, a diplomatic priest, who was naturalized in France, and had long been immersed in the political intrigues of that court. It is a singular fact that Montague was brother to the Puritan, Lord Kimbolton, who had taken so active a part in revolutionizing England at the commencement of the Civil War. If we may judge by results, neither the Puritan nor the priestly brother were very ardent lovers of peace. The same restless spirit that made the Puritan disturb the quiet of Charles I's kingdom impelled the Jesuit brother to break the harmony that hitherto subsisted between the unfortunate sovereign's family. The first fruits of Abbe Montague's polemic activity was to suggest to the Queen of France that it was injurious to the Catholic religion to permit the Church of England's service to be celebrated under the roof of the Louvre. He likewise accused Queen Henrietta of great sin because she had established it there, for she had, from her first settlement in that palace, set apart one of her largest saloons for that purpose, where our church ritual was performed with great reverence by Dr. Cozens, the exiled Bishop of Durham. The young king and the Duke of York, who were both at that time zealously attached to the religion of their father, attended its service regularly when they were in Paris, likewise any persons of the Queen's household who belonged to the Church of England. Queen Henrietta at first was grieved at the intolerance of Abbe Montague. She expressed to her ladies how much the loss of Father Phillips had embarrassed her, and said with displeasure, that it was Abbe Montague who had induced her sister-in-law to break up her establishment at the Louvre and transfer her residence to the Palais Royal. This was a severe blow to the English exiles, for the Queen Regent then held her own court at the Palais Royal, and Queen Henrietta lost the independence of a separate dwelling. The Queen Regent, at the same time, forbade her to receive her son Charles II to visit the Palais Royal, on account of political expediency, and likewise declared that no religious worship, excepting according to the ritual of the Roman Catholic Church, should take place within the walls of her palace. Thus the Duke of Gloucester and other members of the Church of England, attached to Queen Henrietta's family, were deprived of all opportunities of worship, excepting at the chapel of Sir Richard Browne, for this gentleman had been ambassador from Charles I, and still retained the residence and privileges of the embassy, among others, a chapel. Thither the Duke of Gloucester went every day, as he walked home from his riding and fencing academy, and when the Duke of York returned from his campaigns, he likewise attended his religious duties of the Church of England at the same chapel. Thus matters continued for some months after Charles II left his young brother under his mother's care. Her confessor, Montague, viewed the daily attendance of the Stuart princes at divine service very invidiously. However, he formed his plans in secret, and began to work on Queen Henrietta's mind accordingly. The fruits of his machinations appeared in due time. It was probably owing to the influence of Abbe Montague that Queen Henrietta found the convent of Chaillot at a period when scarcely a hope remained of the restoration of the royal family. After her independent residence at the Louvre was broken up, Queen Henrietta yearned for some private home, where she could pass part of her time in perfect quiet, without being subjected to the slavery of living in public with the French court. Such a retreat was needful for her health and peace of mind, and we scarcely reckon it among the sins of bigotry, for it vexed no person's conscience, and provided for a community of harmless and charitable women who were at that time struggling with distress. The nuns of Port Royal offered their house when Queen Henrietta wished for religious retirement. Whether or not the stigma of predestinarianism, afterwards called Jansenism, had then been affixed to this community by Abbe Montague is not mentioned, but the queen declined the offer. She took under her protection a very poor community of the nuns of the Visitation of St. Mary, and settled them in a house which Catharine de Medicis had built as a villa on the bold eminence at Chaillot, opposite to the Champ de Mars. Queen Henrietta purchased this estate of the heirs of the Maréchal de Bassompierre, to whom her father had granted it, but the foundation was at first beset with many difficulties. At last, she obtained for her nuns the protection of the Queen Regent and the Archbishop of Paris, and the latter expedited the letters patent, under the appellation of the Foundation of the Queen of England. Queen Henrietta chose for her own apartments those whose windows looked without, and a most noble view they must have commanded over Paris. Her reasons were, she said, that she might prevent her ladies from having access to the secluded portions of the convent, unless they obtained the especial leave of the abbess, lest they might trouble the calm of the votaresses. As for herself, she usually received her visits in the parlour of the convent, and even came thither to consult her physician. In this convent was educated her youngest daughter, Henrietta. The queen used to tell the nuns that on their prayers and good example she depended for the conversion of the rest of her family. On these conversions, Queen Henrietta had now entirely fixed her heart. Above all things, she wished to interrupt the attendance of the young Duke of Gloucester at the Church of England chapel. Her chief counsellor, Abbe Montague, about the close of the year 1654, either discovered, or affected to discover, that the Duke of Gloucester required a course of education which did not allow him so much freedom, because he had formed an imprudent intimacy at the academies of exercise with some young wild French gallants who were like to mislead his youth. This was by no means an unlikely circumstance, as he walked to and from the academies like any other day scholar, but it appears only to have been urged as an excuse for sending Gloucester to the Jesuits' college, not only to be tamed, but to be cut off from all opportunities of attending worship at the ambassador's chapel. The idea of the severity of the Jesuits' plan of education was terrifying even to Catholic boys. What it was to young Gloucester may be imagined. A long contest ensued between the queen and her son. He pleaded his religion and positively refused to enter the walls of the college. Finding that he was resolute, she compromised the matter, not much to his satisfaction, by sending him to spend the month of November with her confessor Montague, who chose to retire at the season of Advent to his benefice, the Abbey of Pontoise. At first Mr. Lovell, the young duke's tutor, accompanied him, but the queen made an excuse to send for this gentleman to Paris, and Gloucester was left alone with Montague and his monks. Then the abbe confided to the young prince that it was his mother's intention to educate him for a cardinal. At the same time, he strenuously represented to him that as his sole hopes of advancement in life must proceed from the royal family of France, who were willing to adopt him as a son, how much it would be to his interest to embrace immediately the Catholic religion, on various points of which he offered to convince him instantaneously by argument. If young Gloucester had even been a Catholic, there is no doubt but he would have made the most lively resistance to a religious destination. As it was, he pleaded vehemently his Church of England creed, and the promise his royal mother had made to the king, his brother, not to tamper with it, adding, that it was shameful to assail him with controversy in his tutor's absence, who could and would answer it. At Gloucester's earnest request, Mr. Lovell was sent back to Pontoise. The queen afterwards permitted him to bring his pupil to Paris, where he again attended the service of the Church of England at Sir Richard Browne's chapel. Queen Henrietta, a short time after, had a stormy interview with Gloucester and told him that all Abbe Montague had said to him was by her direction, and that as to his urging against her promise to the king, she must observe that she had promised not to force him in his belief, but she had not said that she would not show him the right way to heaven. She had, besides, a right to represent to him how very desperate his worldly fortunes were, as a Protestant in France, but if he would embrace the Catholic faith and accept a cardinal's hat, she could promise him unbounded wealth in French benefices. It was scandalous of the queen thus to tempt her young son, who in return, as she equivocated with her promise made to his king and brother, solemnly pleaded to her the promise that his murdered father had exacted from him in their last interview, never to renounce the faith of the Church of England, which, infant as he was then, he distinctly remembered. Henrietta hardened her heart against this tender appeal, and soon after removed her son's faithful tutor, Mr. Lovell. She bade Gloucester prepare to go to the Jesuits' college, under penalty of her malediction and utter renunciation. But before the day that the queen had appointed to remove him to walls which he deemed a prison, she received a letter of remonstrance, which came from his brother Charles II, then at Cologne, reminding her of her promise, and forbidding her to enclose his subject and brother in the Jesuits' college. He likewise wrote to his exiled subjects in Paris to do all their poverty could permit to aid his brother if the queen proceeded to extremities. Queen Henrietta testified the utmost anger when she read the letter from the young king, and found by it that Gloucester had appealed against her authority. The young king's opinion of these proceedings is freely expressed in the following letter to his brother, in which the tenor of the complaint that Gloucester wrote to him, and the letter that Queen Henrietta received from him, may be ascertained, though neither are forthcoming. Charles II to the Duke of Gloucester. Cologne, November 10, 1654. Dear brother, I have received yours without a date, in which you tell me that Mr. Montague has endeavoured to pervert you from your religion. I do not doubt but you remember very well the commands I left with you, at my going away, concerning that point. I am confident you will observe them. Yet your letters that come from Paris say that it is the queen's purpose to do all she can to change your religion, in which if you do hearken to her, or to anybody else in that matter, you must never think to see England or me again, and whatsoever mischief shall fall on me or my affairs from this time, I must lay all upon you, as being the only cause of it. Therefore consider well what it is to be, not only the cause of ruining a brother who loves you so well, but also of your king and country. Do not let them persuade you, either by force or fair promises. The first, they neither dare nor will use, and for the second, as soon as they have perverted you, they will have their end, and then they will care no more for you. I am also informed there is a purpose to put you into the Jesuits' college, which I command you, on the same grounds, never to consent unto, and whensoever anybody goes to dispute with you in religion, do not answer them at all. For though you have reason on your side, yet they, being prepared, will have the advantage of anybody that is not upon the same familiarity with the argument as they are. If you do not consider what I say unto you, remember the last words of your dead father, which were, to be constant to your religion, and never to be shaken in it, which, if you do not observe, this will be the last time you will hear from, dear brother, your most affectionate Charles II. The queen, notwithstanding the royal authority of her eldest son, resolved not to give up her intentions without trying another mode of shaking the resolution of young Gloucester. One day after dinner she took him apart, she embraced him, she kissed him, and with all the sweetness possible, told him how tender an affection she bore to him, and how much it grieved her that love itself should compel her to proceed with seeming severity. "You are weary, my child," she continued, "of being entreated, and truly I weary of it too, but I will shorten your time of trial. Give one more hearing to Abbe Montague, sequester yourself in your apartment, without entering into any diversion, meditate on his words, and then either send or bring me a full and final answer." The Duke of Gloucester, before this conversation commenced, had perceived that his mother, as soon as she had risen from table, meant to have a private conference with him, and fearful some admission should be extorted from him favourable to her views, he had sent young Griffin, the gentleman of his bedchamber, to fetch the Marquess of Ormond to his assistance as soon as he could come, for the king, his brother, had placed him under this nobleman's protection in regard to his religion. When the queen had finished all her entreaties and caresses, Gloucester retired to his chamber in obedience to her commands. Abbe Montague came directly to him and commenced a long course of arguments to influence his determination, and then urged him to know what answer he was to carry to her majesty his mother. Gloucester said, "None," resolving first to see the Marquis of Ormond. "Then," said Montague, "I shall return in an hour, and carry to her majesty your answer." At that moment the Marquess entered, according to the summons sent to him by Griffin, and when the young duke found himself supported by the presence and testimony of his father's friend, he turned to the Abbe Montague and said, "That his final answer to his mother was, that he meant to continue firm in the religion of the Church of England." The Abbe answered abruptly, "Then it is her majesty's command that you see her face no more." Gloucester was deeply agitated at this message. With the utmost earnestness he entreated that he might be permitted a last interview with the queen to ask her parting blessing. This, Montague said, he was empowered to refuse. Gloucester remained in despair. His brother, the Duke of York, came to him, and with great tenderness pitied his misfortune. York went to his royal mother, and interceded earnestly for his brother, but in vain. Henrietta was inexorable. She violently reproached York, and declared that she would henceforth signify her pleasure to neither of her sons, except by the medium of her confessor, Montague. York returned to Gloucester's apartments in the Palais Royal with this message. It was Sunday morning, before church time. The conference of the royal brothers was interrupted by the entrance of Abbe Montague, who renewed the controversy, by representing to Gloucester the destitution in which he would be plunged by his mother's renunciation. He advised him to speak to her himself, as she was then going to mass at her convent of Chaillot. He added, that the queen had proposals to make to him which would quite set his heart at rest. "I fear, sir," replied the Duke of Gloucester, "my mother's proposals will not have that effect, for my heart can have no rest but in the free exercise of my religion." At this moment the queen passed, in her way to her coach. The young duke followed her, and kneeling in her way, asked her maternal blessing. She angrily repulsed him, and haughtily passed on. He remained overwhelmed with sorrow. Upon which the Abbe Montague, who was watching the effect that Henrietta's harshness had had on her son, stepped up to him, and in a tone of condolence asked him, what her majesty had said, which had so discomposed him? "What I may thank you for, sir," replied the young duke sharply, "and it is but reason that what my mother has just said to me, I should repeat to you. Be sure that I see your face no more." So saying, he turned indignantly from his persecutor, and as it was then time for morning service, he went immediately to Sir Richard Browne's chapel, accompanied by his brother, the Duke of York, and these princes comforted themselves by attending devoutly to the liturgy of the persecuted Church of England. When Gloucester returned from the divine service, he went to his apartments as usual, little thinking the course his mother had taken. He found to his consternation that Queen Henrietta had given strict orders that no dinner was to be prepared for him, and he must have starved that day if Lord Hatton had not taken him home to his table, and begged him to accept a future lodging at his house. The young prince was with difficulty prevailed on to accept his hospitality, for he generously reminded Lord Hatton that it might occasion Cromwell to sequester his estate in England, the remnant of which was, as yet, spared to this banished cavalier. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henrietta Maria, Chapter 4, Part 3. When Gloucester left the Palais Royal with a heavy heart, Queen Henrietta received a visit from her sister-in-law, the Queen Regent of France, who was eager to know what success these severe measures, which they had previously concerted with Montague, had had in inducing submission. At the desire of Queen Henrietta, she sent the young Duke of Anjou, her second son, to seek his cousin, the Duke of Gloucester, to represent to him, in a friendly manner, the trouble he would incur by resisting the wills of both queens. Anjou returned after a long search, and said that no one knew whither Gloucester had taken refuge, after he found that his apartments were dismantled and his food cashiered. The queens at length, after experiencing some alarm, heard that he had taken refuge with Lord Hatton. Thither they sent the Marquis du Plessis to persuade him into submission, but the sole message he could induce him to send was, that he was more than ever attached to the Church of England, however fallen and distressed she might be. That night, after his return from evening prayers, the Duke of Gloucester stole back to the Palais Royal to take the opportunity of bidding farewell to his sister, the Princess Henrietta, before their mother returned from vesters at her Chaillot convent. But the moment the young princess heard of his intentions to resist the queen's will and to leave her, she began to shriek and cry aloud, "Oh me, my mother! Oh me, my brother! Oh, my mother, what shall I do? I am undone forever!" The Duke gathered from these exclamations that she was in mortal terror of the queen's displeasure. He therefore left her, and disconsolately sought his own sleeping room, which he found cold and dismantled, with the sheets taken off the bed. While poor Gloucester was looking in dismay at this very unmaternal arrangement for his night's rest, his groom entered in great perplexity to know what he should do with his horses, for the queen's comptroller was, by her commands, turning them out of the royal stables. The Duke declared a new place could not be found for them at 9 o'clock at night. The comptroller said, Queen Henrietta would discharge him before morning if they remained during the night. Gloucester, when all these cares regarding his horses, his servants, and himself were thrown upon his hands, was penniless and just 14. In this dilemma, the Marquess of Ormond sold the last jewel he possessed, which was the George of the Order of the Garter, to provide the persecuted son of his master with the necessaries of life. It was equally disgraceful of Henrietta to distress her husband's faithful and impoverished servants by throwing on them the maintenance of her son, as it was to persecute him for his integrity in preserving the promise he had made to his father in his tender childhood. This was decidedly the worst action Queen Henrietta ever committed. This religious persecution, carried on against one of her own family, made Henrietta exceedingly unpopular among the faithful servants of Charles I. Religious bigotry was active in the minds of both parties, and produced its usual consequences, a venomous political hatred. The queen seems to have taken an ungenerous advantage of her superior influence in the land of their mutual banishment to show former grudges and jealousies, which she had imbibed during the lifetime of her husband, against Chancellor Hyde, Ormond, and many others, among the most virtuous of the Church of England royalists. But it must be owned there was no love lost, for they hated her most bitterly. Hyde has left curious minutes of his farewell interview with the queen when he departed from Paris to join her son at Cologne in the autumn of 1654. Previously, the queen had not been on speaking terms with him, but Lord Percy intimated to him her permission for audience of leave. When he came into her presence, she reproached him for disrespect, and told him that everyone noticed that he never entered her presence, though he lodged under her roof. The chancellor replied, that she had mentioned his punishment and not his fault, that it was true he wished not all the world to behold, that he was not favored by her who was the widow of his late benefactor and the mother of his present king, and that, as she enjoyed the assistance of a puissant court, and he had not in his power to aid her with the smallest service, he had abstained from obtruding himself on her presence, as he knew he was unwelcome, but he hoped she would not now dismiss him without naming what she had taken amiss in his conduct. Queen Henrietta could have told him that his zeal in keeping her sons steady in their attachment to the Church of England was the head and front of his offending, but though she shut her eyes to the fact that their compliance with the dominant religion of France would seem at once time-serving, insincere, and ruinous to all their future hopes in England, still she did not name the real cause of her heart-burning against her husband's old friend. She said some passionate words respecting an old grudge, that he had lessened formerly her credit with her husband, but that she should be glad to change her opinion now. So carelessly extending her hand to him, and turning half away while he knelt and kissed it, she departed, with a displeased air, into her bedchamber. The Duke of York did all that was in his power to assist his young brother. Indeed, he was nearly under as much disgrace as Gloucester with his mother, for the same cause. This prince testified as ardent an attachment to the Church of England, while oppressed and exiled, as he showed to the Church of Rome in the decline of his life. No representations of interest made by his mother could induce him to forsake his father's faith. Charles II had charged him to watch over the proceedings of their mother in regard to the religious education of their young brother. He wrote to him thus: I have told you what the Queen hath promised me concerning our brother Harry in point of religion, and I have given him charge to inform you if any attempt should be made upon him, in which case you will take the best care you can to prevent his being wrought upon. When the Princess of Orange and the Queen of Bohemia, who then resided under the protection of the States of Holland, heard of the persecutions which young Gloucester was enduring from his mother, on account of his attachment to the religion of which they were both tried and sincere votaries, they were shocked and indignant, and urged Charles II to send for him to them. The admirable Queen of Bohemia thus wrote her mind to Sir Edward Nicholas on this subject: I was Saturday last with my best niece, that is the Princess of Orange, at Teeling, it being her birthday. I assure you that she is in much trouble for her dear brother Gloucester. I am sorry that the king, that is Charles II, has so much cause for grief. I beseech God that he may speedily remedy it. I believe that my dear nephew Gloucester has a good resolution, but there is no trusting to one of his tender age. I confess I did not think the Queen, his mother, would have proceeded thus. The postscript to this letter comprised an important event, as it afterwards proved, to Queen Henrietta, and this was the arrival of Anne Hyde at the Hague as maid of honour to the Princess of Orange. The princess had previously, out of gratitude for the fidelity of Chancellor Hyde to her unfortunate father, given him a house of hers at Breda, rent-free, without which, as he declares, he must have wanted shelter for his children. When his eldest daughter was about 15, the princess, who was very fond of her, wished to relieve the chancellor of her maintenance. The chancellor reminded her that Queen Henrietta would be offended, because he knew she wished to recommend a young lady in the place of young Mistress Killigrew, who had died of the smallpox, while the Princess of Orange was staying at the spa with the king her brother. He declared likewise that her royal highness's favour to his daughter would draw upon him a further access of the displeasure of his queen, which already heavily oppressed him, and that her royal highness would experience her share. To which the Princess of Orange very properly replied, I have always paid the duty to the queen my mother, which was her due, but I am mistress of my own family, and can receive what servants I please. Nay, I should wrong my mother if I forbore to do good and just action lest her majesty should be offended at it. I know that ill offices have been done you to my mother, but I doubt not that in due time she will discern that she has been mistaken. Chancellor Hyde remained greatly averse to a separation from his daughter, but the partiality of the princess and the Queen of Bohemia to the young lady overbore his reluctance, and Anne Hyde was finally established at the Hague. Meantime, Queen Henrietta showed some repentance for her cruelty to her youngest son, but poor as they were, her children and her husband's family preferred taking the cost of his maintenance upon them to trusting his religion and happiness with her. By this post, wrote the Queen of Bohemia, I have had very good news of Gloucester's constancy in his religion, and of my lord of Ormond's handsome carriage in this business. The queen saith, she will press him no further in it. But I hope the king, that is Charles II, will not trust to her, but get him away. This suggestion was immediately acted upon. Charles II wrote formally to his mother, claiming his young brother as his subject. Queen Henrietta was obliged to permit him to depart in the middle of December, 1654. Queen Henrietta, having thus driven her sons from her, remained with her young daughter, a guest in the Palais Royal, occupied with the hopes and fears of that child's future destination. She had ventured to hope that the young king, Louis XIV, would be captivated in due time by the charms of her daughter, and the queen regent, Anne of Austria, had assured her that if the marriage treaty with her brother's daughter, the Infanta Maria Theresa, was broken, that the king, her son, should espouse the young princess of England. But she owned that to see him marry her Spanish niece was the first wish of her heart. Louis XIV, who was still in his minority, had as yet seen no beauty in his young English cousin, who was a small, delicate child, and he took an opportunity of showing his mother and aunt that if any accident freed him from his Spanish fiancée, it was the last of his thoughts to replace her with the English princess. One evening, in the spring of 1655, Queen Henrietta and her daughter were invited to see the king dance at a ball, which Anne of Austria gave in her private apartments. That queen had been ill some days, and appeared dressed in a wrapping robe and the cornet, or mourning cap of that era, to mark that she was an invalid. Her guests were the duchesses and ladies of her household, and those who had young daughters brought them to figure in the grand quadrille, which was formed for the young king. The party was rather of a juvenile character, and the dancers were from the age of the Princess of England, who was about 11, to the age of Louis XIV, who was just 16. It was the first amusement of the kind in which the Princess Henrietta of England had appeared, and etiquette demanded that her cousin, the young King of France, should dance with her. He was then distractedly in love with Marie de Mancini, niece to his artful prime minister, Mazarin, and was ready to share his crown with her. This young lady not being present, he chose to dance with his sister, the Duchess de Mercoeur, and despite of his mother's commands, led her out as his partner in the branle or brawl, the national dance of the English being then fashionable in France. The queen regent rose abruptly from her chair of state, where she was sitting with Queen Henrietta, and advancing to Louis XIV, took the niece of Mazarin from him, and commanded him to lead the young princess of England to the dance. Queen Henrietta, greatly alarmed at the anger of her sister-in-law and the lowering brow of her nephew, immediately rose and joined the group. She assured the king that her daughter would not dance, she was too young, besides she had hurt her foot and could not be his partner. These polite excuses availed not. Anne of Austria declared that if the Queen of England suffered not her daughter to dance, the king should have no partner of lower rank. The result was that neither Louis XIV nor the Princess Henrietta joined the dancers. The king was in disgrace all the evening with his mother, who reproached him from time to time, and he answered sullenly that he did not like little girls. The Queen of England could not help attributing the rudeness of the young king to the contempt of her fallen state. She, however, experienced a still more serious mortification when the Princess Marguerite, the daughter of her sister, the Duchess of Savoy, arrived at the court of France, literally as a candidate for the hand of Louis XIV. This tawny princess treated her aunt and the fair, delicate English princess, her daughter, with the supercilious condescension that some rich heiresses use towards poor relations. For nearly 2 years a coldness had been kept up between Queen Henrietta and her sons, who were inclined to view her exclusive fondness for their young Catholic sister with something like angry jealousy, when the Princess of Orange paid her a visit in hopes of reconciling all differences. The queen was delighted to see her eldest daughter, but the moment she beheld her, the mania of conversion returned. She carried her to the nuns of Chaillot, who beset the poor princess with their pious entreaties. Father Cyprian added his theological arguments, but all in vain. The Princess of Orange persisted in remaining true to the Church of England. It was at this visit that the Duke of York, who had accompanied his sister at the end of his campaign as her escort to Paris, fell in love with Anne Hyde, of whom he thus speaks in his memoirs. Besides her person, she had all the qualities proper to inflame a heart less apt to take fire than his. And she brought his passion to such a height, that between the time he first saw her and the winter before the king's restoration, he resolved to marry none but her, and promised her to do it. The king, to whom he confided his passion, refused his consent, and dissuaded his brother from the marriage, which made him conceal it for several months. Time and death, meanwhile, were silently effecting a change in the fortunes of the royal family of England. But the decease of her great enemy, Cromwell, at first raised no hopes in the mind of the widowed queen for the restoration of her son. It is a curious point to be able to unveil her actual feelings at this crisis by means of the following letter, written to a person in whom she so thoroughly confided as Madame de Motteville. It was in answer to a letter of that lady congratulating her on the removal of her persecutor. Queen Henrietta Maria to Madame de Motteville. You might accuse me with reason of showing little sensibility to the kindness of my friends, if I did not inform you that I only received your letter this morning, though dated on Sunday. I thought you would hear with joy the news of the death of that Scellerat, but I own to you, whether it be that my heart is so wrapped in melancholy that it is incapable of it, or that I really see not, as yet, any great advantage that will accrue to us, but I feel no very great satisfaction. The most I have is, seeing the hopes of all my friends. I beg you will thank Madame du Plessis and Mademoiselle de Belnave very warmly. I should be indeed rejoiced to make the 4th in your company. I would dwell long on the tried friendship of all of you for me, but in truth, there is more in my heart than can be expressed, and my actions shall make you see it on all occasions. I entreat you to believe, or you will wrong me, that I am, from the depth of my soul, your friend, Henrietta Maria, R. The hopes of better times, which had appeared so indistinct to the mind of the widow of Charles I, were gradually developed in the course of the next few months, when the appearance of certain English time-servers, who flocked to her court, and endeavoured to forestall her favour, proved the unerring symptoms of approaching prosperity. From the journal of one of these fair-weather friends may be gathered the following intelligence. After the death of Cromwell, says Sir John Reresby, I endeavoured to be known to the Queen Mother's court, which she kept then at the Palais Royal. Her Majesty at that time had none of her children with her, but the Princess Henrietta Maria. And as few of the English made their court to her, I was the better received. I spoke French, and danced pretty well, and the young princess, then about 15 years of age, behaved to me with all the civil freedom that might be. She danced with me, played on the harpsichord to me in her chamber, suffered me to wait on her as she walked in the garden, and sometimes to toss her in a swing between 2 great trees, and, in fine, to be present at all her innocent diversions. The queen had a great affection for England, though she had met with such severity of usage there. Before the great men and ladies of France, she discoursed much in praise of the people and country, of their courage, their generosity, and good nature. And she would excuse the rebellion as being brought about by some desperate enthusiasts, rather than proceeding from the temper of the nation. To give a little instance of her care in regard to our countrymen, I happened one day to carry an English gentleman to court, and he, willing to be very gay, had got him a garniture of rich red and yellow ribbons to his suit, and the queen, observing the absurd effect, called to me and advised me to tell my friend to mend his taste a little as to his choice of ribbons, for the 2 colors he had joined were ridiculous in France and would make people laugh at him. I had 3 cousins in an English convent in France, one of them an ancient lady, since abbess of the house. Thither the queen was wont to retire for some days, and this lady told me that Lord Jermyn had the queen greatly in awe of him, and indeed it was obvious that he had uncommon interest with her and her concerns, but that he was married to her and had children by her, as some have reported, I did not then believe, though the thing was certainly so. Pepys mentions the same gossip story, and speaks of a daughter that the queen had by Lord Jermyn. An assertion has likewise been made in print to the following effect by an anonymous writer. I myself have often heard Mr. R. Osborne, then at Paris with the exiled king, affirm that he saw Lord Jermyn and Queen Henrietta solemnly married together. Who I myself may be, by name, it would not be easy at present to discover. He is the anonymous author of a most atrocious libel, published in 1690, with the avowed intention of surpassing all the other personal slanders on the Stuart sovereigns, a difficult task, but he has certainly accomplished it. So little did the government of France expect the restoration of the royal family of Stuart, that Cardinal Mazarin, fearful of incurring the enmity of Cromwell's successor, would not permit Charles II to stay more than a few days with Queen Henrietta, when he was on his road from Fontarabia. Both the queen and her son earnestly petitioned that he might be permitted to stay longer with her, she being at her country seat at Colombes. Nevertheless, Mazarin insisted on his departure from France. Charles left his mother unwillingly, as he had many consultations to hold with her respecting the important change in English affairs, and to the regret of both, he was forced to retire to Brussels. Reresby, who was rather better acquainted with the state of the public mind in England than the French prime minister, remained a close attendant on Queen Henrietta's court, and was actually there when the news of the restoration arrived. He affirms that the queen expressed extravagant joy, and that the whole French and English court might rejoice with her. She gave a magnificent ball, to which every courtier of note belonging to either country was invited, and all the English gentlemen of whatsoever politics they might be were guests. Among others, Sir John Reresby was commanded by the queen to dance with the cardinal's niece, the beautiful Hortense Mancini. There was a much greater resort at this time to our queen's court, pursues Reresby, than to those of the two French queens, for their good humour and wit, and the great beauty of the young princess, her daughter, made it more attractive than the solemn Spanish etiquette observed in the others. I had more honours from our queen and her daughter, while I stayed at Paris, than I deserved. That certainly was true, since the only return he made for their hospitality was to promulgate a slander for which not the slightest evidence can be discovered. In private, the joy of Queen Henrietta assumed a devout character. It appears that she was at the Palais Royal when the news arrived, and hastened from her abode to her nuns at Chaillot the moment she heard of it, to glad them with the good tidings. Here she remained till her son Charles II paid her a flying visit incognito to Paris, for the purpose of consulting her on the subject. The mother and son dined together in the refectory of the Chaillot convent, and were waited on at table by the nuns. In the evening, the queen assisted at a solemn service in the chapel, in which the whole choir sang, and prayers were offered for the benedictions of heaven on the royal family of England. The queen resumed from this time all her former activity of mind, and to assist her son in his restoration, she exerted herself to obtain for him a loan or present of 50,000 crowns from the Duchess of Savoy, her sister, and she renewed every ancient tie and alliance in his favour. The delirious joy of the Restoration, May 29, 1660, was not witnessed by her, a circumstance which calls forth the following apostrophe from her poet and secretary, the celebrated Cowley, in his Ode on the Return and Restoration of Charles II. Where's now the royal mother? Where? To take her mighty share in this inspiring sight, and with the part she takes to add to the delight? Ah, why art thou not here? Thou always best, and now the happiest queen, to see our joy, and with new joy be seen. How well thy different virtues thee become, daughter of triumphs, queen of martyrdom. Her delay seems to have been occasioned by the negotiation she had in hand in regard to her daughter's marriage with her nephew Philippe, who, on the death of her brother Gaston, in the autumn of 1659, had lately become Duke of Orleans. in the midst of the rejoicings for the union of his eldest brother, Louis XIV, with the Infanta Maria Theresa, Orleans had fallen violently in love with his beautiful cousin. It is said that Louis XIV was likewise sensibly touched by her charms when it was too late. The marriage between one or other of her royal nephews with her daughter was the aim of Henrietta from the time she determined to bring her up a Catholic. Even so unworldly a person as Père Cyprien was fully aware of the policy of the Queen of England in this matter. His manuscripts contain a graphic portrait of Henrietta of England. He says, "Now I will continue the history of my petite princess. It was well known how entirely she was beloved by the queen her mother. Indeed, it often happens that parents love most tenderly their youngest children. Witness the affection of the patriarch Jacob for Joseph and Benjamin. Of all her children, certainly the queen cherished la petite princesse the most, though she had for the whole the true affection of a mother." It must be owned, with due deference to Père Cyprien Gamache, that she had a most extraordinary way of showing it to those who persisted in attending the service of the Church of England. La petite princesse, continues the father, was of a rare beauty, of a sweet temper and a noble spirit, and applied herself to all the exercises fitting to her royal degree. She excelled the most skillful in dances, in musical instruments, and all similar accomplishments. The elegance of her person, her port sweetly majestic, and all her movements so justly and tastefully regulated, called forth the praises of every one who beheld her. Above all, her aunt, Madame Christine, the Duchess of Savoy, envied the queen her mother, la petite princesse. Supposing that she was to be brought up as a Protestant, like her brothers and sisters, her aunt of Savoy expressed a wish to take her for her own, and bring her up in the religion that she thought would make her graces of mind equal those of her person. As this sister of Queen Henrietta had disgraced her regency by a fierce persecution of the Vaudois, the infamous persecution which called forth the glorious sonnet of Milton, commencing, "Avenge, O Lord, thy martyred saints, whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold." It was better that la petite princesse was educated under the mild tuition of her loving tutor, Father Cyprien. The peaceable re-establishment of Charles II in his kingdoms, without war, without contest, and without a sword being drawn, occurred at the time when the princess, his sister, had gained the perfection of her beauty. The Duke of Orleans, with the consent of his brother Louis XIV, proposed to marry her, and demanded her of the queen her mother. This affair came to a conclusion when Charles II had been settled in his kingdom about 5 months. Queen Henrietta knew there was the important point of the portion of the young princess to settle with the English Parliament. She therefore resolved to go to England with her daughter to conclude the negotiation and take possession at the same time of her own long withheld dowry. She hoped likewise to break the marriage of her second son James with Mrs. Anne Hyde, of which she had heard some rumours, with rage and disgust. She need not have been so very indignant, if it is true that she had undertaken the negotiation of the marriage of the niece of the Cardinal Mazarin with her son, Charles II, for Mazarin and his family had sprung from the very lowest classes in their native country, while the ancestors of Anne Hyde belonged to a rank of English country gentry, the noblesse minores, as they are very truly called in the issue rolls, from among whom the proudest of her son's royal ancestors had not disdained to choose queens. Perhaps her chief inducement to negotiate this degrading marriage was, that she meant to divert the cardinal from shaking her son's newly settled throne by his intrigues. However, Charles II positively refused the alliance, and death removed Mazarin a few weeks after Queen Henrietta had undertaken this commission. Queen Henrietta was never again to behold the son with whom she had parted with such wrath, on account of his attachment to the Church of England. The young Duke of Gloucester had accompanied his brothers at the Restoration, and had been received with great regard, on account of his firmness to his religious principles. He fell ill with the smallpox in September, and died on the 22nd of that month, notwithstanding repeated bleedings, as the public papers of the day affirm. The queen's grief for the death of her youngest son was interrupted by the unwelcome confirmation of the marriage of the Duke of York with Anne Hyde. Nothing could exceed her exasperation at this event. It was not allayed by the letters she received from her eldest daughter, the Princess of Orange, who had arrived in England at the very crisis of the whole discovery, and was warm in the expression of her rage at the idea of her maid becoming her sister-in-law. The queen expedited her journey to England in hopes of rending asunder ties which she had resolved should not be permanent. She immediately wrote a very severe letter to her son James, reproaching him for having such low thoughts as to wish to marry such a woman. The Duke of York showed his mother's letter to his beloved, and assured her he would not be moved by it to her injury. To King Charles II, the queen wrote, that she was on her way to England to prevent, with her authority, so great a stain and dishonour to the crown. And among other passionate expressions, she added, that her purpose was to complain to the Parliament against the Lord Chancellor, and to urge that the highest remedies were to be applied for the prevention of so great a mischief. Meantime, envy and scandal had been busy with their usual work. A knot of profligate courtiers, stimulated by the hopes of ingratiating themselves with the Queen Mother and the Princess of Orange, had invented so many atrocious slanders on the character of the wife of the Duke of York, that no man of honour could have retained an attachment to her, while they persisted in their testimony. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henrietta Maria, Chapter 5, Part 1. Full of wrath at the imprudence of her second son's marriage with an English gentlewoman, the Queen Mother arrived at Calais to embark with her beautiful darling, the Princess Henrietta, for those shores from which she had so long been banished. Her son, the Duke of York, against whom her rage flamed so high, arrived at Calais the same day, October 23, 1660, to escort her, as Lord High Admiral, to England, for which purpose a fleet of the finest ships in the British Navy waited under his command. Directly Queen Henrietta saw her son, her passion gave vent to a torrent of reproaches on the subject of his engagement with Anne Hyde. The wrong which the Duke imagined had been done to his disinterested love was then burning at his heart, and he replied to his royal mother, that he asked her pardon for having placed his affection so low, that he had been punished by the unworthiness of the object, of which he had received such evidence, that he would never again see her, nor could he own as his wife a woman who had been so basely false to him. The queen expressed herself well satisfied with this resolution, and nothing now prevented her from enjoying the scene of her embarkation, which took place with the utmost splendor as a grand marine festival. All those mighty vessels were hung, from the topsails to the decks, with the gayest flags, numerous as the leaves of trees, says Pere Gamache, who is the only historian of this embarkation. The masts of that great fleet seemed to rise thickly as a forest. Their cannon began to discharge, one ship after another, when her majesty's embarkation commenced, and in truth, for half an hour, a most marvellous noise they made, which was distinctly heard from Calais to Dover. But never, surely, was there seen so profound a calm at sea. The ocean remained waveless as a looking glass. Not a sail, not even a flag, stirred or waved, and those majestic ships laid motionless on the surface of the water. Thus the English fleet, with her majesty on board, continued a day and night, which we had to pass on the sea. The Duke of York had fortunately provided a sumptuous banquet on board, not only for his mother and sister, but for all their retinue, and thus was that great hunger appeased, which so long a sojourn on a calm sea naturally provoked. This regale was at the expense of our Grand Admiral, the Duke of York, and when he remembered that we had to fast, because by our calendar it was the vigil of All Saints, he came to us kindly and said, I hear that you must not eat meat today. I doubt you will be inconvenienced, for all my people are Huguenots, who have made no provision of fish for such an exigence, but I believe there is some sturgeon for the queen, part of which I will send to your table. At that time, James, Duke of York, was a very zealous member of the Church of England. He had forgotten that his mother could not partake of his banquet on fast days any more than her ecclesiastics. The passage from Calais to Dover is usually made in a favorable wind in 3 hours, continues Père Gamache. It was accomplished with difficulty in this singular calm in 2 days. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fleet drew near Dover, and His Majesty, Charles II, came on board to welcome his royal mother. These illustrious personages landed at vesper time, with all the demonstrations of joy from the people that it was possible to show. The king had prepared a feast for his royal mother and his sister at Dover Castle with the utmost magnificence. At this supper were assembled every member of the royal family of Stuart to welcome Queen Henrietta. Her beloved daughter, the Princess of Orange, was there, and with them sat down to table Charles II, James, Duke of York, the Princess Henrietta, and Prince Rupert. Some of these royal personages were Protestants and others Catholics. It was necessary to say grace according to their separate faiths. The king's chaplain began and blessed the viands according to the Protestant fashion. Immediately after, I made a Catholic benediction, saying in a solemn and elevated voice, Benedict Domine nos, et haec tua dona, quae tu largitate, sumus sumpturi per Christum Dominum nostrum. Then extending my arms, I made a great sign of the cross over the table which was served, the king and queen, and all the princesses and princes standing while I made my benediction. Around stood as spectators the townsmen of Dover, being Puritans, Independents, and Trembleurs, that is, Quakers, we presume, all sworn enemies to the ceremonies of our church, especially to the sign of the cross. They testified great astonishment at the liberty I took in making it thus publicly at table of their Protestant king. The whole population of Dover, it seems, had come to see the royal supper, and as the Père says, they were chiefly dissenters. Assuredly nothing could be more mischievous or ill-judged than this parade of ceremonies against which the religious feelings of the great body of the English people were opposed. The man was perfectly impracticable, being thoroughly unworldly, and only ambitious of martyrdom. He had, in his former residence in England, sought with great zeal an opportunity of being knocked on the head by some Roundhead trooper or other at the Queen's Chapel in Somerset House, where he persisted in performing the Roman Catholic rites after the rebellion had broken out, and he returned to England full of the same spirit. At the same time, he seems perfectly unconscious of the great injury he was doing to the Queen Mother and the lately restored royal family. He goes on to describe the astonishment of the people when, next morning, he and his coadjutors said high mass before Queen Henrietta in the great hall of Dover Castle. King Charles brought his mother from Gravesend by water to Whitehall, November 2nd. The river from Lambeth to the city was so thronged with boats that no person could make way among them. Pepys, who laid out 6d. for a sculler to row up to the royal barges, was disappointed and observes in a pet that there were but 3 bonfires in the city to welcome her, and it was believed that her coming did not please anyone. The very next day after the Queen's arrival at Whitehall, she held a great levee, and many of the nobility came to kiss her hand. The Privy Council waited on her in a body, and congratulated her on her return to England. The Lord Chancellor Clarendon was obliged, by the etiquette of his official situation, to appear at their head. Notwithstanding the indignation that the Queen cherished against his daughter, and which she had declared in France should prevent her from even speaking to him, she did not receive him less graciously than his companions. The unfortunate Anne Hyde brought into the world, some days afterwards, a living son, which the Duke of York would, a few weeks before, have been proud to own as his heir, but at this time his sister and his friend Sir Charles Berkeley had so completely poisoned his mind with doubts of his wife's fidelity, that he remained in a state of miserable uncertainty. Although Queen Henrietta manifested lively indignation whenever the remembrance of Anne Hyde occurred to her, yet she must be acquitted of the great wickedness of suborning false witnesses against her, of which crime the Princess of Orange, who still remained in England, was by no means clear. but the dialogue that Clarendon himself records as passing between the Duke of York and his royal mother at the embarkation proves that these iniquities had been practiced before the return of the latter, and that she was then equally a stranger to the scandals on Anne Hyde and the effect produced by them on the mind of her son. The thoughts of Henrietta soon were forced back to those heavy sorrows which prove how little the world is, with all the vain distinctions and pomps thereof, to a heart which has once been truly given to an object loved and lost. The transient triumph of her entrance into a metropolis which she had quitted so disastrously was succeeded by feelings of the deepest sorrow, to which she abandoned herself, as if in a long-lasting fit of despair. She shut herself up for hours alone, and when her ladies craved admittance, it was found that she had been weeping bitterly. The sight of the apartments where she passed her happy wedded life with Charles I, she declared agonized her. The vicinity to the scene of his death wrung her heart. She could not bear to look on that Westminster Hall where he was arraigned as a criminal, nor that palace of their former pleasures, the banqueting house, before which his blood was shed. She sunk into the deepest melancholy, and the worst was, that the relief of change of place could not be afforded her, for there were neither funds nor time to restore her dower palace of Somerset House, which was utterly dilapidated. Ruins and desolation, she said, are around and about me. 1,000 sorrowful thoughts beset her. She wept, she wrung her hands, and called herself the desolate widow of Charles, la reine malheureuse. All the ladies and officers of her household hoped that her stay would not be long in England. While the queen mother remained in this unhappy state, the Duke of York, her favourite son, was ill and wretched, with his heart yearning towards his wife and son. Although he was quite ready to defy his mother and sister, who were so furiously set against his marriage with the daughter of Clarendon, he was strangely perplexed by the declaration of Sir Charles Berkeley, the captain of his guard, who affirmed that both the mother and child pertained to him, and that he was ready to marry the one and own the other. The unfortunate Anne protested that her hand, her heart, and her infant belonged to her princely husband, and took the most solemn oaths to this effect before the Bishop of Winchester and the Duchess of Ormond, while she was in a dangerous state between life and death. The king, who seems to have acted with unusual respectability on this occasion, took the part of his distressed sister-in-law, whom he declared he believed to be greatly wronged. In this state was the court of England, when the Christmas of 1660 drew near, which was to be celebrated in the palace with all the ancient festivities of Merry England. The Christmas of 1660 was no season of rejoicing for the Queen Mother. The royal vault, which had so recently been unclosed to receive young Gloucester, again yawned for another of the royal family before the year was completed. The Princess of Orange was smitten with the smallpox on the 18th of December. The fatal practice of bleeding repeatedly while the eruption was appearing was then the favorite medical treatment, and was the true cause why that horrid disease was generally fatal whenever it attacked persons of rank at this era. The struggle both with the disease and the doctor was too much for most constitutions, and the patient usually succumbed. The queen, when she found that the Princess of Orange was attacked with the smallpox, hurried away her beautiful darling Henrietta, and enclosed herself with her in the palace of St. James. How the queen could bear to leave the faithful daughter to expire alone, whose life had been a constant scene of self-sacrifice for the support and benefit of her exiled and impoverished family, seems strange, but so it was. All the maternal affections of Queen Henrietta were centered in her adoration for her youngest child, from the moment that she resolved to educate her as a Roman Catholic. When the Princess of Orange was in the agonies of death, the thought smote her conscience that Anne Hyde had been foully slandered, whether with her consent is a point that Clarendon leaves doubtful. But he expressly says that from what passed at the deathbed of this princess, the innocence of his daughter became apparent. The princess expired on Christmas Eve and was buried at midnight on the 29th of December. Her funeral procession was by torchlight from Somerset House to Westminster Abbey, where she was laid in the Stuart vault, by the side of her beloved brother Gloucester. Grief and disappointment had thrown the Duke of York on a sickbed when Sir Charles Berkeley came to him, and avowed that all he had said against Anne Hyde was false witness, and that he had been prompted to it by the belief that it would be the utter ruin of his royal highness if he married a private gentlewoman, and therefore he thought it would be better for her to have a husband of her own rank. But as he found that his dear master was so heart wounded by the slander, he came to confess the truth and ask his pardon. That the deathbed confession of the princess led to this avowal there can be no doubt. Probably Berkeley heard of it before the Duke of York, and owned his guilt before it was proved to his confusion. The Duke of York felt his heart suddenly relieved from its heavy load by this acknowledgment. He forgave the culprit, who had been heretofore his dearest friend and comrade in arms, and immediately wrote to his injured wife, to keep up her spirits, for Providence had cleared her aspersed fame, and above all things, to have a care of his boy, and that he should come and see them both very shortly. It is probable that Berkeley had formed a passion for Anne Hyde as well as his master, and wished to gain her on any terms. The Duke and Duchess of York, though reconciled to each other, remained under the malediction and interdict of their royal mother, a circumstance which was in those days still considered inauspicious for an outset in married life. The Duke of York was very desirous that Queen Henrietta should forgive them and receive his much-tried wife as her daughter. The time was short. The queen was departing for France early in the month of January, and her demeanor was as yet so implacable that when King Charles gave some leading hints on the propriety of doing justice to the daughter of Clarendon, her Majesty affirmed in her passion, "If that woman enters Whitehall by one door, I shall leave it by another." She was furious when she heard that the Duke of York had visited his wife and infant. She would not speak to him or see him willingly. When he came with the king, she dared not refuse him entrance, but forbore to take the least notice of him. There is no satisfactory reason for the queen's sudden change given by Clarendon, who best knew all the motives that actuated the proceedings of the court at this juncture. He mentions that Abbe Montague and the Earl of St. Albans waited on him one after the other, and assured him that the queen was ready to forgive and receive his daughter on account of a message she had received to that effect from Cardinal Mazarin, who wished to remain on friendly terms with him. Yet, as Clarendon truly says, he could not comprehend from what fountain the good will of the cardinal proceeded, who had never before been propitious to him. The whole reconciliation evidently sprung from the deathbed remorse of the Princess of Orange, for the queen's change of mind and purpose suddenly took place between the day of her death and of her burial. The queen had in all probability been told how differently her daughter had thought of the matter on her deathbed, but did not wish that the name of the princess should be called in question concerning the disgraceful calumny, but rather gave her forgiveness the semblance of a matter of diplomacy. The queen's recognition of the daughter of Clarendon was observed on New Year's Day as a public festival. It was but 2 days after the burial of the Princess of Orange, and the mourning for her was general, when the Duke of York brought his duchess from her father's residence, Worcester House, Strand, in state to Whitehall, where the royal family were to dine together in public. As the queen passed to dinner, the Duchess of York knelt to her. Her Majesty raised her, kissed her, and placed her at table. Such is the brief notice that Father Cyprian takes of this scene. He is far more intent on describing an odd adventure that took place at the same time, relative to his own small ceremonials, than dwelling on the feelings of the Duchess of York. Nevertheless, we learn from him that the royal family of Stuart usually dined in public. It may be supposed in the same manner customary to the royal family of France before the Revolution of 1790. At the New Year's festival, there sat down to table with the king, his mother, and his sister Henrietta, the Duke of York, the newly forgiven Duchess, Prince Rupert and Prince Edward, sons to the Queen of Bohemia. Queen Henrietta would never eat her dinner without her chaplain, Father Cyprian, said a Latin grace, and the king, of course, ordered his chaplain to say grace according to the form of the Church of England. There was a regular contest which of them should begin first. On this occasion, observes Father Cyprian, the crowds were so vast that both I and the Church of England minister were struggling with the press of people who came to see the royal family dine, so that the minister fell down and could not reach the royal table. but I gained it and said the grace, and the king had begun his dinner some time before the minister could approach. When he did so, all the lords and gentlemen who stood behind the royal chair set up a loud laugh and shouted, that the king's chaplain and the queen's priest had run a race to say grace, but the chaplain was floored, that is terrasse, and the priest had won. This was a specimen of the disorderly manners of the English courtiers just after the Restoration. In the afternoon, Queen Henrietta gave an audience of farewell in her bedchamber at Whitehall to the ladies of her court, previously to her departure for France. The Duke of York led in his Duchess and presented her to his mother, who, says Clarendon, received her with the same grace as if she had approved the marriage from the beginning, and very kindly made her sit down by her. Thus the queen, who had so lately pursued her daughter-in-law with scorn and malediction, in a few days associated her with the reception of her court. When Lord Clarendon entered, the queen rose from her chair, and as he had kept proudly aloof from her majesty since she had taken off her interdict from his daughter's marriage, the scene was likely to prove too interesting for so many witnesses, and at a sign from her majesty, all her ladies retired. The queen then said to Clarendon, with a serene and pleasant countenance, that if she had spoken anything in her passion which he had taken ill, he ought to impute it to the great provocation she had received. For she owned she had been deeply offended with her son the Duke of York, and certainly had had no inclination to consent to his marriage, but as she had been informed by the king that this alliance had not been contrived by him, that is, the chancellor, and that he was as much offended with it as was worthy of him, and as his fidelity to her late husband was very eminent, and that he had served her son not only with as much fidelity, but with extraordinary success, and therefore, pursues Queen Henrietta, I do receive your daughter as my daughter, and will heartily forgive the duke and her, and I am resolved ever after to live with all the affection of a mother towards them. And I am resolved to make a friendship with you myself, and I shall expect from you all the good offices which my kindness will deserve. Clarendon replied by praising the mercy and clemency of her majesty in departing so soon from needful severity, and in pardoning a crime which was unpardonable, and assured her that she would have forgotten her own honor and station if she had been less offended, that as for himself, he should always depend on her protection as his most gracious mistress, and would pay all obedience to her commands. The queen then put into Lord Clarendon's hand a paper in which she pointed out to him some things which concerned her service and interest, and requested him to dispatch them. And the evening drawing on, and many ladies filling the outer apartments, all anxious for an audience, Lord Clarendon took his leave by kneeling and kissing her majesty's hand. Such are the particulars of one of the most extraordinary marriages that ever took place in England, from which afterwards sprung two queen regnants of Great Britain and Ireland, Queen Mary II and Queen Anne, granddaughters to Henrietta Maria. The Duke and Duchess of York had several sons, but out of a numerous family, 2 daughters only reached maturity. Charles II had been greatly blamed for suffering this marriage to receive his royal sanction. But what could the king do? The Church and the people of England still held the marriage vow in the deepest reverence as irrevocable. The queen had hastened her arrival in England in order to break this marriage, which she finally sanctioned, and now she only tarried till Parliament had secured the marriage portion of the Princess Henrietta and her own dower, which was finally accomplished in the beginning of January 1660-61. Most of her dower lands had been shared among the regicides. Oakey, Walton, Scroop, Norton, Pride, Whalley, Edwards and Tichborne, Lambert and Blackwell had not done their bloody work for naught, and were found in patriotic possession of large portions of the queen's dower. In many instances, it was considered impossible to wrest possession from those who held the dower lands, and in all the property was greatly wasted and injured. Therefore, Parliament granted her majesty in compensation 30,000 pounds per annum, and the king added a pension of 30,000 pounds more from the exchequer. As it was contrary to the ancient customs of the country for a queen dowager to be an absentee, being expected to spend her dower income in the country, Her Majesty promised to return and live in England after she had superintended the marriage of the Princess Henrietta to the Duke of Orleans. She gave orders and plans for the repairs of her dower palaces of Somerset House and Greenwich. She likewise settled her court and household after the following plan. Her Lord Chamberlain and Steward of her revenue was Henry Lord Jermyn, lately created Earl of St. Albans. The gossips of the court now resume the story that she was secretly married to him. Of this we cannot gather a particle of evidence. The only proof offered in support of this assertion is not a very complimentary one to matrimony. It is, that the queen often looked pale and seemed alarmed when he entered the room where she was. Sir John Reresby gathered this intelligence from his cousins, the nuns, who, not being very conversant in matrimonial affairs, supposed, perhaps, that this was the usual effect of the presence of a lady's lord and master. But we have shown that Lord Jermyn had, from a very early period of her life, been the queen's confidential servant at the head of her court, and was, by his office, obliged to communicate whatsoever had befallen. How direful his tidings had sometimes been, these pages have related. It is no marvel, then, considering how full of disasters her career had been, that her poor cheek sometimes blanched at his entrance. In his hands, likewise, all her funds were placed. He had the management of her expenditure, and she had suffered sufficiently in regard to pecuniary distress to cause uneasiness of mind when she apprehended that he entered her presence to discuss harassing money matters. Lord Jermyn, by his new title of St. Albans, still continued the prime minister of her court and revenue. Her vice-chamberlain was a Frenchman, Monsieur Vautelet, whose salary was £200. The celebrated Sir Kenelm Digby was her chancellor. He was a Roman Catholic, much given to a fantastical belief in spirits and astrology. The queen's master of horse was Lord Arundel of Wardour, Count of the Roman Empire. He was a Roman Catholic. Her secretary was Sir John Winter. The poet Cowley was her private secretary, employed in the deciphering of her correspondence. From Cowley's complaining letters, it is generally supposed that he had been cruelly and ungratefully neglected by the queen. Such was not the case. She granted him lands for life, as soon as she had obtained possessions of any part of her dower domains. She gave him that which would have enriched him, had he died not long after the Restoration. The comptroller of the queen's household was Sir Thomas Bond. She had 4 gentlemen ushers, or ushers of the privy chamber, at £130 per annum each, and diet; 4 grooms of the privy chamber, at £60 salary and diet; 4 pages and 8 grooms of her great presence chamber. She had 2 cupbearers, 2 carvers, and 2 gentlemen ushers of the great presence chamber, each had £120 salary, and bouche of the court at the same table. The chief lady of Henrietta's bedchamber was the Dowager Duchess of Richmond, a beautiful young widow, the eldest daughter of the mighty favourite of James and Charles I, and sister of the dissolute and witty Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. This lady belonged to the Church of England. In conversation, she agreed with Father Cyprian on so many points that he had the most lively hopes of her conversion, but to the great vexation of his spirit, he found it impossible to coax her into a profession of the Roman Catholic creed. Lady Newport was the next lady of the bedchamber. There were 4 ladies of the privy chamber, each having a salary of £150 per annum. There were 8 bedchamber women. Lady Saunderson was the queen's laundress. This lady was a trusted servant of the royal family. To her care, Charles I had consigned his George and personal jewels the day of his execution. The ecclesiastical establishment of Queen Henrietta was reinstated in her palace. If she had been ruled by wisdom and right judgment, she would have kept all the outward and visible signs of her religion as much as possible from collision with the furious prejudices of the sectarians, instead of irritating them by an ostentatious display of ceremonies which were obnoxious to them. But instead of this moderation, even Father Cyprian, the meekest of the party, boasts of making the sign of the cross, to the vexation of the sectarians of Dover. And if he, whose private memoirs bespeak him, in general a mild philanthropist, indulged in this species of warfare, how, may we ask, did the fierce Abbe Montague conduct himself, who had already urged the queen to so much intolerant cruelty towards the young Gloucester? No doubt the Catholic establishment of the Queen Mother in England was as injurious to the popularity of her newly restored family as it had been to the cause of her husband when she was queen consort. She had her Lord Almoner, Abbe Montague, brother to the Earl of Manchester, his salary being £700 per annum. The queen's confessor, Father Lambert, a French gentleman, had a salary of £300 per annum. Her clerk of the closet, who was assistant to her confessor, had £200 per annum, and a lay brother received a salary of £40. Her convent of Capuchins adjoined the chapel at Somerset House, and consisted of a warden, called a Father Guardian, 7 priests, the elder of whom was Père Cyprien Gamache, and 2 lay brothers. This convent cost the queen £500 per annum. The Capuchins undertook the service of the chapel daily, and preached sermons every Sunday and holiday and during Lent. In the depths of her distress at the blockade of Paris, Queen Henrietta had sold not only her jewels to supply her famishing household, but even the altar plate of her chapel. She had not hitherto been able to afford to replace them. But when she was preparing to depart for England at the Restoration, the Duchess d'Aiguillon, the niece of Cardinal Richelieu, presented the altar plate left by that minister to Queen Henrietta. It was very rich, brilliant, and magnificent, and was used at the Catholic chapel in Somerset House. The queen had a guard of gentlemen-arms very splendidly dressed, all men of family. They wore black velvet cassocks, embroidered with gold, and with a gold embroidered badge. They carried halberts and waited in lines when her majesty went to her sedan or into her chapel, or when she passed to her meals. When she went out in a coach, they rode, gallantly mounted, each with carbines slung to their waist, on each side of her carriage, which was usually drawn by 6 horses. These guards always wore their hats, whether they were on duty in palace or without doors. The Earl of St. Albans was their captain. The chief equerry of the queen was Sir Edward Wingfield, who governed the stable, and had under his care 24 horses and 4 coaches. There were in the queen's establishment 12 footmen, 12 bargemen in her liveries, 4 pages of the backstairs, and several officers of her pantry, ewry, cellar, and buttery. She appointed a master of the buck-hounds, a master of the bows, of the queen's games, and of her chapel of music. Such was the establishment of a queen dowager within the last 2 centuries. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henrietta Maria, Chapter 5, Part 2. Although the household of Queen Henrietta was thus magnificently arranged, she had long given up all splendor of dress. She never left off the sable garb she wore for King Charles, and her pictures represent her in widow's weeds. The plainness of her attire, after she returned to England, is noted by that quaint oddity, Pepys, in terms of disparagement and disappointment, when he describes a visit to Whitehall to gaze on the royal family. Mr. Fox came in presently, and did take my wife and I to the queen's presence chamber, where he got my wife placed behind the queen's chair, and the 2 princesses came in to dinner. The queen is a very little plain old woman, and nothing more in her presence or garb than in any ordinary woman. Several portraits are extant of the once lovely daughter of Henri Cot, in the plain black dress with the widow's veil, which she wore after the death of her husband. There is one painting at Chateau d'Eu in this mourning, which represents her with her beauty scarcely faded. Even under the iron rule of Cromwell, engravings were published of the royal widow in her weeds. One of these is a good likeness, representing her in the black veil with its triangular frontlet, a straight white cape, but 1 jewel formed in a cross, and a black dress. It is the frontispiece of a cookery book, a great curiosity, called The Queen's Closet Broke Open. The publisher has fearlessly put his name and address, Much praise is bestowed on the widowed queen's virtues and skill in medicine and cookery, which were more likely to interest in her favor the middle classes of England than commendations on her courage and magnanimity, especially as on the title page it is affirmed that some of the recipes had been honored by her majesty's own personal practice in her leisure hours. When these occurred, the author, who pretends to be one of her household, does not say, and we can assure our readers that the assertion is an audacious bookseller's puff. Several posets and plague waters are in the work, sanctioned by the queen's name, and many strange and barbarous compounds quoted as her favorite dishes. There is another portrait of Henrietta completely in sable weeds, with merely a small fold of white lawn round the throat. Her hair is in full ringlets, but wholly enveloped in crape. As soon as her reconciliation with the Duke and Duchess of York was effected, Queen Henrietta, in mortal terror lest the smallpox should destroy the life or beauty of her only remaining daughter, hurried that darling of her heart from the infected metropolis to Hampton Court. She waited there till Parliament had settled on the Princess Henrietta a marriage portion of 40,000 Jacobuses, accompanied with a gift of 20,000 as an outfit. The king attended his royal mother and sister to Portsmouth, where they embarked on a first-rate man-of-war, the London, January 9, 1660-61. A train of disasters, as usual, attended her voyage. The queen sailed from Portsmouth the following day. The Princess Henrietta was very ill, which was attributed to seasickness, but the next day a violent eruption appeared with all the symptoms of the smallpox, and the queen recalled, in agony, how lately she had lost 2 of her children with the same malady. The princess grew worse every moment, and the queen insisted on returning to Portsmouth. Her terrors regarding her child's illness were soon varied by apprehension of losing her by drowning, for the pilot, or the Earl of Sandwich, who commanded the London, ran the vessel on the Horse Sand, near Portsmouth, where she grounded. The queen positively refused to leave the ship till she saw what turn the illness of the princess would take. The physician soon after declared that the princess might land, for her illness was not the smallpox, but a bad attack of measles. During the recovery of the princess, the queen remained with her at Portsmouth. Père Cyprian was in the queen's suite, and ought to have given the best account of all these adventures, but the whole soul and intellect of the father was intent upon a conversion at Portsmouth. It seemed in his eyes of more consequence than the safety of the London, her majesty, his royal pupil, the admiral, the crew and passengers, including himself. He had almost persuaded the clergyman of one of the churches at Portsmouth to declare himself a Catholic, and to forsake his wife and family, assuring him that the queen would allow him, as a proselyte to her faith, a handsome pension. Nothing could be more mischievously mad than for her to do any such thing, or even for it to be talked of or hinted at that she was likely or willing to do so. It is an instance which illustrates the causes of the extreme unpopularity of Queen Henrietta in England. However, the proselyte altered his mind, and the queen was not tempted to commit so notorious a wrong as to pension a renegade clergyman of the Church of England out of the dower she received from the country. The queen was forced to abide at Portsmouth a fortnight before she could re-embark without danger of injuring the princess. It was the 26th of January before they sailed, and this time they accomplished the voyage very happily, and soon arrived at Havre. It was the intention of the queen to pass through Rouen, but the government sent word, on their approach, that the smallpox was raging there like a pest, and that many persons died of that disease daily. At first the queen was disposed to think that the governor sent this message to spare himself the trouble and expense of entertaining royal guests, but on inquiry she found it was a salutary warning which probably had saved the life of the daughter who was so precious to her. The queen therefore took her route towards Pontoise, but on the road the Duke of Longueville, the governor of Normandy, held her at the head of a squadron of horse, composed of the flower of the Norman nobility. He escorted her majesty to a chateau of his own, at some distance from the infected city of Rouen, and there he entertained her most splendidly. The times were changed since this prince and his party of the Fronde had besieged Henrietta in the Louvre, and caused her, and the very princess who accompanied her, to suffer cold and hunger. Queen Henrietta held a grand court at the Château de Longueville, where was presented to her many of the Norman nobles and their ladies. The president of Rouen craved an audience, and made her a very elegant harangue, to which, says Père Gamache, her majesty listened with the utmost attention, and having a ready wit and great presence of mind, she made him a prompt and judicious answer, in the course of which she recommended to his attention some differences between the civil authorities and the capuchins of his province. Of course, if this was the theme of her majesty's discourse, it would appear to possess the elegance of an angel to the mind of Father Cyprian. It will, however, be owned that the power of answering gracefully and promptly to an address is one of the most valuable qualifications a royal personage can possess. The president of Rouen having promised her majesty his favorable attention to her protégés, the capuchins, she was conducted to her coach with great state. The Duke of Longueville and the cavaliers of the haute noblesse of Normandy rode by her coach a day's journey on the way to Pontoise. Here she had consented to accept the hospitality of her Lord Almoner, Montague, who was abbot of Pontoise. The queen was astonished at the grandeur with which her almoner performed his hospitalities. Neither she nor her retinue could sufficiently admire his plate, his pictures, his jewels, his hangings, and the fine banquet spread for them. But it soon appeared that Queen Henrietta and her daughter were not the only royal guests expected. A mighty flourish of trumpets, kettle drums, and cymbals was heard, and soon after, Louis XIV and his queen, Marie Therese, with the Duke of Orleans, alighted at the abbey and came to welcome Queen Henrietta and the princess. The king and queen of France remained conversing alone with her majesty, the queen of England, till evening, adds Père Cyprian. And as to Monsieur, the Duke of Orleans, he deemed himself in paradise when he saw our Princess Henrietta, whom he tenderly loved, and whom he considered as his future spouse. He had suffered much from grief and apprehension during her absence. He had been troubled with insomnolences, agitations of the heart, and the greatest anguish when her life was in danger. It would seem, whether to test his affection or from some other reason not explained, that the unfortunate lover had been kept in suspense, and was not informed that his princess accompanied her mother. Father Cyprian describes his demeanor as if he were very desperately enamored indeed. He stood at first with his eyes intently fixed on the Princess Henrietta, as if he knew not how to believe that he saw her, and expected her to vanish from his sight. At last he recovered himself, kissed her, and spoke to her, and after some time he begged to learn from her own lips all the particulars of her voyage, and he listened with great pleasure and rapt attention to all her adventures. And we must say that we are, and so no doubt are all our readers, excessively angry with Father Cyprian that he did not journalize these adventures of his royal patronesses instead of unsettling the creed of the Portsmouth clergyman. The queen received the Pope's brevet of dispensation to authorize the marriage of her daughter to her nephew, Orleans, towards the end of Lent. The recent deaths in her family made the queen desire that the nuptials should be quietly performed at her own private chapel in the Palais Royal. The marriage took place March 31st, 1661, with as little pomp as was consistent with the presence of the illustrious guests who assisted at the ceremony. These were Louis XIV, his consort and royal mother. The Grand Condé was likewise Queen Henrietta's guest on this occasion. To her deep sorrow, she found that the Duke of Orleans, a few days after his marriage, insisted on withdrawing his bride to his own residence, first to the Tuileries, then to Fontainebleau. This thing was only just and according to the law of God, observes Father Cyprian. Nevertheless, the separation which tore asunder this royal mother and daughter was attended with more anguish than the occasion seemed to warrant. The princess had, in a manner, been brought up in her mother's bosom, and the adversity they had encountered together had made them inexpressibly dear to each other. But there was more anxiety at the heart of the mother than arose from mere parting. When her daughter departed with the royal family to pass the summer at Fontainebleau, Queen Henrietta retired to her favorite chateau of Colombe, situated on the river Seine, a few miles from Paris. Madame de Motteville gives the reason of the grief with which Queen Henrietta parted from her daughter. Without doing or even thinking of evil, the young Duchess of Orleans plunged giddily into the vortex of dissipation that the court of Louis XIV presented. She was seen as the leader of every masque, at every ball, at every hunting party, and especially at some nightly promenades, which gave great displeasure to the two queens of France. In a little time, both her health and her respectability were somewhat injured by this thoughtless career. The Duke of Orleans, her adoring husband, in whom the mischief had originated, by withdrawing her from the care of her mother before she was of age to understand how to guide her course, now manifested great uneasiness at her conduct. Alarmed at these sinister reports, Queen Henrietta begged Madame de Motteville to keep a watch over her daughter, and on this matter that lady says, "By a letter that I received from the Queen of England, her uneasiness was perceptible as to what passed at Fontainebleau, and that the Queen Mother of France was ill satisfied at the conduct of Madame d'Orléans. I have taken care of all the letters that this great queen did me the honor to write to me, which are all marked with the goodness and beauty of her mind. Queen Henrietta, it is true, was so long habituated to speak English, that her French diction was a little vitiated, but her kindness and good sense are always intelligible." Queen Henrietta Maria to Madame de Motteville. "I believe that in your soul you say, 'As to this Queen of England, she has wholly forgotten me.' That is not the case. Monsieur de Montague will tell you how often and affectionately I have thought of you. But as to your letters, I have to avow idleness. At the same time, I acknowledge that I was wrong not to have expressed to you the satisfaction I had at the receipt of your 2 letters. And if you have leisure, I ask the continuation, having seen yesterday ladies who came direct from Fontainebleau, who tell me that you are always engaged near the Queen, and that it is not possible to have access to you. I fear as much from not receiving any letters by them as by the matter of which they hint. If you have plenty of news where you are, there is complete silence here. Silence is certainly proper to remember one's friends in. I am persuaded you reckon yourself among the number, and can be assured that you will thus continue. You have with you another little self of mine, who is strongly your friend, I assure you. Continue so to both. That is enough to say to you from Henrietta Maria." This was written from Cologne, apparently early in June, 1661. Before the end of the summer, however, the Queen Mother of France, Anne of Austria, sent for the Abbé Montague and for German, Earl of St. Albans, and complained to them very harshly on the subject of their young princess. She bade them tell their Queen of England that she ought to keep no measures when reproving her. "The Queen of England," pursues Madame de Motteville, "led a sweet and easy life at Cologne. She sought for nothing but peace, and now declared that, knowing the good disposition in the soul of her Henrietta, she did not expect any ill from her actions, for she believed them exempt from any intention of evil." Certainly in this matter, the folly rested with those who placed an inexperienced child of 16 in so difficult a station. The queen had been very unwilling to give up the guidance of her daughter, and worse results might have taken place. Queen Henrietta was always honored and beloved in her own country. In the midst of her adversities, she had possessed great influence in France. She did not lose it, of course, when her fortunes improved. She was invited to stand sponsor for the infant Dauphin, the eldest child of Louis XIV and Maria Therese of Spain. The Dauphin being born on All Saints' Day, the 1st of November, she gave him at the font the quaint addition of Toussaint to the name of Louis. In the spring of 1662, the queen received a long visit at Cologne from the Duke and Duchess of Orleans. From thence they accompanied her on her way to England, as far as Beauvais. There was a doleful parting here between the queen and her daughter, for they both believed that her future residence would be lifelong in England. Queen Henrietta proceeded to Calais, and the young Duchess of Orleans returned sorrowfully to Paris. England, with all its sad reminiscences and religious enmity, did not hold out a very inviting futurity to the widow of Charles I, yet she redeemed her promise of returning thither July 28, 1662. She did not make the voyage without danger of her life from a violent storm. Her son Charles II, whose marriage with Catharine of Braganza had lately taken place, with his bride, received and welcomed her at Greenwich Palace. As the repairs of Somerset House were not yet completed, Queen Henrietta took up her abode in the old palace of Greenwich, then greatly dilapidated. She was the last royal occupant it ever received. The king sent for his mother from Greenwich to join in the grand water procession which took place when his bride came in her barge down the Thames from Hampton Court to take possession of her state palace of Whitehall. Catharine of Braganza was a daughter-in-law whose religion suited Queen Henrietta only too well, consequently she lived in peace with her. The Duchess of York, her other daughter-in-law, was treated by her with amity. She had lost her grandson, the Duke of Cambridge, but his loss she found replaced by the birth of a very lovely granddaughter, Mary, afterwards elective Queen Regnant of Great Britain. In the course of the summer, Queen Henrietta took possession of her palace of Somerset House, to which she had made very splendid additions and restorations. On this circumstance her former poet, Waller, again brought his adulation to the feet of the queen. His verses, though inferior to his earlier poems, are full of historical allusions. Great Queen, who does our island bless with princes and with palaces, peace from this realm and you were gone, your bowers were in the storm o'erthrown, but true to England in your love, as birds are to their wonted grove. Though by rude hands their nests are spoiled, there the next spring again they build, accusing some malignant star, not Britain, for that fatal war. A tradition is extant that the queen, inheriting the practical taste for architecture which had caused her mother Marie de Medicis to design with her own hand the Luxembourg Palace, had made original drawings of all the buildings she added to Somerset House. Her Majesty's chamber and closet at Somerset House were considered remarkable for the beauty of the furniture and pictures. The great stone staircase led down into the garden on the bank of the Thames. The echo on this stair, if a voice sang 3 notes, made many repetitions, and then sounded them all together in concert. This melodious echo was well adapted to the frequent concerts with which this musical queen made the Somerset House Palace resound. Henrietta had there a beautiful gallery, which she had ornamented in the finest taste. And Evelyn mentions, with admiration, the grace of her manner when she crossed it to meet and thank him for a copy of one of his works which he had presented to her. Queen Henrietta kept within her income. She paid all her accounts weekly. She had no debts. She had, as her contemporary biographer quaintly expresses it, a large reputation for justice. Every quarter she dispersed the overplus of her revenue among the poor, bountifully bestowing, without consideration of difference of faith, her favorite charity, releasing debtors confined for small sums, or for non-payment of fees, likewise sending relief to those who were enduring great hardships in prison. And prisons in that era were noxious with dirt and pestilence. The health of Queen Henrietta began visibly to give way while in England. The fogs of London had always affected her chest, yet she confined her residence chiefly to London, on account of her religious establishment. Woodstock, where she had had a chapel and residence for her ecclesiastics, had been desolated by the Republicans, perhaps on that account. Father Cyprian thus mentions her in the spring of 1664. God had given to her generous spirit a body very frail and delicate. The dreadful scenes she had passed through in life had exalted her courage and refined the qualities of her mind, but at the same time had sapped and undermined her constitution. The last time she returned to England, the heaviness of the atmosphere made her, who had so long respired the clear air of France, cough extremely. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years rolled away, while she patiently endured these sufferings, before she began to bethink herself of remedies. At last, she remembered that the waters of Bourbon had always restored her to health, but she was most unwilling to leave London, lest her chapel should be closed against the Catholic congregation, who usually assembled there under her protection. She had a conference with her son King Charles. She told him that she would soon recover if she went for a time to breathe her native air and seek health at the Bourbon baths, and she would do so if he would not close her chapel against his Catholic subjects. But if it was closed for 1 day on account of her departure, she would stay and live as long as it pleased God, and then die at the post of duty. Charles II granted her request, but infinitely bewailed the necessity of his separation from his dear and virtuous mother. When she had obtained this permission, she prepared to depart, and ordered me, Father Cyprian, to attend as her chaplain, and to choose another of my fraternity to assist me. I chose the Reverend Father Matteo of Auxerre, who had had the honour of preaching before her for 2 Lents in London, to great satisfaction. In fact, he was her preacher after she went to France, and as long as she lived. A little before this great princess left London, she bade me call together all our fraternity, that they might learn her wishes from her own mouth. As God had given her a mind prompt and acute, with great facility of utterance, she made offhand a very fine speech, in which she told them, that she hoped by God's grace that her absence would not be long, that her chapel was, meantime, to be open to English Catholics as well as French, that she took with her Père Cyprian and Père Matteo, but the rest of her religieux were to stay in England, and that she charged them, as they would answer hereafter, to make the best use of their time in aiding the Catholics with the rites of their religion. Queen Henrietta left London, June 24, 1665, accompanied by the king, Queen Catharine, and most of the lords and ladies of their household, who sailed with her 15 leagues, says Father Cyprian. That is, the court attended her to the buoy at the Nore. Her son, the Duke of York, escorted her to Calais. He was then the hero of the day, having just returned triumphant from a victory over the Dutch fleet. From Calais, Queen Henrietta took her way direct to her chateau of Colombes, where the king and the Queen of France came to welcome her with the greatest warmth. Her beloved daughter, the Duchess of Orleans, was not with the royal family. She was ill and in danger of her life. Some person, out of malice, had informed her that her brother, the Duke of York, had been beaten in his naval engagement, and pierced to the heart at the stain of her family honour, the young duchess fell into convulsions and was prematurely confined, and lost her infant. Queen Henrietta hastened to her, and soon convinced her that her brother James had gained the greatest naval victory ever known, having beaten the Dutch invaders back to their coast, destroyed many of their ships, and taken 20 of them. The queen, after seeing her daughter out of danger, departed for the baths of Bourbon, which had hitherto always proved successful in curing her maladies. Scarcely, however, had she arrived in France before the plague increased so terrifically in London that the week after her departure between 4,000 and 5,000 persons died of it, in some alarm lest the pestilence should infect her palace of Somerset House and spread by reason of the closely packed crowds that flocked to her chapel there. She wrote to her Capuchins to have the chapel closed, but they returned an earnest supplication to her, begging her not to impede their duty. At this appeal, the queen overcame her fears of infection, and moreover, disbursed vast sums in charity by the hands of her Capuchins to alleviate the appalling miseries with which the poor of London were afflicted at this season of horror. 2 of the queen's Capuchins fell victims of their exertions. Father Cyprian, unfortunately for us, leaves off journalizing the proceedings of his royal patroness to give memoirs of their lives and eulogize their labors in the plague-stricken metropolis. The queen, he resumes, passed the autumn very peacefully at her chateau of Colombes, and the winter in the magnificent Hôtel de la Baleinière, which Louis XIV had given her for her residence in Paris. The war in which England had engaged against France, allied with Holland, gave Queen Henrietta the utmost uneasiness, and with her confidant, German Earl of St. Albans, who was resident ambassador from England, she laboured incessantly to avert it. She often had interviews of mediation with her nephew, Louis XIV. This is apparent from the dispatches of Lord Hollis, an envoy from England at this period. "I was yesterday," says Lord Hollis in a letter to Clarendon, "at Colombes to take my leave of the Queen Mother. The King of France, that is Louis XIV., came to Colombes while I was in her presence. At last he thought proper to notice me, and gave me a little salute with his head, and truly, my lord, I answered him with just such another, because I know his ambassadors in England are welcomed in different style." The great Condé was likewise the visitor of Henrietta Maria at her country palace of Colombes, for the high-spirited ambassador, who, as the representative of England, nodded to the King of France as unceremoniously as France nodded to him, continues: I did before him, that is Louis XIV, entertain myself all the while with the Prince de Condé, who is very affectionate in all that concerns his majesty, but this by the way. Soon after, the King of France and the Queen Mother went alone into her bedchamber, and our Princess Madame, the young Duchess of Orleans, went in after they had been there at least an hour. When the King of France went away, I had an interview with the Queen Mother afterwards, and took the boldness to ask her how she found things. She said, they had been all the time within talking over these businesses of Holland, and that Louis XIV told her he had made King Charles some propositions which were very fair ones, which, if he refused, he must take part with the Hollanders. I asked the Queen Mother if she knew what these propositions were. She said she did not. But it seemed strange to me that the king kept them from her. Perhaps he did not, but she did not think it fit to acquaint me with them. The next morning, though pouring with wet, resumes Lord Hollis, the Queen Mother set off toward the baths of Bourbon. Her health at that period began to decline. It was aggravated by her sorrow regarding the approaching war. One day she said to the Duc de Beaufort, who had returned from an unsuccessful diplomatic mission in London to undertake a naval command, I ought to be afraid of you, now you are fighting against the English. Charles II took pleasure in speaking of his mother by the familiar name he had called her in his infancy. He mentions her thus in one of his letters to his sister, the Duchess of Orleans, March 22, 1669, saying, that a man of the name of Mercer, by whom she had sent letters and presents, had ventured from Havre to England in an open shallop, and was drowned in the passage. I hear ma'am sent me a present by him, which I believe brought him the ill luck, so she ought in conscience to be at the charges of praying for his soul, for 'tis her bad fortune has caused the poor man's disaster. This letter, in which he alludes to the constant stormy weather that always attended his mother's voyages, was written but a few days before her health assumed alarming symptoms. Our queen, says Father Cyprian, was not destined to see the end of the year 1669. Ever since her return from her last sojourn in London, she had labored under complicated maladies, which caused her perpetual insomnolence and intense suffering. From time to time the baths of Bourbon softened these pains, but did not cure them. Their paroxysms came nearer and nearer till they defied relief. Yet the queen did not give way to sadness. She exhaled not her internal agonies by plaints, by tears, or bad temper, like ordinary women. With the blood of the great Henry, she had inherited his high courage, excepting when sometimes the sharp pains she endured became apparent on her fine features. But she often said, that piteous complainings did no good in illness, and she did not wish to imitate ladies and damsels who cried and wept and lamented for a little pain in the head or a cut finger. Her daughter, the Duchess of Orleans, and the Duke, her husband, took the most lively interest in her health, and were unremitting in their attendance on her person. At their united entreaty, she permitted the most able medical men in France to hold a consultation on her case, and Monsieur Vallot, the first physician of Louis XIV, Monsieur Espoy, first physician to the Duke of Orleans, and Monsieur Julien to the Duchess, all met at the Chateau of Colombe, where Monsieur d'Aquin, physician to our queen, introduced them into the chamber of her majesty. She explained to them her symptoms with great clearness, and desired her physician in ordinary to tell them the remedies he had applied for the shooting pains which deprived her of rest. Then Monsieur Vallot said, that by the grace of God, nothing very serious ailed her, that her malady was inconvenient, but not dangerous, and that to the prescription of Monsieur d'Aquin he should add but 3 grains, which would give her majesty sleep and cure her disorder. When the queen heard him talk of grains, she immediately suspected that he meant to prescribe opium, and she said positively that she would not take them. For she knew by experience how noxious it was to her, and how ill it made her. Besides, her famous physician in England, Dr. Mayerne, had warned her against taking any great dose of the kind. Her repugnance was, however, overruled by the united arguments of Monsieur Vallot and his medical brethren, all but the physician of the Duchess of Orleans, on whom the opinion of Mayerne made some impression. Nevertheless, the result of the fatal consultation was that the queen was to take the grains at 11 o'clock that night. In the intermediate time, she went to supper as usual, for she was by no means confined to her bed, or even to her chamber, though much troubled with a pulmonary complaint and harassing cough. She was, however, better than usual that day. She conversed pleasantly, and even laughed several times at supper, which she ate with more appetite than usual. When she went to bed, she immediately fell into a sweet sleep. Nothing can be more absurd to wake a patient for the purpose of administering a sleeping potion, yet such was the case. The lady who slept in her majesty's chamber roused her at the hour indicated and gave her the prescription. A few minutes after the queen again sunk to sleep, and her attendant left her for repose, with the intention of waking her by daybreak to give her a draught, as directed by Dr. Boulais. Accordingly, the lady approached her bedside in the morning and asked her majesty how she had passed the night. There was no reply. She spoke again louder, still no answer. Alarmed, she touched the queen. She moved not. She shook her, and made violent efforts to rouse her, but in vain, for she never awoke in this world. The affrighted lady leant down to her royal mistress, and fancied she heard low murmurs, sighs, and a laboured respiration, upon which she flew to rouse the valet de chambre, to seek for medical and spiritual aid, to fetch the priests and physicians. We came first, continues the sorrowful Father Cyprian. The doctors soon followed. They felt her pulse and asked her many questions regarding her state, and we spoke to her of contrition for sin, of the love of God, and confidence in his mercy, and we entreated her to make some sign that she heard us. But alas, a mortal silence was our only reply. The physicians affirmed that she still breathed, and was even sensible, but that a dull vapour, mounting to the brain, prevented all speech, that it would soon dissipate, and that she would manifest consciousness and speak. I believed them at first, continues the pair. But seeing that her awful quietude still continued, I sent in haste for Monsieur le Cure of Colombes, and the sacrament of extreme unction being performed, she received the host without any difficulty, or the least convulsion of countenance, and soon after her slight respiration ceased, and she rendered her soul to God, undisturbed by a struggle. A gentleman of her majesty's household immediately rode at fiery speed from Colombes to Saint-Germain, to carry these fatal and most unexpected tidings to the Duke of Orleans, who immediately accompanied him back, hoping to have seen our queen alive. After the duke had given the necessary orders, he hurried to his own palace of St. Cloud, where his duchess was, to break to her and his daughter the fatal tidings. My pen fails to describe, says Père Cyprien, the violent grief of the Duchess of Orleans for a mother so loving and so beloved. And then the affectionate old priest proceeds to give the following character of the deceased. This great queen was indeed universally regretted, for she had established a real empire over all hearts. Her cheerful temper, her gay and witty conversation, which enlivened all around her to her last hours, her graceful familiarity, and all these winning qualities, joined to a sincere piety, rendered her delightful to every one. The King of France regarded her not only as his dear aunt, whom he had known from infancy, but as a real bond of peace between his country and Great Britain, and her son-in-law, his brother, the Duke of Orleans, convinced of her rare prudence and sagacity, consulted her on every affair of moment, and gave her his intimate confidence, as if she had been his real mother. Such is the testimony of one who had been domesticated with Henrietta for 29 years. It agrees exactly with that of Madame de Motteville, her other friend. It would seem that her character was peculiarly agreeable and estimable in private life. No opposition or irritation regarding her religion ever occurred in her own country. There was not to interrupt the serenity of her temper. Therefore her life flowed on brightly to the last. Many persons who abhor Henrietta Maria from the part she took in the Civil War may condemn the praises bestowed by her French contemporaries as partial and flattering. Partial they certainly are, for they were written by intimate friends, whose love continued after her death. Flattering they cannot be, for Madame de Motteville's memoirs, which give such lively delineations of her character, were never printed till her relatives of the third generation had passed away from this world. Flattery may be administered by memoirs in these times, when works are printed before the ink of the manuscript is dry, but when authors wrote them literally for the fourth generation, why should they flatter the dull cold ear of death? As for Père Cyprien Gamache, his manuscript has never been printed, nor does it seem that any eyes but these, now guiding the pen, have scanned the ancient yellow pages which dwell on the death and character of his beloved patroness. The cause of the death of Henrietta Maria is mentioned by Mademoiselle de Montpensier, her niece. She says, in her usual flippant style, "She could not sleep. The doctors gave her a pill to cure her wakefulness, which it did so effectually that she never woke again." What would Father Cyprien have said, could he have seen this unfeeling witticism of La Grande Mademoiselle, as she was called, on the death of her own aunt? Truly he would have been as severe as he was on the first physician of Louis XIV, whom he all but calls a murderer. He declares that Dr. Vallot excused himself to his king by assuring him, "It was the disease of the chest, and not his overdose of narcotic, that killed Queen Henrietta." But the indignant father continues, that though Vallot retained his post at court, yet a very few months afterwards he himself fell into a serious malady, which his grains could not cure, and which soon took from him his place and his life together. But all the time he lived, the people of the defunct queen's household cried out against him as the murderer, in fact, if not in intent, of their royal mistress. Meantime, a swift courier brought the royal brothers in England the news that their queen mother had expired on Tuesday morning, August 31st, New Style, 1669, at her castle of Colombes, situated 4 leagues from Paris. Charles II and the Duke of York received the news with great grief. They immediately left their hunting in the New Forest and retired to Hampton Court, where they continued till all the mourning ceremonial was completed at Whitehall. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Henrietta Maria, Chapter 5, Part 3. The same day that Queen Henrietta Maria died, her corpse remained as if she slept in her bed, and all persons were admitted to see it there. The next day her body was embalmed and laid in state in the Hall of Colombes. At 11 o'clock the same night, the household at Colombes, headed by the Grand Almoner Montague, went in procession from the chateau, bearing the heart of their deceased queen to her convent at Chaillot. It was received with solemn ceremonial by the abbess and her nuns. A manuscript, till now inedited, in the archives of France, gives the following account of the respect with which the ladies of the Visitation received the heart of their foundress. It is written by one of the nuns. It had ever been the intention of Her Majesty to come to us, when her declining health warned her that she must shortly endure the sharpness of death, which she did not wish should surprise her in the routine of worldly existence, but God willed it otherwise, having permitted a remedy, which it was hoped would cure her, to cut short her life in her 61st year. Divine Providence had spared her the long agonies of a lingering death, of which she had a natural fear. She had not the time to mark her intentions towards us by her last will. She had intended to make our church the depository of her royal heart and body likewise. She likewise intended to demise to us certain goods for our benefit. Nevertheless, although her sudden death had prevented these intentions, she had previously, on many occasions, proved a most beneficent foundress, and had deserved our grateful remembrance at a time when we were in a very destitute state. Although we possess not the body, we have what we esteem very precious. This is the heart of this great queen. At 11 o'clock at night, this dear heart was delivered to us by Monsieur Montague, accompanied by the whole household of Her Majesty. Our sisterhood received it in its urn at the gate of our cloister, and bore it in procession to our church, which was hung with black. These hangings were encircled by 3 bands of black velvet, charged with escutcheons of the defunct queen. The Miserere was chanted by the full choir. A platform of 3 steps were raised. on which was placed a credence, to receive the royal heart of our beloved foundress. Round this were placed wax lights. Monsieur le Grand Almoner said the prayers, to which we all responded. Then he addressed himself to our very honored mother and superior, Anne Marie Collin, in these words: My mother, behold here the heart of the Princess Henrietta Marie of France, daughter of Henry the Great, wife of Charles I, mother of Charles II, at present reigning in England, aunt to Louis XIV. All these temporal grandeurs were not equal to the virtues of her soul, on which I need not dwell in particular, because you knew her so well. The affection that this great queen always cherished for you has caused you to be chosen as the guardians of this precious deposit, which I am certain you will carefully retain, and will not cease your prayers for the repose of her soul. To this our good mother made reply: With my mind absorbed in grief, I render the very humble thanks of our convent to the king and to Monsieur and Madame for having confided to us so valued a treasure, which alone can console us for the loss we have sustained in the death of this great queen. We will never remit our prayers for her repose, as the sole means we have of showing our gratitude to her. After everyone had withdrawn, we said the prayers for the dead, and when we had sprinkled holy water, we retired. The corpse of Henrietta was likewise carried, for lying in state, from Cologne to the convent at Chaillot. Her coffin was placed on a mourning car, attended by her Lord Almoner Montague and the Duchess of Richmond, her principal English lady of honour, and by Madame du Plessis, her principal French lady. The guards already described followed and preceded the royal corpse, which was likewise attended by the coaches of the Queen of France and the Duchess of Orleans, with all the officers of their household. The body was thus escorted to Chaillot, and was received with much tender reverence by the nuns, to whom she had been the benefactress. Her heart was, on the 10th of September, placed in a silver vessel, whereon was written her name and titles in Latin, to the following effect: Henrietta Maria, Queen of England, France, Scotland, and Ireland, daughter to the French king, Henry IV the Victorious, wife of Charles I, the Martyr, and mother of the restored king, Charles II. The funeral took place on the 12th of September. The place of sepulchre of Queen Henrietta was with her royal ancestors at the magnificent Abbey of Saint Denis, near Paris. The procession commenced from Chaillot an hour after dark. All the guards of the deceased queen carried torches, and 100 pages, sent by the Queen of France, bore each a lighted flambeau. The niece of the deceased queen, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, followed as chief mourner, assisted by the Duchess of Guise. All the ladies and gentlemen of the royal household at Cologne followed in the deepest mourning. The monks and chapter of the Abbey of Saint Denis, carrying lighted tapers, received the royal corpse at their door, and when it was consigned to them, the Grand Almoner Montague made them an oration in Latin, which was answered by the prior. The Abbey of Saint Denis was hung with black and fully illuminated for the funeral service. No monument or tablet exists in the memory of the Queen at Saint Denis that we could discover when we visited the royal tombs in the crypt of that magnificent structure this last summer, 1844. When the bones of her ancestors were exhumed by the French Republicans, robbed of their leaden coffins, and flung into a common trench behind the Abbey of Saint Denis, the remains of Henrietta Maria doubtless shared the same fate. 40 days after the death of Queen Henrietta, a still grander service was performed to her memory to soothe the grief of her favorite daughter, Henrietta of England, Duchess of Orleans, by her grateful nuns of Chaillot. The princess came with her husband to this ceremony, which was far more distinguished by the eloquence of Bossuet than by all the funeral pomps that Rome could devise. All the choir of the chapel at Chaillot were hung with black, and in the midst was a platform of 4 steps, and a bier covered with a black velvet pall. At the corners, worked in gold, were Queen Henrietta's armorial bearings, and laid thereupon, under a stately canopy, was a wax effigy exactly resembling her. The Duke and Duchess of Orleans having taken their places, Montague, the almoner of her late majesty, officiated at the service, and then all eyes were fixed on Bossuet, who proceeded to deliver that grand historical oration on the varied scenes of Henrietta's life, which at once gave him the reputation he has since maintained as the first orator of modern times. Much of this sermon would be displeasing to anyone but a Roman Catholic, but the genius of Bossuet is more talked of in England than known, which must plead our excuse for the following attempt to give the reader an idea of the view taken by this great man of the historical events of the life of his royal countrywoman. 9 voyages, said Bossuet, were undertaken by our great Henrietta in the course of her life. The English rebels, it is well known, had seized the arsenals and magazines of the king, her husband. He had soldiers, but not wherewithal to arm them. She abandoned her pleasures and her palaces for the sake of her lord, and not only parted from her jewels, but even cared not for her life. She put to sea in the midst of February, regardless of waves and tempests, for the ostensible purpose of conducting to Holland her eldest daughter, who had espoused the Prince of Orange. Her real object was to engage the states of Holland in the interests of the king. She gained them, gained their officers, and obtained supplies and artillery and ammunition. The storms of winter had not prevented her from embarking on this errand. The storms of winter did not hinder her return to the king when she had gained her object. Her homeward voyage was, however, beset with difficulties and accidents. The dreadful tempest which tossed her fleet for 10 days is beyond my power to describe. The mariners, at length, lost all presence of mind, and stood aghast. Some threw themselves in the sea, preferring instant death to further toils. The queen, nevertheless, remained intrepid, and the higher the waves raged, the more she reassured everyone around her by her firmness, and to avert from their minds the fatal ideas of death which presented itself on all sides, she said, "Queens have never been drowned." Alas, she was reserved to suffer a fate still more extraordinary. She saw vessels perish around her, but the admiral's ship in which she was embarked was sustained by the hand of him who rules over the mighty deep, and who can bridle its insurgent billows. The vessel was thrown back on the coast of Holland, and everyone was astonished at her signal deliverance. Those who escape from shipwreck, says an ancient author, are sure to bid an eternal adieu to the sea. Nay, they can never again abide the sight of it. Yet with astonishing perseverance, the queen, in the short space of 11 days, again committed herself to the mercy of the ocean, and in the utmost rigor of winter. She was impelled to this extraordinary exertion by her earnest desire of beholding her husband once more, and leading to him the succours she had obtained. She gathered together the transports which had escaped the tempest, and finally landed on the coast of England. Scarcely had she touched the shore, when 100 pieces of cannon thundered on the house where she rested after the fatigues of her voyage, and shattered it with their balls. Yet she retained her intrepidity in the midst of this frightful peril, and her clemency did not fail when the author of this black attempt fell in her power. Some time after, he was taken prisoner, and destined to the executioner, but she pardoned him his crime against her, dooming him solely to the punishment of his conscience, and the shame of having attempted the life of a princess, too kind and merciful to take his, even after such provocation. This incident is only found in this oration and in the preceding memoir of Henrietta, where it is more circumstantially related. It is in close accordance with the character and disposition of Henri Quatre, her glorious father, whom our Henrietta closely resembled, as her countrymen declared, in person as well as disposition. The narrow bigotry in which she was reared marred the popularity which must infallibly have attended this fine disposition, always so attractive in England. The prejudices of the people were offended at every turn, with 1,000 troublesome teasing ritual observances, which they, with equal bigotry, were brought to look upon as enormous crimes. Thus Henrietta's virtues and grand actions were either viewed invidiously or passed over in silence. The Church of England historians, although agreeing as to religion in so many main points with the essentials of her faith, could not forgive the troubles her attachment to the Church of Rome had brought on their king and party. Therefore they are equally her enemies with the Puritans, and their narratives are more prejudicial to her because the truth is expected from them. The French historians alone preserve the facts that redound to her credit. Bossuet rapidly traces her progress to the Midland counties, and the effects that her heroism had on the people. It was into her hands that the governor of Scarborough rendered that port with its impregnable castle. The two Hothams, father and son, who had given the first example of perfidy, refusing to the king in person admittance to his port and arsenal of Hull, now chose the queen for their mediatrix, and prepared to surrender to the king that place, together with that of Beverley, but they were prevented and decapitated by their own party, for God punished their disobedience by the hands of the rebels, whom they had served so signally. Our great Henrietta marched as a general, at the head of her royal army. She traversed triumphantly the provinces hitherto entirely held by the rebels. She besieged a considerable town which obstructed her march. She conquered, she pardoned, and finally met her monarch on the ground where he had previously gained his signal victory over the Earl of Essex. 1 hour after the reunion of this happy pair, they received the tidings of another victory gained by the king's party over the rebels. All seemed to prosper in the presence of Henrietta, and had her advice been taken, and had the king marched direct to London instead of dividing his forces, and wasting their time and dissipating their strength at the unsuccessful sieges of Hull and Gloucester, that campaign had seen the end of the war. On that pivot, the fortune of the royal cause turned. From that fatal moment, all was disaster and decadence. The queen's situation obliged her to retire from Oxford, which was besieged by the rebels. The royal pair bade each other another adieu, sad enough, although neither supposed it was to prove their last. Her majesty retired to Exeter. There she gave birth to a daughter, but in less than 12 days she was forced to leave the infant princess and seek refuge in France. We must remember that it was before this princess, the Duchess of Orleans, that Bossuet was speaking the words we are here quoting, and when he arrived at this passage, he broke into one of those impassioned bursts of eloquence which stamped his fame as an orator forever. And here we depict a trait of the manners of the past. An address of the kind, in present times, to a royal mourner at the funeral sermon of her parent, would entrench on modern reserves and etiquettes most strangely. Society was not civilized into that conventional smoothness which is ruffled by such bold bursts of original genius, and therefore avoids or suppresses them. The effect must have been grand, when Bossuet diverged from his oration on the dead mother, thus to address the daughter. Princess, whose destiny is so great and glorious, are you then in your first dawn of being rendered a captive to the enemies of your royal house? O Eternal, watch over her. Holy angels, rank around her cradle your invisible squadrons, for she is destined to our valiant Philippe, of all the princes of France, most worthy of her, as she is most worthy of him. Gentlemen of France, God did in truth protect her. Lady Morton, 2 years afterwards, drew this precious infant from the hands of the rebels. Unconscious of her captivity, but feeling her high birth too powerfully to submit to conceal it, the royal child refused to own any name or rank but her own, and persisted that she was no other than the princess. At last, she was brought to the arms of her mother, to console her for all her sorrows, and finally to contribute to the happiness of a great prince. But I am diverging from the course of my history. I have already said that the queen was forced to retire from the kingdom of England. In fact, her vessel left port in the full view of the ships of the rebels. They pursued her, and came so near, that she actually heard the cries of the seamen, and could distinguish their insolent menaces. Oh, how different from her first voyage on the same sea, when she went to take possession of the sceptre of Great Britain, when for the first time she felt the waters heave under her and submit their proud waves to her, the ocean queen. Now chased, pursued by her implacable enemies, one moment lost, the next saved, fortune changing its aspect every quarter of an hour, having no support but God, and her own indomitable courage, she at last arrived at Brest, and there suffered to respire a while from her troubles. God left no resource to her royal husband. The Scotch, though faithful guards to our monarchs, betrayed their own, and sold him to the Parliament. The Parliament, feeling the evils of military despotism, would dismiss the army, but the army, declaring itself independent, expelled the Parliament by violence. The king was, in these commotions, led from captivity to captivity. His queen in vain moved France, Holland, and even Poland and the distant north to rescue him, and she reanimated the Scotch and found the means of arming 30,000 of them in his behalf. She concocted an enterprise with the Duke of Lorraine for his deliverance, the success of which promised at least to be complete. She really succeeded in withdrawing her dear children from captivity, and confessed that, among her mortal sorrows, she felt on this occasion she was capable of joy. She could do no more. She at least consoled her royal lord perpetually by her letters. He wrote to her from his prison that she alone supported his mind, and that he could submit to all degradations when he remembered that she belonged to him, and was unalienably his own. O wife, O mother, O queen, incomparable and deserving a better fortune! After all her struggles, there was nothing left but to resign herself to the inevitable. Yet, like some grand column, she stood firm amidst the ruins round her. But who can express her just grief? Who can recount her sorrows? No, gentlemen of France, my words cannot paint them. The prophet who sat alone amidst the ruins of Jerusalem can alone lament as she lamented. Truly might she say with Jeremiah, "Behold, Lord, my affliction. My enemies fortify themselves, and my children are lost. The cruel one has put his sacrilegious hand on all that is dear to me. Royalty is profaned, princes are trodden under foot. Leave me to weep bitterly, for I cannot be comforted." Charles, says Bossuet, was just, temperate, magnanimous, well informed regarding his affairs and the science of governing. Never prince was more capable of rendering royalty not only respected, but amiable and dear to a people. He could be reproached with nothing but with too great a degree of clemency. This illustrious defect of Charles was likewise that of Caesar himself, but those who expected to see the English monarch succumb under the weight of misfortune were astonished when they experienced his valor in battle and his strength of intellect in council. Pursued to the utmost by the implacable malignity of his enemies, betrayed by his own people, he never lost himself. The result of the contest might be against him. His foes found that, although they might crush him, they could never bend him. A pang seizes me when I contemplate the great heart in its last trials, but assuredly he showed himself no less a king when facing his rebels in Westminster Hall and on the scaffold in Whitehall than when he confronted them at the head of his armies. They saw him august and majestic in that woeful time as when he was in the midst of his court. Great Queen, well do I know that I fulfill the most tender wishes of your heart when I celebrate your monarch. That heart which never beat but for him, is it not ready to vibrate, though cold in the dust, and to stir at the sound of the name of a spouse so dear, though veiled under the mortuary pall? The hearers of Bossuet could not have believed the story of Henrietta's second marriage, or surely they would have blamed him for this passage, instead of praising him to the skies. At this point of his oration, Bossuet addressed himself to the nuns of Chaillot, who were assisting at the funeral of their benefactress. But after she had listened to your consolations, holy maidens, you, her inestimable friends, for so in life she often called you, after you had led her to sigh before the altar of her only protector, then she could confide to you the consolations she received from on high, and you can recount her Christian progress, for you have been faithful witnesses. How many times has she returned thanks to God? For what? My hearers ask you, for having restored her son? No, but for having rendered her la reine malheureuse. Ah, I regret the narrow boundaries of the place where I speak. My voice ought to resound to the ends of the wide earth. I would make every ear to hear that her griefs had made her learned in the science of salvation and the efficacy of the cross, when all Christendom were united in sympathy for her unexampled sorrows. After this ceremony, the Duke of Orleans placed the Abbé Montague, grand almoner of his deceased aunt, at the head of the ecclesiastical establishment in his household. The Duchess of Orleans received her mother's aged friend, Père Cyprien Gamache, as her almoner, but the old man did not long survive his patroness. His well-known characters soon cease from the yellow pages of his journal, and another hand takes the pen. The continuator of the manuscript observes, when describing the general mourning, ordered through France by Louis XIV on the death of his aunt, Our country did not merely recognize the decease of a queen of England in the loss of this princess, but that of the last surviving child of her great Henry as a daughter of France, sweet, familiar, obliging, and doing good to all around her, and manifesting those great qualities which win all hearts. Our king ordered all the rites of her interment and obsequies at St. Denis to be conducted with the utmost pomp of royalty, and the expenses were discharged at his cost. There is a manuscript among the archives of France, the contents of which have been partly quoted when they occurred in chronological order. It was evidently written under the direction of the abbess of Chaillot for the assistance of Bossuet when he composed his funeral oration. He has availed himself of its contents in many passages which he knew would be edifying to his auditory, but which we omit, as displeasing not only to the Reformed Church, but to the English readers in general. The composition is simple and innocent, the French spelled in an illiterate manner. Nevertheless, it preserves a few anecdotes of interest, which are illustrative of the private character of the queen. She founded our convent in July 1651, at a time when she was under a very heavy pressure of grief. Her husband's murder had previously caused her deep and enduring sorrow. At first, she was overwhelmed with despair. By degrees, her mind returned to God, but she could not resign herself to his will till she had many times offered up this orison. Lord God, thou hast permitted it, therefore I will submit myself with all my strength. Conversing with us in her most private hours, she declared that she had found this aspiration efficacious in producing resignation even on occasions the most excruciating. And these, she added mournfully, came very frequently. For since the last 20 years I have not passed one day, but what has brought much trouble. She once told our very honored mother, the Abbess de Lafayette, speaking of the health of her soul, that she often returned thanks to God that as he had called her to the state of royalty, that he had made her a Christian, and consequently an unfortunate queen. For, she added, that queens in a state of prosperity are too much tempted to forget his ordinances. Here we trace one of the most striking perorations of Bossuet's discourse. Among the practical virtues of Henrietta, the good nun very properly recognizes the interest she felt in the welfare of her domestics, and the pains she took to reconcile any differences that arose among them. The frequent consultations she held, if any unhappiness or ill fortune befell them. Any other queen who was less sweet-tempered, says another fragment manuscript in the Hôtel des Soubise, would have been wholly deserted, when she was reduced to such distress at the time of the Fronde, but the privations that her lowest servants endured before they quitted her for a short time in search of food were astonishing. Our dear queen, they said, shares them with us, and what is enough for her is so for us. From which we gather that the daughter of Henri Quatre inherited the true heroism which led her to reject all indulgences which she could not share with her suffering household. If they had fire, she warmed her shivering limbs. If they had none, she went without. If they had food, she broke her fast. If they had none, she starved with them. Consideration for the feelings of others marked her conduct, resumes her friend the abbess. She never took advantage of her power, as our foundress, to fill our quiet cloisters with noisy and irreverent persons of her court. When she came, she only brought one of her ladies and 2 or 3 quiet female servants. So particular was she in preventing unhallowed intrusion, that one day, when she came to see us, and she was too ill to walk, and was obliged to be carried from her coach, she sent in first to know if we had any objection to permit her bearers to enter our court. These little traits prove that Queen Henrietta had the manners in private life of a perfect gentlewoman. We have since said Mass in remembrance of her Majesty, continues the manuscript, on the 10th of every month, which we shall continue all round the year, and on the anniversary of her death, we devote to her memory all possible marks of our respectful gratitude. Henrietta died intestate, but thanks to the careful liquidation of her expenditure every week, she was not in debt. Her nephew, Louis XIV, according to a law of France then in force, was heir to all her effects as an intestate person. Against this proceeding, Charles II remonstrated by the agency of Sir Lionel Jenkin, Doctor of Laws. A document among the archives of France states that, November 6, 1669, the King of France gave permission to the ambassador from England to Abbe Montague, to Count Arenberg, equerry to the deceased queen, and to le Docteur Jenquin, to enter into the abbey of the Visitation of Chaillot when it pleased them, to make an inventory of the effects that Queen Henrietta had left there. An inventory of the furniture of her reserved apartments in the convent is extant. It is simple and homely. The abbess of the convent delivered a wrought silver casket, which the queen had left in her care, to Abbe Montague, who took possession of it for Charles II. A few days afterwards, the visitors returned again, and presented to the convent, in the name of that king, the furniture which belonged to his mother. At the importunity of his sister Henrietta, he bestowed a more solid reward on the community of Chaillot for their attention to his mother's remains. There is written the following memorandum on a little yellow scrap of paper, torn off some printed circular of a sermon preached in 1670, and pinned on the nun's manuscript we have recently quoted. When Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, went to visit her brother in England, His Majesty Charles II gave her for us 2,000 gold Jacobusses, worth 26,000 francs, for the purpose of building a chapel to put therein the precious heart of our beloved queen. Of this sum we have received half. May our Lord recompense those who have done this, and give repose to our illustrious queen and founder. Dieu soit béni. The King of France sent the Count de Saint-Aignan, first gentleman of his bedchamber, to condole with Charles II on the death of his mother. A general mourning was ordered for her throughout England, and the people vied with each other in testifying respect to her memory. This court mourning must have been of an extraordinary length, for according to a passage in the memoirs of Mademoiselle de Montpensier, Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, on her return from England 6 months afterwards, expressed her satisfaction to that princess, that the respect paid by the English to the memory of the late queen her mother, for she found the people as well as the whole court in the deepest mourning. This visit, continued Mademoiselle, renewed the grief of my cousin, the Duchess of Orleans, for her mother. She felt her loss severely at this particular time, since she always had relied on Queen Henrietta to reconcile her with her husband, as she usually lived on uneasy terms with him. Whenever she spoke of her mother, after her return to France, she was ready to weep, and had some trouble to restrain her tears. More than once I saw them ready to fall. This was but a few days before the sudden death of the beautiful Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans. She only survived a few months the parent, whose loss she still mourned, and whose maternal friendship she so much needed. She died June 15, 1670. The story that she was poisoned is too deeply rooted to be easily eradicated. Her cousin, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, declares that she died of cholera morbus. Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, was the only daughter who survived Queen Henrietta out of 5. Of her 3 sons, Charles II and James, Duke of York only, were alive at the time of her death. She was mother to 2 monarchs of Great Britain, and grandmother to 3, to the Queen of Spain and a Dauphiness of France. Verses and elegies, both Latin and English, were written in such profusion to the memory of Queen Henrietta that a large volume might be filled with them. The best of these elegiac tributes is the following. Great Queen of cares and crosses, tossed and hurled through all the changes of a guilty world, a queen to kings and emperors allied, great Henry's daughter and blessed Charles' bride, yet did the envious thistle interpose twixt her French lilies and our English rose. Blessed Queen, thy mind maintains so calm a state as crowned thee sovereign of thyself and fate. Angels now sing to thee their airs divine, and join in an applause as vast as thine, who claim the garland by the matchless life of a dear mother and a faultless wife, and having gained it meekly, now layest down an earthly diadem for a heavenly crown. And you, dear Queen, one grateful subject leave, who, what he owed your life, has paid your grave. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 1, Part 1. The birth of Catharine of Braganza occurred at a momentous crisis for her country and her family. Her father, John, Duke of Braganza, afterwards surnamed the Fortunate, was the grandson and representative of Dona Maria, Duchess of Braganza, the rightful heiress of the royal house of Portugal, who on the death of the cardinal king, Don Henry, the successor of the unfortunate Don Sebastian, entered the lists as a claimant of the crown, with two powerful competitors, the Prince of Parma and Philip II of Spain. Might overcame right on that occasion, for it is well known that Philip succeeded in annexing Portugal to his own dominions, and for a period of nearly 60 years, that country remained in the degraded position of an oppressed and misgoverned province of Spain. Repeated wrongs and insults roused at length the spirit of the descendants of the Lusitanian heroes, who had maintained the independence of their country against the victorious legions of Rome, and, for centuries of successful warfare, repelled the aggressions of the Moors. The imbecile despotism and political blunders of their Spanish rulers, Philip III and IV, while they excited their anger and contempt, inspired them with hope that a bold struggle for liberty might be successfully attempted. Patriotic associations were secretly organized in Lisbon and all the principal towns of Portugal for throwing off the Spanish yoke and asserting their national independence once more. The hour of political regeneration drew nigh. All eyes naturally turned on the last of the old royal line, the Duke of Braganza, the patriotic party with hope and confidence, and the Spanish authorities with feeling of jealous suspicion. Braganza considered, meantime, that measures were not sufficiently matured for a successful rising, and to avoid alike the observations of his foes and the perilous intrigues of his friends, he retired with his beloved wife, Dona Luisa, the daughter of the Duke of Medina Sidonia, and their two infant sons, to his palace of Villa Viçosa. It was in this delicious spot, which has been justly named the terrestrial paradise of Portugal, that the Duchess gave birth to her third child, a daughter, on St. Catherine's Day, November 25, 1638, between the hours of 8 and 9 in the evening. On Saturday, the 12th of the following December, the infant princess was baptized with great pomp in the ducal chapel of the parish by Antonio de Brito y Sousa, the dean of the chapel, and in honor of the virgin saint and martyr on whose festival she was born, she was named Catharine. Her godfather was the Marquis de Ferra, Don Francisco de Mayo, a wealthy grandee of high rank, and one of the most beloved of her father's friends and partisans. The anniversary of Catharine of Braganza's birth has always been regarded as an auspicious day for Portugal, in consequence of an incident which connected the celebration of the fete when she completed her second year with the emancipation of that country from the yoke of Spain. It was on that day, November 25, 1640, that Don Gaspar Coutinho came to Villa Viçosa to urge the Duke of Braganza to accede to the prayer of the associated patriots that he should declare himself their leader and accept the crown of which he was the rightful heir. This proposition filled the Duke with perplexity, for he was not only happy in the enjoyment of all the ties of domestic love as a husband and father, but in peaceful possession of estates, comprising not less than a third of the realm, and was unwilling to hazard the loss of these by embarking on an enterprise so full of peril. The bold spirit of his wife decided his doubtful resolve by an appeal to his parental love and pride. "This day," said she, "our friends are assembled round us to celebrate the anniversary of the birth of our little Catharine, and who knows but this new guest may not have been sent to certify you that it is the will of heaven, through an especial grace, to invest you with that crown of which you have long been unjustly deprived by Spain. For my part, I regard it as a happy presage that he comes on such a day." She then caused the infant Catharine to be brought in, and having made her kiss the Duke, she added, "How can you find it in your heart to refuse to confer on this child the rank of a king's daughter?" This burst of feminine eloquence had a more powerful effect on the wavering mind of the duke than all the persuasions and reasonings of the patriotic nobles and statesmen, by whom he was surrounded, and he declared his determination to peril his great wealth, his life, and all the blessings by which he was surrounded, for the glorious object of delivering his country from a foreign yoke. A few days afterwards, he bade adieu to the beautiful shades of Villa Viçosa, and removed, with his wife and little ones, to Lisbon, where he was immediately proclaimed king by the title of Juan IV, and commenced active measures for the liberation of his realm. The struggle was long and fierce, for although Don Juan won almost every battle in which he encountered his enemies, the physical force and resources of Spain were so infinitely superior to those of Portugal, that at times it required all the energetic eloquence of his queen, Donna Luisa, to encourage him even to hope for a successful issue. The event proved the truth of the glorious aphorism, that freedom's battle once begun, bequeathed from the bleeding sire to son, though baffled oft, is always won. The title of Don Juan was not allowed by the Pope or by any of the Catholic courts of Europe, except that of France. But Portugal had always found an ally and protector in England, and Charles I, though unable to assist Don Juan in any other way, rendered him the important service of recognizing him as the sovereign of Portugal. Immediately after the decisive overthrow that was given to the Spanish forces by Don Juan in the year 1644, he empowered his ambassador, Sabran, to make overtures to Charles for a marriage between their children, the Prince of Wales, afterwards Charles II, and the little Infanta, Catharine of Braganza. The finances of the royal party in England were then at so low an ebb that the dower, with which the great wealth of Don Juan enabled him to endow his daughter, would doubtless have been very acceptable, yet Charles did not respond to the proposal in an encouraging manner. He had probably felt the disadvantage of the differences on religious matters between himself and his own consort too keenly, to wish to see his son united to a Roman Catholic princess. Nothing, in fact, could have been more unpopular than such an alliance, independently of the unsuitable ages of the parties, Catharine having only just completed her 7th year, while the Prince of Wales was turned of 14. 17 years afterwards, when they actually became man and wife, Catharine was, by many persons, considered too old for the consort of a prince so many years her senior. The father of Catharine maintained the contest against the gigantic power of Spain with better fortune than that which attended the struggle of Charles I with his rebellious subjects, and he finally succeeded in establishing himself on the throne of Portugal. Catharine received her education in a convent, where she was very strictly bred under the watchful superintendence of the Queen Mother, by whom she was tenderly beloved, and she was so much the object of her royal father's affection that just before his death he executed a grant, dated November 1st, 1656, in which, after an acknowledgment of her virtues, he gave her the island of Madeira, the city of Lanego, and the town of Moura, with all their territories, rents, tributes, and other privileges to be enjoyed by her. He also gave her other places and sources of income, but provided that, in case of her marriage out of the kingdom, she should relinquish them on receiving a proper equivalent from the crown. Soon after he had made this princely statement on Donna Catharine, her illustrious father died in the prime of life, worn out with the toils and anxieties of the arduous struggle in which he had engaged. The Spaniards testified an indecent joy at the news of his death, but he had left the regency of the kingdom in the hands of his queen, the master spirit by whom he had been incited to the glorious enterprise of a liberator, and to her the honor was reserved of completing the work of national regeneration, which he had been compelled to leave unfinished. Don Alfonso, the eldest brother of Catharine, was of age to reign at the death of the king their father, but such was the confidence that all parties reposed in the talents and virtues of the widowed queen, that she was permitted to resume the reins of government, which she retained for upwards of 10 years. she triumphantly established the independence of Portugal, not merely by the repeated victories which her armies won over the invading forces of Spain, but by the diplomatic skill with which she steered her difficult course with foreign powers. Her domestic government and commercial policy were even more admirable, and she was universally considered as the wisest sovereign in Europe. The daughter of such a princess was not likely to remain without candidates for her hand. Many proposals were made, but Donna Luisa had determined to render Catharine's marriage a source of additional strength to her newly established throne of Portugal, and she appears to have kept her single with the secret intention of securing an alliance with England, by wedding her with Charles II, whose restoration her penetration enabled her to foresee. If Vernet may be credited, the preliminary overtures for this marriage were made to General Monk by a Jew, who, notwithstanding the penalties attached to his proscribed and persecuted religion in Portugal, had obtained very considerable influence in the cabinet of Donna Luisa. This statement is probably correct, for Jews had frequently been employed both as spies and political agents. The strong links of fellowship which bind this widely scattered people together as one large family extend from one end of the world to the other, and afford peculiar means of information to a diplomatist of that race. The sagacious Queen of Portugal had no doubt received, through this source, certain intelligence of the impending changes in England, when she directed him to propose the alliance to the man who was silently but surely concerting measures for securing a lasting peace for England by the recall of her exiled king. The idea of a Catholic consort for Charles was not likely to meet with much encouragement from Monk. Charles himself was then occupied in wooing a princess who would have been a more suitable bride for him than a daughter of either Spain or Portugal. After wounded pride had enabled him to conquer his passion for the fair Hortense Mancini, he withdrew to Hochstatten, a village in Flanders, about 4 miles from Breda, where he often went to visit his sister, the Princess of Orange. He had there frequent opportunities of seeing and conversing with the Princess Henrietta, daughter of Frederick Henry, Prince of Orange, and became honourably attached to her. The regard was mutual, and he sent the Marquess of Ormond to propose the marriage to the elder Princess Dowager of Orange, but she declined the offer for her daughter, declaring that she saw no chance for the amendment of his fortunes. When the deputation from Parliament, inviting Charles to return to England and take possession of the crown, arrived at Breda, bringing a present of £50,000 in gold, to relieve the personal necessities of the destitute sovereign, the old lady regretted her narrow-minded policy, and would willingly have made any concession to repair the blunder she had committed in declining his alliance. Charles, however, treated all overtures from her for that purpose with the contempt they merited. He could not forgive the personal affront that had been offered to him in the season of his adversity. When the first burst of national joy which greeted Charles II on his restoration to the throne of Great Britain had a little subsided, his friends became urgent with him to choose a consort. The selection of Catharine of Braganza for the Queen of Charles II has generally been attributed to the family policy of the Lord Chancellor Clarendon, who, it is said, did not wish the sovereign to marry a princess likely to bring heirs to the crown, to deprive the children of the Duke of York by his daughter of the regal succession. But as Catharine was only in her 23rd year when the negotiation for this alliance first commenced, it was quite as likely that she would have a family as the Duchess of York, and Charles was the last man in the world to be guided in his choice of a wife by the selfish views of his minister. The real spring of this marriage was Louis XIV, and according to Carte, the person by whom it was suggested to Charles, in the first instance, was no other than his own mother, Queen Henrietta, who was in the interest of the French cabinet, and at the same time desirous of seeing her son united to a princess of her own religion. The negotiation was opened towards the close of her visit to England in 1660, or immediately after her departure, in the following manner. The Portuguese ambassador, Don Francisco de Mello, Catharine of Braganza's godfather, paid Charles's Lord Chamberlain, the Earl of Manchester, a visit one day, and after bestowing many commendations on his royal master, observed, that it was time he should bestow himself in marriage, and that nothing could keep him single but the difficulty of finding a suitable consort for him. He then added, that there was in Portugal a princess in her beauty, person, and age very fit for him, and who could have a portion suitable to her birth and quality. She was indeed a Catholic, and would never depart from her religion, but she had none of that meddling activity which sometimes made persons of that faith troublesome when they came into a country where another mode of worship was practiced. That she had been bred under a wise mother, who had carefully infused another spirit into her, and kept her from affecting to interfere in state affairs with which she was totally unacquainted, so that she could be contented to enjoy her own religion, without concerning herself with what others professed. The ambassador concluded by saying, that he had authority to make the proposition to the king, accompanied with such advantages as he thought no other power in Europe could offer. The Lord Chamberlain duly repeated this conversation to the king, who merely replied that he would think of it. But the next morning the ambassador came to his majesty, and going straight to the point, repeated to him all he had said to his Lord Chamberlain, and concluded by stating, that he was authorized to offer 500,000 sterling in ready money as a portion for the Infanta, and likewise to assign over an annex to the crown of England forever, the possession of Tangier upon the African shore in the Mediterranean Sea, a place of that strength and importance as would be of infinite benefit and security to the trade of England, likewise to grant to the English nation a free trade in Brazil and in the East Indies, which they had hitherto denied to all nations but themselves, and also promised to put into his majesty's hands the island of Bombay, with its spacious bay, towns, and castles, which possessions, he said, might be valued far above the portion in money. Charles, who was not only burdened with the debts incurred by the protectorate, but already pretty deeply involved on his own account, listened to the proffer of 500,000 of money with ill-suppressed delight, and hastened to communicate the overture to his premier. Charles confessed to Clarendon that the proposals pleased him, and that he considered they might prove of notable advantage to the kingdom. And he asked him what he himself thought of it. Clarendon replied dryly, that he had not heard enough of it to form an opinion, never having heard a word of it till that moment, and therefore he should not be able to do more, when the ambassador came to him, than to hear what he said and report to his majesty. For the present, he only asked if his majesty had given up all thoughts of a Protestant wife. Charles replied, that he could not find one except among his own subjects, and among them he had seen no one that pleased him sufficiently for that purpose. Then, observing Clarendon to look fixedly at him, he added, that he would never more think of the Princess of Orange's daughter, her mother having used him so ill when he proposed it, and if he should now propose it, he knew his mother would never consent to it, and it would break his sister's heart. To this his minister replied, that he desired nothing more than to see his majesty well married, and he was very confident all his good subjects were in the same mind, and that he was ready to confer with the Portuguese ambassador on the subject. Charles then appointed a secret council to be held at the Lord Chancellor's house, consisting only of the Marquess of Ormond, the Lord Treasurer, the Lord Chamberlain, Secretary Nicholas, and the Chancellor, at which he presided, and opened the business to them in person. He said, that he had inquired of his two great naval commanders, the Earl of Sandwich and Sir John Lawson, what place Tangier was, pointing to it at the same time on the map, and they both said, they knew it well from the sea. But Sir John Lawson had been in it, and had represented it as a place of great importance, which, if it fell into the hands of the Dutch, and they were to make a mole there, would enable them to give the law to all the trade of the Mediterranean. With which discourse his majesty seemed much impressed. The expediency of his choosing a Protestant queen having been suggested by some of the lords, Charles again said, where he should find one. Several German princesses were then mentioned to him. Odds fish, exclaimed the king impatiently. They are all dull and foggy. I cannot like any one of them for a wife. Another of the lords named a lady, whom report said had been to his majesty's taste, the Princess Henrietta of Orange, but Charles cut him short by saying, he had unanswerable objections to that marriage. It was then unanimously agreed that there was no Catholic princess in Europe who could offer such advantages as the Infanta of Portugal, whose portion in money was almost double what any king of England had ever received with a consort, and her territorial appanages were places of great importance for the increase of trade, especially in the Indies and the Mediterranean, where such damage had been sustained by the commercial relations of England during the late troubles. The king approved these observations and ordered their lordships to open the matrimonial treaty with all possible secrecy. Don Francisco de Mayo offered to go back to Portugal in order to facilitate the business there, not doubting, he said, to return with full powers for the completion of the treaty. Charles wrote to Catharine's mother, the queen regent, and her brother, the king, letters expressing his wish for the marriage, and also to herself, as to a lady he looked upon as his betrothed wife. He assigned 2 ships for the convoy of the ambassador, who, with his wife and family, immediately set sail for Lisbon. The news of the auspicious manner in which the preliminaries for this alliance had been opened filled the court of Lisbon with great joy, and the diplomatic skill of Don Francisco was immediately rewarded with the title of Count da Ponte, and he was dispatched to England with full powers to conclude the marriage. He arrived in London, January 1661, but found an unexpected change in the manner of his reception, or rather non-reception, for he could not obtain an audience from the king or leave to present the replies of the royal family to Charles's letters. The king had, in the meantime, received a very unpleasant impression of Catharine from the reports of the emissaries of Spain, who were, of course, anxious to break the match. Digby, Earl of Bristol, Clarendon's great enemy, had just returned from a visit to the court of Spain, and in his first interview with the king, penetrated the secret of the matrimonial treaty with Portugal. This earl, says Clarendon, valued himself on the faculty of perplexing and obstructing everything in which he had no hand. In accordance with this amiable propensity, he went to the Spanish ambassador and informed him of what was going on. That envoy, who had established himself on terms of great familiarity with King Charles, took the liberty of remonstrating with him on the subject of his friendly negotiations with Portugal, and finding his arguments made no impression on the king, he began to deprecate the person of the Infanta, saying that she was deformed, had bad health, and it was well known in Spain and Portugal that she would never have children, with many other remarks, to which Charles's curiosity tempted him to forget his dignity so far as to listen. These injurious reports were confirmed by the Earl of Bristol, who then, by way of antithesis, drew an attractive description of the beauty of some of the Italian princesses, of whom he said the king might take his choice, and that, if he would give up the Portuguese match, the King of Spain would agree to give either of those ladies whom he had selected as large a portion as if she were a daughter of Spain. These discourses greatly abated Charles's inclination for a marriage with Catharine of Braganza. He broke off his negotiations with that court, and inclined so far to the persuasions of the Spanish ambassador to take a consort of his master's recommending, as to send the Earl of Bristol on a secret mission to the city of Parma, to obtain further information regarding the personal qualifications of the 2 princesses. One sight of these ladies, of whom he had a view as they were going to church, was sufficient to convince the earl that neither would suit the taste of his royal master. One was so fat and the other so ugly that he dared not incur the risk of recommending either to his prince, who was so great a connoisseur in female beauty as Charles. When Vatteville, the Spanish ambassador, learned the ill success of Bristol's voyage of discovery, he made a bold attempt to prevent the Portuguese alliance, and actually offered to portion a Protestant bride for Charles. He pathetically enlarged on the inconveniences and unpopularity that would attend a Catholic marriage, and earnestly recommended him to marry a daughter of the King of Denmark or of the Elector of Saxony. Charles, meantime, had made inquiries of several persons who had lately returned from Portugal as to what manner of woman the Infanta really was, and received a description of her very different from the prejudiced representations of the Spanish envoy and his creatures. This decided him to show a little more courtesy to the Portuguese ambassador, who had fallen sick with vexation at the contempt that had been put upon him and his princess by the fickle monarch. The renewal of the friendly communications in that quarter elicited fresh remonstrances from Vatteville, and Charles, who was really weary of his interference and importunity, began to evince some impatience. Then the haughty envoy changed his caressing tone, and said in plain words, that he was directed by the king his master to let his majesty know that, if he should proceed towards a marriage with the daughter of his rebel, the Duke of Braganza, he had orders to take his leave presently and declare war against him. Charles took fire at this impertinence and replied, with becoming spirit, that he might be gone as soon as he liked, and that he would not receive orders from the Catholic king how to dispose of himself in marriage. The ambassador found he had gone too far, and the next day waited upon his majesty, and after many flattering expressions, made him an offer, in the name of his royal master, by endowing her, whom he had once been eager to marriage, from motives of pure affection, Henrietta of Orange, with a portion equal to a daughter of Spain. Any proposition for making her his queen, whose hand had been denied him in the season of his adversity, always appears to have excited an indignant feeling on the part of Charles, nor could the proffered gold and political adoption of Spain overcome his pique against her. His misgivings as to the personal defects of Catharine of Braganza, however, caused him still to waver and delay the completion of the marriage treaty. Meanwhile, a special messenger from France arrived, with a private communication from Louis XIV, expressing regret that any obstruction to the Portuguese match should have arisen, as the Infanta was a lady of great beauty and admirable endowments, and that he had formerly serious thoughts of marrying her himself, only he had been deterred, by complaisance for the queen his mother, who was a Spanish princess, from that alliance. He concluded with an offer of 300,000 pistoles to relieve King Charles of his pecuniary embarrassments, and an intimation that he could not do better than to bestow himself in marriage with the Infanta of Portugal. Though Louis had married a Spanish princess, it was to his interest to prevent his brother of Spain from acquiring a formidable preponderance in the balance of power by the acquisition of Portugal. He therefore did his best to provide Donna Luisa with a son-in-law who would be able and willing to espouse her cause. Charles was also reminded that Catharine was only the third in succession from the crown of that realm, which in the event of her brother's dying without issue must devolve upon her. A sight of the portrait of the dark-eyed Infanta appears, after all, to have had more effect in deciding Charles to accept her hand than all the diplomatic subtleties of the courts of France and Portugal, the grave reasoning of his Lord Chancellor, or even the tempting dowry with which her politic mother offered to endow her. The portrait which was submitted to his consideration was reported to have been very like Catharine, and is supposed to have been the same which was lately sold in the dispersion of Horace Walpole's collection at Strawberry Hill. Catharine of Braganza is there represented as a lovely glowing brunette, with enchanting dark eyes and a rich profusion of chestnut hair, disposed in a waved pyramid on each side of her face, consisting of parallel lines of cannon curls, descending in graduated rows to the waist, in a most extraordinary and unaccountable fashion, as if in imitation of a Lord Chief Justice's state wig, but without powder. The whole of a very beautiful head of hair was spread out in this fantastic form inside wings, with the exception of one large tress, which was combed slanting across the forehead, and gave additional oddity to this strange costume. Charles, whose devotion to dark-eyed beauties was almost proverbial, after attentively examining the portrait, said, "That person cannot be handsome," and forthwith consented to see the ambassador, and receive the replies he had brought to the letters he had written to Catharine and her royal relatives, which he had so long neglected to notice. The ambassador entered into very full explanations with regard to the portion. The queen regent, he said, having resolved not to touch the public money that was raised for carrying on the war, had sold her own jewels and plate, and made up the deficiency by borrowing plate and jewels of the churches and monasteries, by which means she had the whole sum ready, sealed up in bags, and deposited where no one could take it to apply to any other use. That the fleet which was to be sent for the princess might first go to Tangier and take possession of it, her majesty having removed the old governor, who was, she said, humorous, meaning perverse, and sent out another, on whose compliance she could depend, to deliver that place into his majesty's hands. She had taken similar precautions with regard to Bombay, and furthermore, to give the greatest proof that it was possible to do of her confidence in his honour, she would send the infanta unmarried to him, which was such a trust as had never before been reposed in any prince. The true reason of the politic mother of Catharine offering to dispense with the usual security of a marriage by proxy for her daughter was that the papal see, overawed by the power of Spain, had never acknowledged the independence of Portugal and the royal title of either Juan IV or Don Alfonso. Consequently, the reigning pope, Alexander, to whom she must have applied for a dispensation for the infanta to contract marriage with a prince of the reformed religion, without which the ceremony could not be performed in Portugal, would have mentioned her only as the daughter of the late Duke of Braganza and the sister of the present. This would have been more injurious to the royal family of Portugal than anything that could have been done by the fleets and armies of Spain. So that, says Clarendon, before they would receive that affront, the most jealous nation in the world chose rather to send the daughter of the kingdom to be married in England, and not to be married till she came thither. Charles, on his part, wisely avoided all the inconveniences and offences that might have arisen at the coronation of a Catholic queen, by having the ceremonial of his inauguration performed before his union with Catharine of Braganza had taken place. He was crowned, with great splendour and universal rejoicing, on St. George's Day, April 23, 1661. On the 8th of May, the new parliament met at Westminster, and was opened by the king in person, who addressed them in a long and very interesting speech from the throne, in which, after reminding them that it was the anniversary of the day on which he was proclaimed, and recommending them to forget all former divisions, and live peaceably together, he communicated to them his royal intentions with regard to his marriage in the following jocose manner. I will not conclude without telling you some news that I think will be very acceptable to you, and therefore I should think myself unkind and ill-natured if I did not impart it to you. I have been put in mind by my friends that it was now time to marry, and I thought so myself ever since I came into England. But there appear difficulties enough in the choice, though many overtures have been made to me. And if I should never marry until I could make such a choice, against which there could be no foresight of any inconvenience that may ensue, you would live to see me an old bachelor, which I think you do not desire to do. I can now tell you, not only that I am resolved to marry, but to whom I am resolved to marry. If God please, it is with the daughter of Portugal. And I will make all the haste I can to fetch you a queen hither, who, I doubt not, will bring great blessings with her to me and you. Both houses of parliament voted and presented addresses of congratulation on his majesty the next day. This was announced in due form to the Portuguese ambassador by Clarendon, who paid him a state visit on this occasion, the particulars of which are briefly related by Don Francisco de Mello in the following letter to the young king of Portugal, Catharine's brother. Signor, this day the Grand Chancellor came to me with great pomp, 2 of his gentlemen bearing his insignia, which are a gilded mace and a crimson velvet purse, embroidered with the arms of his Majesty of Great Britain, and this visit is much to be valued, because it has not hitherto been made to any other ambassador. He brought me the resolutions which had been come to by the 2 houses of Lords and Commons, copies of which accompany this letter, whereby your Majesty will perceive the general approbation which all England shows at the wise choice which this prince has made of the most serene Lady Infanta to be queen of these kingdoms. God prosper his actions, and guard the royal person of your majesty, as your vassals desire and need of. Conde da Ponte. London, 23rd of May, 1661. Exactly 1 month after the date of this letter, Charles II signed the memorable treaty at Whitehall that united England and Portugal in a bond of alliance which has remained unbroken to the present day. The cession of Bombay as a part of the dowry of Catharine of Braganza gave to England her first possession in the East Indies, and proved ultimately the means of adding that mighty colonial empire, with all its commercial wealth and importance, to the British crown. Such was one of the results of the otherwise infelicitous union of that princess with Charles II. The marriage articles secured to Catherine the free exercise of her religion, with power to fit up a chapel in any palace where she might reside, the enjoyment of a settled income of £30,000 a year, which was to continue undiminished if she became queen dowager, and full liberty to return to her own country in that case, if it were her pleasure so to do. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 1, Part 2. The Earl of Sandwich was entrusted with the command of the fleet appointed to take possession of Tangier, and then to bring the royal bride to England. The Spanish ambassador, meantime, although the representative of a prince who claimed to be the Catholic king, endeavoured to raise a popular clamour in London by circulating incendiary papers, and setting forth an exaggerated summary of the evils that might arise to Protestant England from the introduction of a popish queen. His attempts to excite opposition to the Portuguese marriage were unavailing. All classes had beheld with uneasiness the pernicious influence exercised over the mind of the sovereign by Mrs. Palmer, and were anxious to see a virtuous princess presiding over the court, which, under their bachelor king, began to assume an ominous resemblance to that of William Rufus, where it was, of course, impossible for any ladies of character to appear. In short, King Charles's loyal lieges appeared to have come to the conclusion that it was better for him to have a popish queen than no queen at all. The Spanish ambassador, having been seen in the act of throwing some of the inflammatory papers out of his own windows among the soldiery, King Charles sent the Secretary of State to him with orders to quit the realm forthwith, without presuming to see his face again. Vatteville implored, even with tears, to be permitted to beg his majesty's pardon in a parting interview, but Charles very properly declined receiving his submission, and was eager to hasten the departure of so troublesome a busybody out of his dominions. The demurs and changes of purpose which had marked the conduct of the royal wooer during the progress of the matrimonial treaty had caused no slight uneasiness to the Portuguese. Their political existence, the security of life and property, appeared to depend at this crisis on the British alliance. The anxiety with which they watched the event may be seen by the reports of Thomas Maynard to Sir Edward Nicholas, Charles's Secretary of State. About 4 days since arrived in this port 3 merchant ships, who brought the news of his majesty's intentions to make the Infanta Queen of England, the welcomest news that ever came to the Portuguese people, and confirmed by the king's and by the chancellor's speeches. There is no doubt his majesty hath made both nations very happy in his choice. The Infanta is a lady of incomparable virtue, of excellent parts, very beautiful, and of an indifferent stature, that is, middle height, being somewhat taller than the queen, his majesty's mother, that is, Henrietta Maria. Maynard goes on to describe the delight and gratitude that the Portuguese court and capital manifested because the English fleet had appeared to protect the homeward-bound Brazilian merchantmen from the deprivations of the Dutch navy, so that the streets of Lisbon rang daily with the acclamations, "Viva il Rey de Gran Bretagna," whom God hath raised to protect us from our implacable foes. Such were the feelings with which the native country of Catharine of Braganza entered into the alliance with England. All doubts and uncertainties were soon after removed by the arrival of the Conde da Ponte in Lisbon, charged with full powers from Charles for the completion of the necessary arrangements with the court of Portugal for putting him in possession of his bride. The Conde was the bearer of 2 autograph letters from His Britannic Majesty, one to Donna Catharine, the other to the Queen Regent of Portugal. My lady and mother, this is brought by the good Count da Ponte. The marriage is already concluded, and I obliged him to set forth from hence by the most urgent request, as he will thereby greatly aid me in regulating the arrival of the Queen my wife, and likewise be useful to her during the voyage, for which I entreat your Majesty will excuse his having returned this time without orders. In what concerns the affairs of Portugal, in order that nothing therein may be prejudged, from the absence of the Count, I shall take upon myself the care of them, and thus represent him here, whilst he does the like by me in that kingdom. With regard to him as my minister on his arrival, your Majesty will be good enough to give entire and royal faith to all he may state as coming from me, touching the quick return of my wife, who may God bring to me in health, and may he preserve your Majesty likewise for the many years I desire. The son of your Majesty, who kisses your hands, Carlos Rex. London, the 2nd of July, 1661. The epistle of his betrothed is one of the most elegant specimens of a royal love letter that was ever penned, at least by a king of Great Britain. My lady and wife, already at my request, the good Count da Ponte has set off for Lisbon. For me, the signing of the marriage has been great happiness, and there is about to be dispatched at this time after him one of my servants, charged with what would appear necessary, whereby may be declared, on my part, the inexpressible joy of this felicitous conclusion, which, when received, will hasten the coming of your Majesty. I am going to make a short progress into some of my provinces. In the meantime, whilst I go from my most sovereign good, yet I do not complain as to whither I go, seeking in vain tranquillity in my restlessness, hoping to see the beloved person of your Majesty in these kingdoms, already your own, and that with the same anxiety with which, after my long banishment, I desire to see myself within them, and my subjects desiring also to behold me amongst them, having manifested their most ardent wishes for my return, well known to the world. The presence of your serenity is only wanting to unite us, under the protection of God, in the health and content I desire. I have recommended to the Queen our Lady and Mother the business of the Count da Ponte, who I must here avow has served me in what I regard as the greatest good in this world, which cannot be mine less than it is that of your Majesty, likewise not forgetting the good Richard Russell, who laboured on his part to the same end. The very faithful husband of your Majesty, whose hands he kisses, Charles Rex. London, 2nd of July, 1661. Addressed to the Queen of Great Britain, my wife and lady, whom God preserve. As soon as the marriage treaty was ratified at Lisbon, the Infanta Catharine assumed the title of Queen of Great Britain, and was treated in her brother's court with the same formal respect as if she had been the wedded wife of the sovereign to whom she was betrothed. She was now suffered to emerge from the conventual seclusion in which she had passed the first morning flower of life, and to appear occasionally in public. Maynard gives a favourable report of her character and temper in his official communications to Charles's Secretary of State. "We shall," writes he, "be extremely happy in a queen. She is as sweet a dispositioned princess as ever was born, a lady of excellent parts, but bred hugely retired. She hath hardly been 10 times out of the palace in her life. In 5 years' time, she was not out of doors until she heard of his Majesty's intentions to make her Queen of Great Britain, since which she hath been to visit 2 saints in the city, and very shortly she intends to pay her devotions to some saints in the country." The account of the first use made of her liberty by the simple bride of the merry monarch is certainly amusing enough, and shows how different her notions of pleasure were from those of the ladies of the court over which she was destined to preside. How little, alas, had the education and pursuits of poor Catharine fitted her to become the companion of a prince like Charles II, and the queen of a nation where infidelity was, at that time, considered far more pardonable than a superstitious reverence for saints, or the practice of any of those little fond observances which Catharine had been taught to regard as duties. Ignorant, however, of all the difficulties with which her future path was beset, Catharine anticipated, with feelings of hope and pleasure, her approaching transit to her new country, and both her mother and herself awaited impatiently for the arrival of the Earl of Sandwich, and the fleet that was to convey her to the shores of England. "The Queen Mother," writes Maynard, "is very anxious for her daughter to embark, that she may not be at sea in the winter season." But the admiral of that brave fleet had high and important enterprises to perform before his instructions allowed him to receive the royal bride. It was not till he had cleared the Mediterranean Sea of the pirates, which had done great mischief to the merchant vessels of all nations, taught Algiers and Tunis the respect that was due to the British flag, and taken possession of Tangier in the name of his monarch, that the gallant Earl of Sandwich was at liberty to enter the Bay of Lisbon to perform his mission there. His sails appeared at length, in a happy hour for Portugal, which was then threatened with a more formidable invasion from Spain than it had experienced for upwards of 20 years. The hostile army was already on its march to besiege a seaport town near Lisbon, which, not being prepared for resistance, must have fallen, and its capture might have been followed with the most disastrous consequences to the long-struggling realm. The terror of the English fleet caused the Spanish forces to retire with precipitation, and Catharine enjoyed the proud consciousness of having been the guardian angel of her country. She doubtless drew bright auguries from the auspicious circumstances that the first result of her marriage was to preserve the crown of Portugal to her family and freedom to her country. How exultingly must every pulse in her frame have bounded at that idea, while the gay hopes of youth and the flattering representations all around her contributed to throw a deceptive sunshine on her future destiny? The romantic history of the monarch to whom her hand was plighted, so different from the general dull monotony of the career of other European princes, must have been a captivating theme to the imagination of a princess bred in that seclusion which preserves the vivid feelings and generous sympathies of the female heart in their first bloom, long after the period when collision with the cold, selfish world would have faded their brightness. The early vicissitudes of Charles II, his generous attempt to preserve his father from a scaffold by sending his signature on a blank sheet of paper to Cromwell to be filled up with any terms it might please the tyrant to impose, his adventurous expedition to Scotland, his perils and almost miraculous preservation during his wanderings as a proscribed fugitive after his defeat at Worcester, and his subsequent restoration to the throne of his ancestors after 12 years of poverty and exile, rendered him far more interesting than any fabled hero of poetic fiction, of whom the Lucian or Castilian bards had ever sung. Catharine had received from the hands of the brave cavalier, Sir Richard Fanshawe, the miniature of her affianced lord, who in features and complexion rather resembled one of her own countrymen, or a Spanish cavalier, than a prince of the royal house of Scotland. This love token was accompanied by a letter, written in the style of graceful gallantry which characterizes the billets addressed by Charles II during his state courtship to Catharine of Braganza. On the 8th of November, Catharine was publicly prayed for in the churches of London as Queen of England. Charles employed the winter in making preparations for the reception of his expected bride. The arrangement of her household did not pass over without causing some disputes, as we find from the following passage in a letter from one of the nobles of Charles's court. My lady of Suffolk is declared first lady of the bedchamber to her majesty, at which the Duchess of Richmond and the Countess of Portland, both pretenders to the office, are displeased. The lady who was, of course, most displeased with all the preparations for the reception of the queen was the king's mistress, the beautiful Mrs. Palmer, whom he had lately elevated to the rank of a countess by creating her reluctant husband Earl of Castlemaine. With this bold bad woman, the king, though now professing to regard himself as a married man, passed all his time. He supped at her house every night, and continued to outrage all propriety by the attentions he lavished upon her, both in public and private. He had endeavoured to reconcile her to his marriage, by promising that she should be appointed as one of the ladies of the bedchamber to his queen, which would give him constant opportunities of being in her society. While Charles was preparing, by this disgraceful compromise, to plant thorns in the bridal garland of his confiding consort, and to destroy all hopes of conjugal happiness for himself, the arrival of his representative, the Earl of Sandwich, at Lisbon, was celebrated with the greatest manifestations of joy. Magnificent displays of fireworks, illuminations, and bullfights took place on this occasion, and the queen regent, to mark her approval of the Conde da Ponte's management of the negotiation, created him Marquez de Sandi. Very formal and elaborate were the ceremonials that attended the reception of the Earl of Sandwich, in his character of ambassador extraordinary from his Britannic Majesty, to conduct the queen to England. As soon as the fleet entered the Tagus, the King of Portugal sent Don Pedro de Almeida, the comptroller of his household, to visit him in his ship, attended by his suite, all richly attired, occupying 2 barges. As Don Pedro's barge, which was highly ornamented, approached the ambassador's ship, His Excellency, who was in waiting, descended to the last step of the ladder to receive him, saluting him at the same time with 27 guns. On entering the cabin, Don Pedro seated himself in the best chair, then rose, and taking off his hat, delivered the message of the king, signifying the pleasure His Excellency's arrival gave His Majesty. Then another salute of 27 guns was fired, and the English ambassador responded, with equal solemnity, how deeply he felt the honour that had been conferred upon him. On Don Pedro's departure, he was conducted to the last step of the ladder by the ambassador, who took leave on his stepping into his barge, and saluted with the same number of guns as before. One of the royal coaches was sent to convey the ambassador to the apartments of the Marquez Castello Rodrigo, in the palace which had been prepared for him and his suite, where he was entertained with great magnificence. He made his public entry, conducted by the Marquez de Govea, chief steward of the royal household. He had there personal audience of the king, but the reader is spared the detail of the formalities, which, if we may form an opinion of them from the narration of those which were enacted between him and Don Pedro de Almeida, must almost have rivaled the elaborate genuflections and prostrations which take place at a first introduction into the presence of His Celestial Majesty, the Emperor of China. 2 days afterwards, His Excellency had the honour of being presented to the Queen Regent and his new mistress, the Queen of Great Britain, as the Infanta Catharine was now styled, to whom he delivered letters from his sovereign, written in Spanish, full of tender and endearing expressions. At this audience, Sandwich presented some English gentlemen of rank to Queen Catharine, who had been appointed officers of her household by her royal lord, and she confirmed their appointment by admitting them into their several offices. Nothing but feats, rejoicings, and illuminations were seen and heard, and all went smoothly till the disbursement of the portion of the royal bride was mentioned, when, like many a maternal diplomatist of less exalted rank, the queen mother was compelled to confess her inability to make good the golden expectations she had raised. She told the Earl of Sandwich, with many apologies, that in consequence of the late advance of the Spanish army, she had been compelled to use the money that she had provided for her daughter's portion, in raising troops for the defence of the realm, so that she was only able to pay half the money down, with which she hoped His Majesty would rest satisfied, pledging herself to pay the residue within the year. This declaration threw the ambassador into great perplexity. His instructions were to receive the whole of the portion, and no one was more fully aware than himself how much the promise of $500,000 of money had influenced his needy sovereign to contract this marriage. Never was any man placed in a greater state of embarrassment than the luckless plenipotentiary, who was doomed to act on his own responsibility in a matter of extreme delicacy. He had already taken possession of Tangier, which, by the by, in consequence of the finesse employed by the Queen Regent in securing its peaceful delivery to the English, had very nearly fallen into the hands of the Moors. He had left an English garrison there, and could not think of incurring the expense of bringing them back to England. After all, his resolve was that of a kind-hearted and gallant English sailor, for he signified that he considered the lady of more value than her dowry, by consenting to receive her on board his ship with half the portion, rather than put such a mortification upon her as to leave her behind. If even the moiety of the large sum that had been promised with Catharine of Braganza had been paid in gold or cruzados, Charles would not have had so much cause to complain, but when it came to the upshot, the artful queen regent and her Jew factors delivered it in the form of bags of sugar, spices, and other merchandise. The ambassador vainly protested against this imposition, but he found there was nothing else to be got except jewels, which he positively refused to accept, or the merchandise either, at the valuation that had been fixed upon them, but agreed to receive them on board his ships as a consignment to some merchant in London, who should be empowered by the queen regent to take them in bulk, and pay the king the money which had been stipulated. In conclusion, Diego Silvas, a Jew of great wealth and credit, was sent with the goods as supercargo, who was to settle the account with the king's officers of the exchequer in London. At the same time, a bond was given by the crown of Portugal for the payment of the other moiety of the portion in the space of a year. Everything being now arranged, the royal bride took her departure in the following order. On the 23rd of April, New Style, she left the antechamber of the Queen Mother, followed immediately by her brothers, the King of Portugal and the Infante Don Pedro, the officers of the household, grandees and fidalgos. They descended the staircase of the Queen's apartments to the Hall of the Germans. At the staircase, which leads to the court of the chapel, she was met by the Queen Regent, and as this was the place appointed for taking leave of her mother, she asked permission to kiss her hand, to which the Queen would not consent, but embracing her, gave her her blessing. Neither Catharine nor her mother shed a tear at parting, though both must have felt it deeply, but their ladies and even the nobles who witnessed it wept plentifully. This circumstance is noticed by a contemporary poet who sailed in the Royal Charles, and has recorded every incident that occurred, with formal minuteness, in a heroic poem called Iter Lusitania, or the Portuguese Voyage. He says, "Here the two queens took leave, but in such sort as with amazement filled the throng court. Their carriage more than masculine, no tear from either of their majesties appeared. Art conquered nature, state and reason stood, like two great consuls, to restrain the flood of passion and affection, which ne'ertheless appeared in sad but prudent comeliness. A scene so solemn that the standers by, both lords and ladies, did that want supply. In this great concourse every one appears, paying a tribute to them in their tears." Catharine, having received her royal mother's last embrace, was led between her two brothers, the king and the Infante, to the coach. Before she entered it, she turned about and made a profound reverence to the Queen Mother, who reiterated her blessing, and retired before her children got into the coach. The king gave the right-hand seat to Queen Catharine, and the Infante placed himself with his back to the horses. They were attended by the chief of the nobility, in splendid carriages and costly dresses, the captains of the guard following and covering the royal carriage. The procession passed on to the cathedral between two lines of infantry, the streets being lined with soldiery, and adorned with triumphal arches. All this time were heard repeated salvos of artillery from the fortresses and shipping in the river, and the ringing of the bells from all the monasteries and parish churches in the city. Dancers with music also met them in the streets. It was the festival of St. George, and the circumstance of Catharine's embarkation taking place on that day, St. George being the patron of Portugal as well as England, is commemorated by the rhyming chronicler of her voyage in the following pompous lines. St. George was this day mounted in such state, he feared no dragon, and could find no mate. This day surmounted other feasts, as far as any festival in the calendar does other days. The Portuguese vaunt St. George their guardian and tutelar saint, St. George for England, to the English cry. Queen Catharine and her brothers arrived at 9 o'clock at the cathedral, which was richly decked for the occasion. On entering the principal chapel, Te Deum was sung. The royal party retired behind the curtain, giving always the place of honour to Catharine as Queen Consort of Great Britain. During the mass, the English ambassador, the chief equerry and comptroller, and other Englishmen of the Reformed religion, who had come in the fleet to accompany their new mistress to England, were invited to walk in the cloisters of the cathedral. Mass being finished, the royal family returned to the coach and proceeded to the Terra de Paso, through streets richly decorated with damasks, silks, and cloth of gold, and adorned with triumphal arches of different orders of architecture. Statues of the bride and bridegroom in royal robes formed an attractive part of the pageantry with which Lisbon greeted her departing princess, as we are told by the author of the Portugal Voyage, in his description of Catharine's progress to the water side. Thus passes the king with all his royal train, conducting the Infanta to the main. Thus England's representative we see attend, receive, conduct her majesty. And as great Trajan triumphed once in Rome in effigy, so they that hither come our great King Charles in Lisbon streets might see triumphant, with his queen in majesty, the robes and royal ensigns he put on, in the solemn day of his coronation, he in his princely portraiture, and she both in her person and her effigy. The procession entered the Paso through a garden near the dockyard, where a door was opened in the wall for the passage of the royal family only, all the grandees who were in the suite having to alight and proceed by another door of the garden to a pier gaily decked out, which reached into the sea, where the royal brigantines lay. All who had accompanied her kissed Queen Catharine's hand before she embarked. They offered the same mark of respect to the king, but he declined it, out of courtesy to his sister. Catharine then entered the splendid brigantine or barge which had been prepared for her, being assisted by the king her brother, who led her by the hand. The Infante followed them, and when they were seated, the English ambassador, chief equerry, and comptroller of the queen, with other gentlemen of honour, who were English, came next, and after them the Marquis de Sande, who was reappointed ambassador extraordinary from Portugal to England, and 4 other Portuguese grandees, who were to accompany the queen to England. The officers of the royal household and the nobility who had followed the king were in the other boats. As soon as the royal brigantine began to move onward, the salvos of the artillery were repeated, till she came alongside the English admiral's ship, the Royal Charles, which carried 80 brass cannon and 600 men. Catharine was then assisted to mount the commodious ladder which had been prepared for her embarkation. The moment she came on board, a royal salute was fired by the British fleet and answered by the Portuguese forts, the guns firing alternately. Welcome she was in thunder, while the shore, by King Alfonso's order, strives to outroar our cannon and our culverins which fly, and fill the land, the waters, and the sky. Lightning and thunder from each oaken side proclaim the welcome of our royal bride. Queen Catharine, having been formally consigned by the king her brother to the admiral ambassador, was conducted to her cabin, and then her royal brothers took their leave. The ladies who had attended her on board kissed her hand at parting, those only who had appointments in her household being permitted to remain with her. The strictness of that etiquette by which the daughters of the royal family of Portugal were fettered required that Catharine should have remained in her state cabin, but the heart of the yet unwedded bride of England clave to the land of her birth and the companions of her childhood. She accompanied her brothers to the deck, and even to the first step of the ladder, where she lingered, notwithstanding all the signs from the king for her to return to her cabin, till he and Don Pedro had entered the royal barge, and seated themselves under the awning. The king steered for the Paso. The boats with the ladies and officers of his suite followed him, and all the fleet got under way, but the wind proving contrary, they could not leave the bay. That night there was general illumination, both in the city and in the English fleet, and shipping in the river, and a grand display of fireworks on land and sea. The river and the bay were crowded with boats, which threw up fireballs and made an aquatic carnival, to testify their joy, and to divert the grief of the royal voyager at her separation from her country and kindred. The next day the wind was still contrary, and remained so till the 25th, during which time the queen mother sent frequently to inquire how the Queen of England, her daughter, endured the inconveniences of shipboard. All that art and luxury could devise to render her majesty's accommodations on board the Royal Charles as agreeable as possible had been effected. The fitting up of her marine apartments is thus described by the rhyming chronicler before quoted. Her royal cabin and her state-room too, adorned with gold and lined with velvet through, the cushions, stools, and chairs, and clothes of state, all of the same materials and rate, the bed, made for her majesty's repose, white as the lily, red as Sharon's rose. Egypt nor the Isles of Kittim have not seen such rich embroideries, nor such a queen. Windows, with taffeties and damask hung, while costly carpets on the floor are flung, regions of perfumes, clouds of incense furled, in every room of this our little world. Here she begins her progress, comes aboard, turns voyager to greet her dearest lord. The Royal Charles by sea and land she'll take, both for her zenith and her zodiac. The evening of the 24th of April found the British fleet, with the royal bride, still windbound in the Bay of Lisbon. That night the King of Portugal, with his brother the Infante, and a chosen number of the gallant and chivalric nobles of the court, prepared to give the departing princess the agreeable surprise of a serenade on the waters. They embarked with their musical instruments in several barges, and coming under the galleries of the Royal Charles, sang the various carols, sonnets, madrigals, canzoni, and epithalamiums that had been composed in honor of her nuptials. This poetical incident, which would have afforded a charming subject for the graceful muse of Camoens, elicited the following stiff heroics from the English bard, who commemorates Catharine of Braganza's bridal voyage. The King's last farewell. The wind was wholly contrary that day, all which in visiting was passed away. But when Morpheus had closed up most eyes, and night's black curtains were drawn o'er the skies, down comes the king in his royal barge amain, incognito, with his harmonious train, to sing his sister's farewell, which was done, to ecstasy and admiration, under our gilded galleries he floats. The reader may be spared to the trite allusions to Orion, Orpheus, and Amphion, with which he labors out 18 more lines of bathos, concluding with this modest confession. I want both skill and language to express the order, melody, and comeliness of this night's action, but the approaching day silenced the music, sent the king away. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 1, Part 3. The morning of the 25th dawned gloriously, and though the wind was little favorable for the voyage, they crossed the bar and succeeded in getting out to sea. The fleet which conveyed Catharine of Braganza to England consisted of 14 men of war. The queen was in the admiral's ship, with such of her noble attendants and officers of state as could be accommodated in the same vessel. The rest were distributed in the vice-admiral's ship, the Gloucester, and the Royal James. In the Montague was the equipage of the queen. 3 of the smaller vessels were freighted with 1,000 boxes of sugar, being part of the goods in which her majesty's portion was transported to England. Among her English officers of state were Edward Montague, cousin to the Earl of Sandwich, who acted as her grand equerry, and the comptroller of her mother-in-law, Queen Henrietta Maria, who made all the disbursements on account of the king. Her almoners were Richard Russell, bishop-elect of Portalegre, and Don Patricio, an Irish priest. Her Portuguese suite exceeded in number 100. 2 ladies of the highest rank and the most unbending gravity of deportment, Dona Maria de Portugal, Countess de Penalva, sister to the ambassador, Don Francisco de Mayo, and Dona Elvira de Vilpena, Countess de Ponteville, were appointed by the court of Lisbon to chaperone the royal bride. Her Majesty had also in her suite 6 noble young ladies, whom Count Hamilton profanely described as 6 frights, calling themselves maids of honor, and a duenna, another monster, who took the title of governess to these extraordinary beauties. Besides these, pursues the same saucy author, were 6 chaplains, 4 bakers, a Jewish perfumer, and a certain officer, apparently without employment, calling himself Her Highness's barber. This person was doubtless the functionary whose office it was to disfigure Catharine's natural charms by packing her luxuriant tresses into the stiff, outlandish fashion, which excited so much wonder and mirth at her first arrival in England. The task of canonizing the side locks of a lady's hair in the mode worn by the royal bride of Charles II would certainly have baffled the skill of an English hairdresser, and a French frizier would have suffered martyrdom rather than have done her such an injury. The passage to England was long and stormy, and the courtly passengers, especially the ladies, suffered greatly, both from seasickness and terror, but Catharine preserved her courage and composure during all the inconveniences and dangers of the voyage. The strong northwesters having damaged some of the vessels, it became necessary to run into Mounts Bay till the wind moderated, permitting them to pursue their course. It was in this bay, which is between the Lizard and the Land's End, that the first attentions of the people of England were shown to their new queen by the display of fireworks along the coast, and the salutes of artillery with which she was welcomed. Off the Isle of Wight, she encountered the Duke of York's squadron of 5 frigates, with which he had put to sea to meet his royal sister-in-law. As soon as he descried the fleet, he sent his secretary off in a boat to ask permission to kiss her hand. Catharine, with ready tact, replied, that any delay would be painful to her. The Duke of York immediately put off in his launch, accompanied by the Duke of Ormond, master of the king's household, and the Earl of Chesterfield, who had been appointed chamberlain, and the Earl of Carlingford, master of the ceremonies to the queen, the Earl of Suffolk, and other gentlemen. With this brilliant suite, all in full dress, his royal highness entered the admiral's ship. The Marquez de Sande, who had charge of the queen, with the other fidalgos, awaited his arrival on the deck. The queen, dressed in the English costume, the material white cloth trimmed with silver lace, was seated in the innermost cabinet of her cabin to receive him. This apartment was fitted up very magnificently as a miniature presence chamber, with a throne and canopy for the queen, who, doubtless, amidst all the formal etiquette which surrounded her, awaited with a beating heart the appearance of the brother of the unknown consort to whom her hand was plighted. She advanced 3 paces beyond the canopy to meet him when he entered. The Duke knelt with intent to kiss her hand, but she prevented him, according to our Portuguese authority, by raising him in her arms, with which we should infer that she vouchsafed a sisterly embrace, were it not that such a freedom was incompatible with the frigid reserve of her conventual breeding, and opposed to the customs of her country, and is contradicted by the remark of her chamberlain, the Earl of Chesterfield, who says, that although James, in consequence of his near connection with the sovereign, might have saluted the royal bride, he did not avail himself of his privilege out of a delicate regard to his majesty's feelings, and that he might be the first man to offer that compliment to his queen. The queen, returning to her place, remained a few minutes in conversation with his royal highness, her almoner Russell, acting as interpreter. She then signed to the duke that he should seat himself in a fauteuil, which had been placed for him at her right hand, but he refusing, she touched a tabouret, on which he seated himself at her left without the canopy. The duke, while standing, had spoken in English. When seated, he continued the conversation in Spanish, which Catharine understood, it being her mother's native language. James conducted himself very amiably at this interview, making his new sister-in-law many assurances of his affection and offers of his service, to which she responded with such urbanity. Then the Duke of Ormond entered, to kiss the queen's hand and deliver a letter from the king. The Lord Chamberlain, the Earl of Chesterfield, and other noblemen who had accompanied the Duke of York were also presented to their new mistress. Her Majesty presented the Portuguese fidalgos who had attended her to England to his royal highness, explaining who they were, and he treated them very graciously. On the duke retiring, the queen advanced 3 paces, which the duke endeavoured to prevent, telling her, she should recollect her rank. Catharine replied, with winning sweetness, that she wished to do that out of affection which she was not obliged to do. An answer which greatly pleased the duke. Every day the queen received visits from her royal brother-in-law, with whom she seems to have established herself on very friendly terms, and being requested by him to dress herself in the Portuguese fashion, that he might see her in her national costume, she on one occasion received him so, on which he complimented her, saying, she looked very well in it. This little incident proves that Catharine was not quite so perverse in her conduct about her dress as Clarendon represents, who complains of her obstinate adherence to her Portuguese fashions, and her determination to adopt no other, which resolution, he says, her ladies had told her would be for the dignity of Portugal, and would quickly induce the English ladies to follow her majesty's example, and this imagination had made such an impression that the tailor who had been sent into Portugal to make her clothes could never be admitted to see her or receive any employment. Now it is possible that the employment of needlemen, although then customary in England, might be contrary to the strict notions of female propriety in Portugal, and that Catharine, from natural feelings of delicacy, might prefer employing a person of her own sex in the capacity of a dressmaker. But we find that, even before she landed, she had the good taste to attire herself in an English dress, to receive the brother of her affianced lord, and the gentleman by whom he was accompanied, and that she continued to wear it till he requested to see her in her national costume. On that day, pursues our Portuguese authority, the queen spoke to all the officers of the ship, and permitted them to kiss her hand. She presented a collar of gold to the captain, and gave money to the pilot and master, both for themselves, and to be distributed among the crew. This was the first time Catharine had emerged from the oriental state of seclusion in which she had kept herself ever since she left the Bay of Lisbon. Pepys affirms that Mr. Creed, one of Lord Sandwich's secretaries, told him, how recluse the queen had ever been, and all the voyage never came on deck, nor put her head out of the cabin, but did love my lord's music, and would send for it down to the stateroom, and sit in her cabin within hearing of it. The Earl of Sandwich told Pepys that the queen was a very agreeable lady, and painted well. She now began to conform herself to the English manners, and admit persons to converse with her in her cabin. She sent the Conde de Ponteville, Don Francisco de Mayo, and Don Pedro Francisco de Correa to return the Duke of York's visit. The fleet entered Portsmouth May 13th, according to English computation. The Duke of York's ship followed the Royal Charles, and when the queen disembarked, the duke was ready to hand her into her richly decorated barge. She was attended by the Countess de Ponteville. The Countess of Penalba was too ill to leave the ship, where she was bled several times before she could be carried on shore. She was probably ill of the same fever which attacked Catharine 3 days after she landed. The governor of Portsmouth, with the magistrates and the leading persons in the neighbourhood, were on the beach to receive and welcome their new queen. Notwithstanding her attachment to her national costume and the jealousy of her attendants for the honour of Portugal, Catharine had the good sense to make her first appearance on English ground in an English dress, and when she entered her coach, she passed through the principal streets to gratify the eager desire of the people to see her. She was conducted to the king's house at Portsmouth, where she was received by the Countess of Suffolk, her principal lady of the bedchamber, and 4 other ladies of her household. As soon as this ceremonial was over, she wrote to King Charles, and dispatched her Lord Chamberlain post to London, to announce her arrival, and deliver her letter to his majesty. On the morrow she had mass performed by her principal almoner, Lord Aubigny, brother to the Duke of Richmond. The next day, Sir Richard Fanshawe brought her a message of welcome and a letter from her royal bridegroom, who was detained in London by imperative business. When Charles took leave of his parliament, assembled in the banqueting hall at Whitehall, he alluded to the expediency of their bestowing immediate attention on reforming the dirty state of the metropolis before the expected advent of their new queen, with a jocose familiarity unknown in modern royal speeches. The mention of my wife's arrival puts me in mind to desire you to put that compliment upon her, that her entrance into this town may be made with more decency than the ways will now suffer it to be, and to that purpose I pray you would quickly pass such laws as are before you, in order to the mending those ways, that she might not find Whitehall surrounded with water. On the news of the Queen's landing, all the bells in London rang, and the bonfires were kindled for joy of her arrival. The king was supping with Lady Castlemaine that night, but there was no fire at her door, though at almost every other door in the street, which, says Pepys, was much observed. About 3 weeks before, when the bells rang on a false report of the royal bride's arrival, there was a fierce quarrel between the Duchess of Richmond and the Lady Castlemaine, on which occasion the Duchess called the latter Jane Shore, and said, she hoped to see her come to the same end. Unfortunately, there was no symptom of the slightest abatement of this bad woman's credit at court, for the king, notwithstanding his matrimonial engagement, continued to dine and sup with her every day, to his own disgrace, and the regret of all his faithful friends. He wrote, however, gallant and affectionately worded letters every day to his betrothed consort, while she remained in maiden loneliness, waiting for his arrival at Portsmouth. Catharine was unfortunately attacked, the 3rd day after her landing, with sore throat and fever, which confined her to her bed. This illness was attributed to cold taken on board ship. She was so soon out of danger that they did not think it necessary to apprise the king of her indisposition. The Earl of Sandwich, the paladin who escorted the Portuguese princess to England, has left a manuscript letter extant in the Bodleian, giving, with some liveliness, a sketch of the proceedings of his royal mistress at her first landing in her adopted country. It is addressed to Clarendon. My ever-honoured lord, yesterday the Duke's letter was sent in so great haste that I had scarce time to scribble one word to the king of our arrival. Give me leave to congratulate with your lordship the happy success of the voyage, that after some time and difficulties, the queen is safely landed and in very good health, which is wonderful, considering the length of her majesty's passage over the sea, and the stormy weather, and other disaccommodations to a person that scarce ever was out of the palace door before. Your lordship's letter I delivered unto her majesty, and made your excuse that your lordship did not attend her majesty's arrival at Hampton Court. Her majesty is abundantly possessed of your lordship's kindness from the beginning of this affair, and expresseth as much gratitude as I can possibly tell your lordship. She will write so much with her own hand, and give me the honour to convey it, which shall be done as soon as can be. I have told her majesty the advice your lordship directed by Mr. Montague. She accepts thereof, and will follow it. Not only in this, but all along will cast herself upon your lordship's counsel, and the Queen Regent of Portugal, her mother, bade me assure your lordship that it should be so, and that she had given her daughter to your charge. The queen, as soon as she came to her lodgings, received my lady Suffolk and the other ladies very kindly, and appointed them this morning to come and put her in that habit they thought would be most pleasing to the king, and I doubt not, but when they shall have done their parts, she will appear with much more advantage, and very well to the king's contentment. She is a prince of extraordinary goodness of disposition, very discreet and pious, and there are the most hopes that ever was of her making the king and us all happy. Here, then, in confirmation of the narrative of the Portuguese chronicler of the marriage of Catharine of Braganza, we have the testimony of an eyewitness of no less importance than the admiral ambassador, who had the honour of bringing her to England, as to the gracious reception given by her to the Countess of Suffolk and the other ladies who had been sent to wait upon her at her landing. Yet Clarendon, to whom this simple statement of the fact was written by Sandwich in a confidential report, for his private information of the deportment of the new queen, has left the following strange misrepresentation of her conduct on this occasion. Nor, when she came to Portsmouth and found there several ladies of prime quality to attend her in the places to which they were assigned by the king, did she receive any of them till the king himself came, nor then with any grace, or the liberty that belonged to their places and offices. What Clarendon's motives could have been for such a direct violation of the truth is difficult to conjecture. The Earl of Sandwich was no silken courtier, but a plain, honest seaman. He had been a Roundhead, and was still a Puritan, and can scarcely be suspected of too much partiality for a Catholic queen. Nothing, however, can be more satisfactory than his report of her conduct and character. He concludes his letter with the following brief particulars of the dowry. Her portion business stands as I think I formerly gave your lordship an account. Some 200,000 crowns we have spent with the fleet at Lisbon. There is 400,000 in sugar, plate, and jewels on board the fleet, and 800,000 more in bills of exchange to be paid 2 months after the wedlock. Dated May 20th, Old Style. The queen seemed to imagine that the jewels were intended for her personal decoration, for she made a demand of them for that purpose, which occasioned some perplexity to the Earl of Sandwich and the Duke of York before the matter could be satisfactorily arranged. It was not till 5 days after Catharine's arrival at Portsmouth that her affianced lord prepared to seek her. Charles left London on the 19th of May, having supped on the preceding evening at the house of his imperious mistress, the Countess of Castlemaine. He travelled the first day in the Duke of Northumberland's coach, accompanied by Prince Rupert, and escorted by a troop of his lifeguards. He reached Kingston in an hour, and thence proceeded, in the Earl of Chesterfield's coach, with the escort of the Duke of York's guards, to Guildford, where he slept. He arrived at Portsmouth the next day, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and went directly to visit his bride. The Marquez de Sande and the Portuguese waited his approach in the court. He received them all most graciously, telling the Marquez de Sande how much pleasure he felt on seeing him in England on this auspicious occasion. They then entered the house, but scarcely had they ascended the stairs when Prince Rupert raised a dispute for precedency with the ambassador, and even had the ill manners to push before him and take the place of honour next the person of the king. The ambassador, who well knew the prerogative of his office, stopped him and appealed to his majesty, who told him he was in the right, and commanded his petulant kinsman to give place to him. After this reprimand from his royal cousin, Prince Rupert treated the other Portuguese nobles with great politeness, while the king was robing, preparatory to entering the presence of the queen. Catharine was still confined to her bed, which her physicians would not permit her to leave, and the king, who insisted on seeing her, was introduced into her chamber. The Earl of Sandwich had the honour of attending his royal master there, and wrote to Clarendon that the meeting between their majesties was with due expressions of affection, the queen declaring her perfect resignation to the king's pleasure. I observed, continues he, as much as this short time permits, and I do believe this first interview hath been with much contentment on both sides, and that we are like to be very happy in this conjunction. Charles addressed his bride in Spanish, and with the kindest expressions signified the pleasure he felt at seeing her, which would, he said, have been diminished if her physicians had not assured him that there was no cause of apprehension from her indisposition. Catharine's answers were given with so much prudence and discretion that when the king returned to his apartments, he expressed his satisfaction at the fortunate choice he had made of a queen. Colonel Legge, afterwards Earl of Dartmouth, in his notes to Burnet's History of his own times, pretends that when Charles first saw his bride, he said, that he thought they had brought him a bat instead of a woman. Fortunately, we have a very different account of the impression Catharine of Braganza made on the royal bridegroom in an autograph letter written by himself to his Lord Chamberlain on the morning of the 21st of May, the day appointed for the solemnization of their nuptials, and it is certain that if he had been at all dissatisfied with her appearance, the non-performance of the contract regarding her marriage portion would have afforded him an excellent excuse for returning her, and all her boxes of sugar and spices, jewels and bills of exchange, to the queen her mother, as he was not bound to her by any previous ceremony of marriage by proxy, but if he were not pleased with her, there is no trusting a man's own words. Her face, says he, is not so exact as to be called a beauty, though her eyes are excellent good, and nothing in her face that in the least degree can disgust one. On the contrary, she hath as much agreeableness in her looks as I ever saw. And if I have any skill in physiognomy, which I think I have, she must be as good a woman as ever was born. Her conversation, as much as I can perceive, is very good, for she has wit enough and a most agreeable voice. You will wonder to see how well we are acquainted already. In a word, I think myself very happy, for I am confident our two humours will agree very well together. I have not time to say any more. My Lord Lieutenant will tell you the rest." That morning, Catharine found herself so much amended that, all things being ready, it was determined that the nuptials should take place that day. Catharine was earnestly entreated to dispense with the Catholic ceremonial, but as she was inflexible on that point, it was performed with great secrecy, in her own bedroom, by the Lord Aubigny, Queen Henrietta's almoner, no one being present but the Portuguese ambassador, 3 Portuguese nobles, and 2 Portuguese ladies. It has been asserted that the Duke of York was one of the witnesses, but he does not mention this in his own journal. He says, "The Lord Chancellor did not know of the private marriage." The outward ceremonial, as the Duke terms the solemnization of the nuptial rite in the form prescribed by the Church of England, did not take place till after dinner. When, says our Portuguese authority, the king, taking the queen by the hand, led her into the grand hall or presence chamber, where was a throne with 2 seats under a canopy. According to the description of Sir Richard Fanshawe, who had the honour of acting as groomsman to the king at the public ceremonial of his marriage, a rail was stretched across the upper end of the room, within which only entered the king, the queen, the Bishop of London, and the Marquez de Sande, the Portuguese ambassador, with Sir Richard Fanshawe, who had carried the king's troth to Portugal. But the lower end of the presence chamber was crowded with nobility and the aristocracy of the neighbourhood. The king and queen having seated themselves on the double throne, the secretary, Sir John Nicholas, before the assembled nobles and people, read the marriage contract which the king had given to the ambassador and the Portuguese secretary, Francisco Sá de Menezes, that which the ambassador had given the king. Then the king took the queen by the hand and plighted his troth to her, according to the form prescribed in the liturgy of the Church of England. The queen merely signified her consent, but did not repeat the responses, probably because she could not frame her unpractised lips to pronounce so many hard words in English, and not, as generally asserted, out of contempt to a Protestant bishop and a Protestant rite, since she had positively refused to consider her contract with the king as a marriage till the bishop had pronounced them man and wife. Some have doubted, from the ambiguity of the Duke of York's expressions, whether the outward ceremony amounted to anything more than this declaration, but the Earl of Sandwich, who was present, says, "Then the Bishop of London stood forth and made the declaration of matrimony in the common prayer, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost." When the bishop, in conclusion, pronounced that they were man and wife, the people joyfully responded, "Long may they live!" The king rose, and taking the queen by the hand, led her into his apartments, when all the ladies and principal persons of the court entered to kiss her hand. The royal bride was attired in an English dress, rose colour, trimmed with knots of blue ribbon. These the Countess of Suffolk, her first lady of the bedchamber, at the conclusion of the ceremony, detached from her majesty's dress and distributed as wedding favours among the company, giving the first to the Duke of York, and the others, as far as they would go, to the officers of state, ladies, and persons of quality, not leaving the queen one. Sir Richard Fanshawe says, "All the ribbons her majesty wore on her wedding dress were cut to pieces, and everyone present had a fragment." We may imagine the scramble and competition that took place on this occasion. Sir Richard Fanshawe, who performed the important office of bridesman to the Majesty of England, received for his fees a whole-length picture of King Charles in his garter robes, a crimson velvet cloth of state, fringed and laced with gold, with a chair, a footstool and cushions, and 2 other stools to match, with a Persian carpet to lay under them. These were evidently used by the royal bride and bridegroom at the altar. He had a suit of beautiful tapestry with which the presence room was hung, the 2 velvet cloths of the altar, fringed, with the surplices, altar covers, and napkins of fine white linen, a Bible of Ogilby's print, 2 common prayer books, folio and quarto, with 800 ounces of gilt plate, and 4,000 ounces of white silver plate. A velvet bed was his right by custom, but this he did not have. He was dispatched to Lisbon to announce the safe arrival of Queen Catharine and her marriage to her mother, the Queen Regent of Portugal. The marriage of Charles II and Catharine of Braganza is duly registered in the parish church of St. Thomas a Becket, Portsmouth, in these words: Our most gracious sovereign lord Charles II, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, etc., and the most illustrious princess, Donna Catharina, Infanta of Portugal, daughter to the deceased Don Juan, King of Portugal, and sister to the present Don Alfonso, King of Portugal, were married at Portsmouth upon Thursday, the 21st of May, 1662, being the 14th year of his Majesty's reign, by the Right Reverend Father in God, Gilbert, Lord Bishop of London, Dean of his Majesty's Chapel Royal, in the presence of several of the nobility of his Majesty's dominions and Portugal. This document is written on vellum in letters of gold. But to return to the royal pair. As the queen was not quite recovered from her late attack of illness, she, by the advice of her physicians, retired to take a little repose on her bed. Lady Suffolk, who had from the first day entered upon her duties with the other English ladies, disrobed her majesty, assisted by the countesses of Penalva and Pontiville. The king took his supper with the queen on her bed, showing in every way how much he was pleased with her. The feelings, however, with which the royal bridegroom regarded his newly wedded consort will be best described by himself in the following cheerful letter, which he wrote to Clarendon 4 days after his marriage. Portsmouth, 25th of May. My brother will tell you all that passes here, which I hope will be to your satisfaction. I am sure 'tis so much to mine that I cannot easily tell you how happy I think myself, and I must be the worst man living, which I hope I am not, if I be not a good husband. I am confident never two humours were better fitted together than ours are. We cannot stir from hence till Tuesday, by reason that there are not carts to be had tomorrow to transport all of our guard infantas, without which there is no stirring, so you were not to expect me till Thursday night at Hampton Court. Superscribed, for the Chancellor. Some authors have gravely inquired who this numerous train of guard infantas were, on whose carting the movements of the Majesty of England and his bride depended, under the idea that they were a troop of grim duennas, deputed by the Queen Mother of Portugal for the care of her daughter's morals and manners. They were, however, nothing more than the cumbrous fardingales pertaining to the wardrobe of Catharine and the Portuguese ladies by whom she was attended. These stately gabardines had excited much wonder in the British court, where they and their wearers were equally the subjects of derision. The Queen's Chamberlain, Lord Chesterfield, makes a whimsical complaint of the difficulty there was in pleasing the Portingale ladies, as he calls them, for they were so over-delicate about their lodgings that they refused to sleep in any beds that had ever been occupied by men. Of the royal mistress, however, he gives the following agreeable description. You may credit her being a very extraordinary woman, that is extremely devout, extremely discreet, very fond of her husband, and the owner of a good understanding. As to her person, she is exactly shaped and has lovely hands, excellent eyes, a good countenance, a pleasing voice, fine hair, and, in a word, is what an understanding man would wish a wife. Yet I fear, pursues he, all this will hardly make things run in the right channel, but if it should, I suppose our court will require a new modelling, and then the profession of an honest man's friendship will signify more than it does now. A pretty token of respect was presented to the new queen from the town of Southampton in the form of a silver salt cellar of exquisite workmanship, of which the walls were crystal, and the dish supported by 4 eagles and 4 greyhounds. While at Portsmouth, Catharine received a kind letter of affectionate congratulation on her marriage from the Queen Mother, Henrietta Maria, who was then at Paris. The Earl of St. Albans was the bearer of this letter, to which Queen Catharine replied in the same terms of affection and respect. The Portuguese ambassador, and all who had followed the queen, were entertained by the Lord Chamberlain at the king's expense, during the sojourn of the court at Portsmouth. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 1, Part 4. The King and Queen left Portsmouth on the 27th, passed one night at Windsor, and arrived at Hampton Court on the 29th, on which day the twofold anniversaries of Charles's birth and restoration were celebrated, with more than ordinary festivity, in honor of the Queen's arrival, and she was welcomed with bonfires and other tokens of popular rejoicing. When their majesties alighted from their coach, they passed between two lines of guards, both foot and cavalry. They were followed by the Countesses of Pontevel and Penalva, the Countess of Suffolk, and the other ladies and officers of the royal household. The Lord Chancellor, judges, and councillors of state were all assembled to congratulate the Queen on her arrival and to kiss her hand, and the foreign ministers were also there to offer the congratulations of their respective courts. Then all the nobility, gentry, and ladies of the court were presented to her, classed, according to their degrees, in different rooms, through which her majesty passed. After these fatiguing ceremonies, the Queen retired to her bedroom. The same evening, the Duchess of York came from London in her barge to offer her homage to her royal sister-in-law. When she landed, King Charles received her at the garden gate by the waterside, and leading her by the hand, conducted her to the Queen, who received her in her chamber. The Duchess offered to kiss her hand, but the Queen prevented her by raising her in her arms and saluting her. The royal family then seated themselves near the Queen's bed and conversed with her. It is probable that they then partook of Catharine's favorite beverage, tea, which became a fashionable refreshment in England soon after her marriage with Charles II, though not exactly introduced by her. Yet as Catharine of Braganza was certainly the first tea-drinking queen of England, she has had the credit of setting the fashion for the use of that temperate beverage in an age when ladies, as well as gentlemen, at all times of the day, heated or stupefied their brains with ale or wine, for the want of the more refined substitutes of tea, coffee, and chocolate. The use of these simple luxuries had in time a beneficial influence on the manners of all classes of society, by forming a counter-charm against habits of intoxication, and have promoted the progress of civilization in no slight degree. Waller wrote a complimentary poem on tea, commended by the Queen, in which are these lines: "The best of queens and best of herbs we owe to that bold nation who the way did show to the fair region where the sun doth shine." The morning after the arrival of the royal bride at Hampton Court, she was dressed for the reception of her morning levee, as early as 11 o'clock, when the Duchess of Ormond, her daughter, Lady Cavendish, and Lady Fanshawe were presented to her. Charles himself presented Lady Fanshawe to his queen, with a deserved eulogium on her merits, and those of her gallant husband, on which Catharine gave her hand to Lady Fanshawe to kiss, and graciously promised to regard her with favour. Evelyn, who had the honour of kissing her majesty's hand on that day, gives the following description of her and her countrywomen in his diary. May 30th. The Queen arrived with a train of Portuguese ladies in their monstrous fardingales, or guard infantas, their complexions olivander, or dark olive, and sufficiently unagreeable. Her majesty in the same habit, her foretop long, and turned aside very strangely. She was yet of the handsomest countenance of all the rest, and though low of stature, prettily shaped, languishing and excellent eyes, her teeth wronging her mouth by sticking a little too far out. For the rest, lovely enough. It is evident from this account that Catharine had had the ill taste to resume the ungraceful costume to which she had been accustomed. Perhaps the deceitful compliments of her gallant brother-in-law, the Duke of York, as to its becomingness, had encouraged her to yield to the persuasions of her duenna and her other Portuguese attendants, who urged her to wear no other. Many years afterwards, James II told the abbess and nuns of Chaillot, that Don Alfonso, King of Portugal, wished to compel his sister, Queen Catharine, to adhere to the fashions of her own country, and that she had taken infinite trouble to induce the English ladies to adopt it, and had endeavoured to prevail on King Charles to use his influence with them for that purpose. But the ladies dressed in the French fashions, and would not hear of any other, constantly sending artificers and dressmakers to Paris to import the newest modes, as, he added, they do to this very day. Catharine certainly appeared to much greater advantage when she exchanged her foretop and farthingale for the graceful costume in which Lely has depicted her among the Hampton Court galaxy of beauties. There is another portrait of this queen, still more charming, in the Historical Gallery at Versailles, by the same delightful artist, which merits a particular description. Her eyes, complexion, and hair are all beautiful, dark but brilliant, such as poetry has always associated with the idea of a Portuguese or Spanish donna. Her hair, no longer rendered ridiculous by the periwig arrangement of her Portuguese friseur or barber, as he was denominated, is shown in its natural beauty, gathered together in a simple knot, from which the ringlets fall carelessly at will. She is dressed in black velvet, trimmed with rich point lace. The sleeves are full, but looped up with black ribbons, to show the delicate ruffled cambric sleeve of her chemise. Her bosom and arms are perfectly lovely, both in form and color. She has black velvet bracelets, clasped with pearls, on her arms, and holds a bunch of orange blossoms. This was probably one of her bridal portraits, painted ere the short-lived beauty of a Portuguese lady had faded, and perhaps, from the smiling expression of her face, during the few brief days that she maintained her empire over the fickle heart of her royal husband. No one would certainly recognize in either of these portraits, any more than in the one before described in the late Strawberry Hill collection, the original of the distorted description which Lord Dartmouth, not contented with the simile of the bat, has left of this queen in his notes on Burnet's history. She was, says he, very short and broad, and of a swarthy complexion. One of her 4 teeth stood out, which held up her upper lip, and besides she was very proud and ill-favoured. This picture, it would rather appear, belonged to Catharine's decline of life. Reresby had an early sight of the new queen. He said she was a very little woman, with a tolerably pretty face, but neither in person nor manners could stand in competition with Lady Castlemaine, the finest woman of her age. On that point, opinions, however, began to differ. The queen was brought, a few days since, to Hampton Court, notes Pepys, and all people say of her that she is a very fine, handsome lady, and very discreet, and the king is pleased enough with her, which I fear will put Madame Castlemaine's nose out of joint. 3 days after, he adds, I found my lady, that is the Countess of Sandwich, come from Hampton Court, where the queen hath used her very civilly, and my lady tells me, is a most pretty woman. Yesterday Sir R. Ford told me that the aldermen of the city did attend her in her habits, and did present her with a gold cup, and 1,000 pounds in gold therein. But he told me that they are so poor in their chamber, that they were fain to call 2 or 3 aldermen to raise fines to make up this sum. The free trade to India and the Brazils, which was secured to England by the marriage of Catharine of Braganza with Charles II, soon opened an inexhaustible source of wealth and prosperity to the merchants of London, who had suffered so severely during the iron rule of the Commonwealth and Protectorate. It was the 2nd of June that the Lord Mayor and aldermen presented their addresses and gifts to Catharine. Now saw I her Portuguese ladies, says Evelyn, and the guarda damas, or mother of the maids, and the old knight, a lock of whose hair quite covered the rest of his bald pate, bound on by a thread very oddly. Assuredly the friseur's art must have been at a very low ebb at the court of Lisbon, as all the result of their labours was to excite the mirth of the merry monarch and his officers of state. 50 years later, however, a taste to the full as barbarous prevailed in England, when powdered toupees and periwigs deformed all countenances during the reigns of the 3 first Hanoverian monarchs. Evelyn's description of Hampton Court, as it was furnished and adorned for the reception of the bride of Charles II, calls forth a sigh over the departed glories of the domestic palace of the Tudor and Stuart monarchs. Hampton Court, says he, is as noble and uniform a pile as any Gothic architecture can make it. There is incomparable furniture in it, especially hangings designed by Raphael, very rich with gold, especially the Caesarean triumphs of Andrea Mantegna, formerly the Duke of Mantua's. Of the tapestries, I believe the world can show nothing nobler of the kind than the stories of Abraham and Tobit. The gallery of horns is very particular for the vast beams of stags, elks, antelopes, etc. The queen's bed was an embroidery of silver on crimson velvet, and cost 8,000 £, being a present made by the States of Holland, when his majesty returned. The great looking-glass and toilet of beaten massive gold were given by the queen mother. The queen brought over with her from Portugal such Indian cabinets as had never before been seen here. Catharine's Portuguese chronicler speaks with enthusiasm of the hangings of silk and gold, the embroidered canopies, chairs, and beds, and the valuable paintings that decorated this royal retreat, to which may be added the testimony of Pepys, who walked from Teddington on purpose to look at the noble furniture and brave pictures. On the 8th of June, Evelyn says, he saw her majesty at supper privately in her bedchamber, and the next day heard her Portuguese band, consisting of pipes, harps, and very ill voices. The new and brilliant scenes, in which the convent-bred queen was now required to play the leading part, were at first strange and fatiguing to her, and she took far more delight in the practice of her devotional exercises than in all the seductive gaieties which surrounded her. She heard mass daily, and but for the earnest persuasions of the ambassador, who will be remembered as her godfather, she would have spent more time in her chapel than was at all compatible with her duties as a wife and queen. It required all the influence of this prudent counselor to induce her to go into public as often as she was required, or to tolerate the freedom of manners in this dissipated court, where infidelity and licentiousness walked openly unveiled. Catharine was wedded to the most witty and fascinating prince in the world, constitutionally good-humored, but without religion or moral principles, brave, reckless, and devoted to pleasure, requiring constant excitement and frequent change. The simplicity of his young queen's character, her freshness, innocence, and confiding fondness for himself, pleased him. The naivete of her manners amused him, and as a new toy, she was prized and cherished for the first 6 weeks of their marriage. Nothing, in fact, could exceed the lover-like devotion of his behavior to his royal bride for that period, which was spent in all sorts of pleasures and amusements that he could devise for her entertainment. Sylvan sports, excursions in the fields, the parks, or on the Thames, occupied the court by day, while the evenings were devoted to comedies, music, and balls, in which the king, his brother, and the lords and ladies joined, the king excelling them all in the air and grace of his dancing, which the queen applauded, to his great delight, while he continued to treat her with every possible demonstration of tenderness and respect. This auspicious state of things lasted as long as Lady Castlemaine was confined to her lying-in chamber, she having been brought to bed of a son a few days after the king's marriage. This boy her husband considered as his heir, and insisted on having it christened by a priest of his own religion. She proclaimed it to be the king's son, and had it christened over again by a Protestant minister, when the king himself acted as one of the sponsors, with the Earl of Oxford and the Countess of Suffolk, after which she quarrelled with her husband and left his house, with all her household, carrying with her all the plate and furniture. Lord Castlemaine withdrew to France. She took up her abode at Richmond to be nearer to the king, who, according to general report, renewed his guilty intimacy with her. Not contented with receiving the visits of the king at her own house, Lady Castlemaine had the audacity, after making her infamy public, to insist on intruding herself into the presence of his injured and virtuous queen. Catharine of Braganza had been fully informed, before she quitted Lisbon, of the king's previous infatuation with regard to this woman, and the queen, her mother, had charged her never to permit her name to be mentioned in her hearing. Acting on this sensible advice, the royal bride had conducted herself with so much prudence and delicacy in avoiding all allusions to this subject, that Charles appears not to have had the slightest suspicion that she knew anything about it, till he presented her with a list of the ladies whom he recommended for appointments in her household. At the head of this list, Catharine was startled with seeing the dreaded name of Lady Castlemaine. She instantly pricked it out, and cut short all remonstrances from the king by telling him he must either grant her that privilege or send her back to Lisbon. Charles, who had been accustomed to implicit compliance with all his wishes from his young wife, was much offended at this unexpected demonstration of her determination to have a will of her own on suitable occasions. Catharine, with greater reason, was discontented, as Pepys says, a whole day and night upon it, till the king pacified her by promising to have nothing more to do with Lady Castlemaine, a promise which he instantly violated. This alarming interruption to Catharine's dream of wedded happiness occurred about the 3rd week in July, before she had been married quite 2 months. It was the first symptom of the renewed influence of Lady Castlemaine over the mind of the king after her recovery from her lying in. The next thing Charles did was to outrage all decency by leading this shameless woman into the queen's chamber and presenting her to her majesty before the assembled court. To the surprise of everyone, Catharine received her graciously and permitted her to kiss her hand, for her foreign ear, not yet familiar to the sound of English names, had not identified in that which the king had of course pronounced unintelligibly, the style and title of his insolent paramour, and she was a stranger to her person. A whisper from one of the indignant Portuguese ladies who stood behind her majesty's chair admonished her of the fact. As soon as she was aware of the insult she had received, Catharine's colour changed, her eyes suffused with tears. She struggled for a moment to repress her feelings, but it was a struggle that nearly cost her her life, for the blood gushed from her nostrils, and she was carried from the apartment in a fit. The following mystical notice of this memorable scene was given by Clarendon in a letter to his friend, the Duke of Ormond. The king is perfectly recovered from his indisposition in which you left him. I wish he were free from all other. I have had, since I saw you, 3 or 4 long conferences, with better temper than before. I have likewise twice spoken at large with the queen. The lady hath been at court and kissed her hand, and returned that night. I cannot tell you there was no discomposure. I am not out of all hope, and that is all I can yet say. I sent this by Sir A. Broderick, and so shall not need to use a cipher, but hereafter I shall always use cipher when I write on this subject, and no other. Therefore you must take pains to decipher them yourself. Charles, like most aggressors, assumed the tone of an injured person, and so far from expressing the slightest compunction for the unprovoked affront he had put on his consort, he was so unreasonable as to regard the too visible effect of the pangs caused by his own misconduct as a crime in poor Catharine. He felt that the injured princess, whom he had vowed to love and cherish, had, in her speechless agony, pale and bathed in tears and blood, pleaded against him before men and angels, and that to every right-thinking person in his court he must stand condemned. He therefore chose to treat her illness as a burst of jealousy ending in an hysterical paroxysm. He complained loudly of her ill temper and perversity, and insisted that she had a right to make a proper reparation to Lady Castlemaine for having injured her reputation by a public insult, and that the poor lady had no other refuge from public contempt than the queen consenting to receive her as lady of the bedchamber. This Catharine refused with passionate indignation. Charles then imposed the stern authority of king and husband. Clarendon remonstrated most earnestly with the king on the extreme cruelty of his behaviour to his wife in laying commands on her, with which, to use his words, flesh and blood could not comply. He put his majesty in mind of what he had heard him lately say of the like conduct in Louis XIV, and that his observations on his cousin's conduct in making his mistress live in the presence of the queen was, that it was such a piece of ill nature that he could never be guilty of, for if ever he could be guilty of having a mistress after he had a wife, which he hoped he should never be, she should never come where his wife was. Charles, like Hazel, had not imagined himself capable of acting a part, whose ugliness was so apparent to him, when seen through the medium of the conduct of another, and yet he did the same, and even exaggerated the baneful example he had previously detested. He was, however, utterly steeled against the pleadings of conscience and humanity by the shameless woman who had so entangled his soul in her unhallowed snares, and when his own words were quoted to him by his honest minister, he said, that if he heeded such lectures, the country would think him in pupilage, and that Lady Castlemaine as well as himself would seem ridiculous, and therefore he should exact conformity from his wife, which would be the only hard thing he should ever require of her, and which she herself might make very easy, for the lady would behave with all duty and humility unto her majesty, which, if she should ever fail to do, she should never see his face again, and that he would engage never to put any other domestic about his queen without her approbation. He finished this loathsome sophistication by requiring Clarendon to use all these arguments to induce full compliance from her. When, however, he found that Clarendon and Ormond both concurred in reprobating his conduct, he endeavoured to intimidate those faithful servants by writing the following letter to Clarendon, which reflects more disgrace on him than folios of vituperation from the pens of his enemies. Hampton Court, Thursday morning. I forgot, when you were here last, to desire you to give Roderick good counsel not to meddle any more with what concerns my Lady Castlemaine, and to let him have a care how he is to author any scandalous reports. For if I find him guilty, I will make him repent of it to the last moment of his life. And now I am entered on this matter, I think it very necessary to give you a little good counsel in it, lest you may think, by making a further stir in the business, you may divert me from my resolution, which all the world shall never do, and I wish I may be unhappy in this world and in the world to come, if I fail in the least degree of what I have resolved, which is making my Lady Castlemaine of my wife's bedchamber, and whosoever I find use any endeavours to hinder this resolution of mine, except it be only to myself, I will be his enemy to the last moment of his life. You know how true a friend I have been to you. If you will oblige me eternally, make this business as easy to me as you can, of what opinion soever you are of. For I am resolved to go through with this matter, let what will come on, which again I solemnly swear before Almighty God. Therefore, if you desire to have the continuance of my friendship, meddle no more with this business, except it be to bear down all false and scandalous reports, and to facilitate what I am sure my honour is so much concerned in. And whosoever I find to be my Lady Castlemaine's enemy in this matter, I do promise, upon my word, to be his enemy as long as I live. You may show this letter to my Lord Lieutenant, and if you have both a mind to oblige me, carry yourselves to me as friends in this matter. Charles R. Clarendon, then, against his own better feelings, undertook the ungracious office of endeavouring to persuade the queen to submit to the king's pleasure. In his first interview with Catharine, my Lord Chancellor found himself greatly embarrassed. He began by lamenting the misunderstanding that existed between their majesties, using some expressions which convinced the queen that the king had imputed the blame to her, on which she passionately protested her innocence with such a torrent of tears, that he thought it better to withdraw, coolly observing, that he would wait upon her in a fitter season, and when she should be more capable of receiving humble advice from her servants, who wished her well, and so departed. The next day he waited upon her again, at her own appointment, and found her more composed. She vouchsafed to excuse the passion she had been in, telling him, she looked upon him as one of the few friends she had, from whom she would willingly at all times receive counsel, but that she hoped he would not wonder or blame her, if, having greater misfortunes upon her, and having to struggle with greater difficulties than had ever befallen any woman of her condition, she sometimes gave vent to that anguish which was ready to break her heart. Clarendon replied, with many professions of his devotion to her service, although, he says, it might be his duty to tell her some things which might render him ungracious to her. The queen meekly replied, that he should never be more welcome to her than when he told her of her faults. And Clarendon observed, that she had been little beholden to her education, which had given her so little insight into the follies and imperfections of mankind, of which he presumed her own country could have given more instances than this cold climate could afford. Had she been thus warned, he added, she would not have deemed her own condition so insupportable. To this grave philosophy the queen, with some blushing and confusion, accompanied with tears, said, that she did not think she should have found the king engaged in his affections to another lady. Clarendon intimated, that her majesty must have been very little experienced in the world, if she imagined that the king had preserved his heart so many years for a consort he had never seen, and asked her, whether she believed, when it should please God to send a queen to Portugal, that she would find that court so full of virtuous affections? At this dry query, Catharine could not repress a smile and a few pleasant observations, which encouraged the chancellor to communicate the purport of his visit. He told her, he came to her with a message from the king, which, if she received, as he hoped she would be the happiest queen in the world, that the king said whatever correspondences he had entertained with other ladies before he saw her majesty concerned her not, neither ought she to inquire into them, as he intended to dedicate himself entirely to her, and that if she would meet his affection with the same good humour that she had been accustomed to do, she should have a life of perfect felicity. Catharine might have replied that, so far from inquiring into his majesty's past follies, she had maintained a dignified silence on a subject that was public to all the world, till he attempted to force his paramour into her presence, and then the respect she owed to herself and all the ladies of her court required that she should exclude her from her own circle, as an unfit associate for virtuous gentlewomen. But instead of saying a word in her own justification, she expressed her acknowledgments for the king's graciousness, thanked the chancellor more than enough, and begged him to help in returning her thanks to his majesty, and in obtaining his pardon for any passion or peevishness of which she might have been guilty, and to assure him of all future obedience and duty. The veteran statesman, when he saw the queen in this Griselda vein, thought he might venture to inform her of the proof of duty which his majesty required of her with regard to Lady Castlemaine. Fire flashed from the eyes of Catharine at the proposition, and she indignantly replied, that the king's insisting on such a condition could only proceed from his hatred to her person, and his desire to expose her to the contempt of the world, who would think her worthy of such an affront if she submitted to it, adding, that she would rather put herself on board any small vessel and return to Lisbon. Clarendon interrupted her by telling her, that she had not the disposal of her own person, even to go out of the house where she then was, without the king's leave, and therefore advised her not to speak any more of Portugal, where there was enough who wished her to be, and admonished her, not to show off any such passion to the king, but if she thought proper to deny anything he asked her, to do it in such a manner as should look rather like an evasion than a positive refusal, that his majesty might not be provoked to put himself into a passion also, in which case she was likely to get the worst of it. There was sound sense, and only too much truth in all that Clarendon told the poor queen, but even from his own account of the matter, there was neither sympathy for her sufferings, nor much courtesy displayed in his manner of communicating it to her. He says, however, that he told the king all the good and kind things her majesty had said of him, of her dutiful expressions, and his entire belief that her unwillingness to obey him proceeded from her passionate love of him, and entreated his majesty not to press her further on this painful subject for a few days. Charles, however, had other counselors, who persuaded him to insist upon instant compliance with his commands, for if he allowed his will to be disputed on this point, he must resolve hereafter to do as his wife would have him. Charles, who was accustomed to succumb to the violence of his imperious mistress, so far as to solicit pardon on his knees every time he ventured to resist her unreasonable demands, was terrified at incurring the suspicion that he showed the slightest indulgence to his wife, and resolutely prepared to compel her to submission. The fire, says Clarendon, flamed that night higher than ever. The king reproached the queen with stubbornness and want of duty, and she him with tyranny and want of affection. He used threats which he never intended to put in execution, and she talked loudly how ill she was treated and that she would go back again to Portugal. He replied, she would do well first to learn whether her mother would receive her, and he would soon give her an opportunity of knowing that, for he was sending home forthwith all her Portuguese servants, who had, he knew, encouraged her in her perverseness. The passion and noise of the night reached too many ears to be secret the next day, and the whole court was full of that which ought to have been known to nobody, the mutual carriage of the royal pair confirming all that could be imagined of their dissension. They spoke not, they hardly looked on one another. Everybody, continues Clarendon, was glad they were so far from town, for they were still at Hampton Court, and that there were so few witnesses of all that passed. The queen sat melancholic in her chamber in tears, except when she drove them away by more violent passion and choleric discourse. And the king sought his diversion in company that said and did all things to please him, and there he spent all his nights, and towards morning disturbed the queen's repose by coming to her chamber, for he never slept in any other place. If Catharine had possessed sufficient self-command and knowledge of the human heart to enable her to adapt herself to Charles's peculiar temper, she might, by gentle and endearing appeals to his tenderness and his reason, by the exertion of all the powers of wit and fascination she possessed, by the use of caresses and even flattery, discreetly applied, have won her way and established her empire over his wayward heart as easily as any other woman. But Catharine loved him too well to dissemble her feelings. She piqued herself too highly on the purity of her conduct and the justice of her cause, and she could not condescend to soothe and flatter where she had been aggrieved. She gave way either to sullenness and tears, or to the use of bitter reproaches, which, of course, only aggravated the king against her. Charles was, however, more deeply offended at her wishing to leave him than at all her angry expressions beside. He talked, says Clarendon, with more than his natural passion of what had passed, and of the foolish extravagancy, as he called it, of returning to Portugal, and reiterated his resolution of sending away all the Portuguese, to whom he imputed his wife's frowardness, protested he would gain his point, and bade him go and talk to the queen again. Clarendon complied, and when he was admitted to see her majesty, took the liberty of reproving her for the want of temper for which she blamed the king. Catharine, with tears, acknowledged that she had been in too much passion, and said something she ought not to have said, for which she would willingly ask the king's pardon on her knees, though his manner of treating her had wonderfully surprised her, and might be some excuse for more than ordinary commotion. She concluded by praying that God would give her patience, and hope that she should not again be transported into the like passion. Clarendon said, he hoped that he might experience the effect of her good resolution in listening to his arguments, why she should submit to the king's wishes concerning the lady, which he did not come to justify, but to ask her whether she thought it were in her power to resist. Catharine said, she knew it was in her own power, and that she could not despair of the king's justice and goodness diverting him from the prosecution of a command, as unbecoming in him as it was dishonourable to her, that she would not dispute his majesty's power, but she thought he was bound to leave her the choice of her own servants, and if it were otherwise, she had been deceived. Clarendon told her, it was presumed that no wife would refuse to receive a servant that was esteemed and recommended by her husband, and that it was better for her to submit in this instance than it should be done without her consent. Catharine calmly replied, that as a matter of conscience she could not consent to that which was likely to give an opportunity for sin. Here the chancellor, who, by the by, had shown little tact in the hard dry manner in which he had laid down the law of passive obedience to the aggrieved princess, for the first time condescended to the use of a complimentary argument by telling her that he thought her majesty had too mean and low an opinion of her person and her parts, if she thought it could be in the power of any other lady to rival her. The queen listened with intense attention and great patience to the chancellor's discourse, sometimes with complacency, but oftener with an incredulous smile, as if she did not believe what he said, and when he had finished, she briefly but firmly declared, that the king might do what he pleased, but she never would consent to his requisition. Charles next upbraided her with a non-performance of the matrimonial treaty with regard to the portion, which, although it was no fault of hers, must have been a grievous mortification to poor Catharine. He insulted her venerable kinsman and friend, the Portuguese ambassador, on her account, and threw the unlucky Jew factor, Duarte Silva, into prison because he had not been able to complete his arrangements for paying the sum of money for which he was answerable into the exchequer, for which, in truth, the appointed time had not arrived. Catharine took all these outrages as personal indignities offered to herself, and it was Charles's intention that she should feel them as such, his whole study being now to mortify her. He seldom came into the queen's company, says Clarendon, and when he did, he spake not to her, but spent his time with those who made it their business to laugh at all the world, and who were as bold with God Almighty as with any of his creatures. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 1, Part 5. Some little diversion was, however, made in Catharine's favor by the arrival of the Queen Mother Henrietta, and the necessity, which both duty and affection imposed on the king, of paying her the respect of going with his court to welcome her at Greenwich. As the declared object of the Queen Mother's visit was to offer her congratulations to the king and queen on their marriage, it was impossible for Charles to do otherwise than to present his bride to his mother in proper form. A temporary cessation from hostilities on his part appears to have taken place on this occasion, and he even paid Catharine the compliment of sending the royal carriages to fetch the Conde de Ponteville, Don Pedro de Correa, and the Portuguese ambassador and his son, to join the cavalcade. The two latter excused themselves on account of illness, having fallen sick from vexation at the ill treatment they and their princess had received from the good-natured monarch of England, but they were wonderfully comforted by this mark of attention. The royal pair set out after dinner, July 28th, to pay their first state visit together, attended by a brilliant train. Queen Henrietta, who awaited their arrival at Greenwich Palace, received them at the first door, after they had ascended the stairs. Queen Catharine offered to kneel and kiss her hand, but the Queen Mother raised her in her arms, with great affection and many kind expressions, and kissed her several times. How consoling must this truly maternal reception have been to the friendless, neglected, and almost broken-hearted bride of the royal Henrietta's son! Nor was this all, for as soon as they entered the presence chamber, the Queen Mother told Catharine to lay aside all compliments and ceremony, for that she should never have come to England again except for the pleasure of seeing her, to love her as a daughter, and serve her as a queen. It is easy to imagine that the Queen Mother intended, by this speech, to convey to the time-serving courtiers, who had treated their royal mistress with contempt, when they perceived that she was despised by the king, an intimation of the deference and respect with which the wife of their sovereign ought to be treated. Catharine responded with all the gratitude and pleasure such conduct was calculated to excite, especially under her peculiar circumstances, which made the kindness of her august mother-in-law doubly precious. She told her majesty how much delight she felt in seeing her, and assured her that in love and obedience neither the king or any of her own children should exceed her. The Queen Mother then sat down in a fauteuil at the right hand of the queen, who occupied another. The king sat on a tabouret, the Duchess of York on another, and the Duke of York stood. All present kissed the queen's hand. The Queen Mother offered them the refreshment of a collation, or afternoon luncheon, as it was termed, which was declined, they having dined so shortly before they left Hampton Court. The visit lasted 4 hours, during which time the Queen Mother treated Queen Catharine with every mark of kindness and esteem. On their return to Hampton Court, the queen supped with the king in public, to the great joy of all who saw them. A temporary reconciliation, perhaps effected by the good offices of the Queen Mother, appears indeed to have reunited the royal pair at this auspicious period, for we learn, from our Portuguese authority, that the following day the king went to London, and in the evening the queen, accompanied by her household, went to meet his majesty on the road, a gallantry which the king so highly appreciated that he expressed his pleasure most heartily, which was much applauded by the court. When the Queen Mother came to return their majesties' visit at Hampton Court, the king went to meet her, and on her alighting, led her by the hand to the top of the staircase, where the queen, who was awaiting her arrival, came to receive her. After the first greetings were exchanged, they passed through the antechamber, and the two queens seated themselves in chairs under a rich canopy. The Queen Mother was on the right of the queen, and the Duchess of York a little removed on the left. The king and the Duke of York stood, and either one or the other acted as interpreters between the two queens, for Catharine could not speak French, nor Henrietta Spanish, much less Portuguese. The king and queen dined in private with the Queen Mother the first day of her arrival at Hampton Court. In the afternoon, the Duke and Duchess of York joined them in the queen's chamber, where they were regaled with the performances of her majesty's band, which, bad as they were, the Queen Mother was so good-natured as to applaud. The royal party remained together at Hampton Court till the 23rd of August, the day appointed for Queen Catharine to make her first public entrance into the metropolis of her new kingdom. On this occasion she embarked in her royal barge, with his majesty, the Duke and Duchess of York, Prince Rupert, his brother, Prince Edward, and the Countess of Suffolk, the first lady of the bedchamber to the queen. The ladies and officers of her majesty's household were in another barge. The two Portuguese countesses did not accompany their royal mistress, being indisposed. The shores were lined with soldiers and people of all degrees. When they were within 8 miles of London, a larger vessel, which could not proceed higher, was in waiting to receive the royal party. This vessel had glass windows, and a crimson awning bordered with gold, for the ladies of honour and other attendants. At Putney was another barge, in which their majesties were to make their public entry. In this were 24 rowers, clad in scarlet. The royal arms were painted on her sides and bow. She was gorgeously gilded, with an awning of gold brocade fringed within and without. Both Evelyn and Pepys have given lively descriptions of this royal aquatic progress, as it appeared to one from the river, and to the other from the roof of the banqueting house at Whitehall. I was spectator, says Evelyn, of the most magnificent triumph that ever floated on the Thames, considering the innumerable boats and vessels, dressed with all imaginable pomp. But above all, the thrones, arches, pageants, and other representations, stately barges of the Lord Mayor and companies, with various inventions, music, and peals of ordnance, both from the vessels and the shore, going to conduct the new queen from Hampton Court to Whitehall at her first coming to town. In my opinion, it far exceeded all the Venetian bucetores, etc., on the occasion when they go to espouse the Adriatic. His majesty and the queen came in an antique-shaped open vessel, covered with a state or canopy of cloth of gold, made in the form of a high cupola, supported with high Corinthian pillars, wreathed with flowers, festoons, and garlands. I was in our new-built vessel, sailing among them. Pepys notices that there were among the pageants a mimic king and queen, the latter sitting very prettily with her maids of honour at her feet. The daughter of Sir R. Ford, the Lord Mayor, was supposed to be the young lady who personated her majesty. Anon, continues he, came the real king and queen in a barge, under a canopy, with 1,000 barges and boats I know, for we could see no water for them, nor discern the king and queen. At 6 o'clock in the evening they landed, under a royal salute from the great guns on the other side, at Whitehall Bridge, on a pier which had been erected for the purpose near the palace, where the Queen Mother, with her court, and all the nobility, male and female, in the richest dresses, waited to receive them. Lady Castlemaine, up to that date, had not been received by Queen Catharine, for instead of being, where her unparalleled effrontery impelled her to wish to force herself, in the royal cortege, she was merely a spectator of the splendid pageant of King Charles conducting his bride to Whitehall amidst the shouts and acclamations of the people. A series of feasts and rejoicings welcomed Queen Catharine on her first arrival in the metropolis, yet in most instances they must have been embittered by the presence of her insolent rival, who, in the course of a few days, was to be seen not only in the presence chambers, both of the queen consort and the queen mother, but was even introduced into Queen Catharine's coach. On the 7th of September, Pepys says he went to Somerset House, where he saw the queen mother, with Queen Catharine sitting on her left hand, whom he had never seen before. And though, pursues he, she be not very charming, yet she hath a good, modest, and innocent look, which is pleasing. Here I also saw Madame Castlemaine, and which pleased me most, Mr. Crofts, the king's illegitimate son, a most pretty spark of about 15 years old, who I perceive to hang much on my Lady Castlemaine, and is always with her, and I hear the queens are both mighty kind to him. By and by in comes the king, and anon the duke and his duchess, so that they being all together, was such a sight as I never could have happened to see with so much ease and leisure. They stayed till it was dark, and then went away, the king and his queen, and my Lady Castlemaine and young Crofts in one coach. Such were the companions with which Charles compelled his consort to appear in public, when she had been his wife scarcely more than 3 months, as if for the systematic purpose of degrading her, in the opinions of his subjects, to the level of those with whom he was base enough to permit her to be seen. If the young queen had been as regardless of his honour as he showed himself of hers, with what justice could he have complained? The king and queen were very merry that night, and he would have made the queen mother believe that Catharine was likely to bring an heir to England, affirming that she said so. The young queen was shocked at such an assertion at that early period of her wedlock, and without being perhaps aware of the strength of the expression she used in her haste to contradict the audacious declaration of her royal lord, she exclaimed, "You lie!" being the first English word, observes Pepys, I ever heard her say, which made the king good sport, and he would have made her say in English, "Confess and be hanged." Spanish was the only medium of communication between Charles and his Portuguese bride for the first months of their marriage. This, as it was not the natural language of either, might literally have been the cause of some of the misunderstanding between them. All the curtain lectures which Catharine addressed to her lord on the subject of Lady Castlemaine, and his threats and sarcastic rejoinders, were carried on in that language, they having no other means of rendering their nocturnal altercations intelligible to each other. He complained, when angry, of her disinclination to study English, but in moments of good humour, when he chose to amuse himself by playing the instructor, it was his delight to impose on her confiding innocence, like a rude schoolboy, by giving her lessons in the vulgar language. But although Charles occasionally condescended to playfulness with his poor little queen, his conduct as husband was at this very period worse than ever. In a portion of the deciphered correspondence, Clarendon writes thus to Ormond: "All things are bad with reference to Lady Castlemaine, but I think not quite so bad as you hear. Everybody takes her to be of the bedchamber, for she is always there, and goes abroad in the coach. But the queen tells me that the king promised her, on condition she would use her as she doth others, that she should never live in court. Yet lodgings I think she hath. I hear of no back stairs. The worst is, the king is discomposed, in other words, dissipated, as ever, and looks as little after business, which breaks my heart. He seeks satisfaction in other company, who do not love him as well as you and I do." There is something infinitely pathetic in this last sentence. The heart of Charles had been indurated beyond its natural obduracy, since it had been in the possession of the iniquitous woman whom he preferred to his wife, or he must have been touched by the true affection of the faithful friends of his long adversity. Meantime, Lady Castlemaine came every day into the queen's presence, and the king was observed in perpetual conference with her, while the queen sat by neglected, And if, unable to conceal her anguish at the indignity, she rose and retired to her chamber, only one or two of her immediate attendants followed her, but the rest of the court remained, and too often said aloud things which no one ought to have whispered. The king, who at the beginning of the conflict had worn a troubled countenance, and sometimes appeared as if he wished he had not gone so far, still chafed by the reproach of being governed, which he received with the most lively indignation, and was generally taunted with it most by those who aimed the most at governing him, now seemed as if he had overcome every tender feeling towards his luckless wife, and assumed an appearance of excessive gaiety, which close observers thought feigned and unnatural. However, to the queen it seemed very real, and it increased her sadness when she saw a universal mirth in all company but hers, and in all places but in her chamber, her own servants showing more respect and more diligence to the person of Lady Castlemaine than to herself, because they found it was in the power of that bold bad woman to do them more good than their wrong and neglected queen. Pepys, who in his diary briefly but shrewdly notes the signs of the times, on the 14th of September went into the presence chamber at Whitehall, where, says he, "I saw the queen as I did last Sunday, and some fine ladies with her, but by my troth not many." Charles now declared his fixed resolution to carry into effect his oft reiterated threat of sending back the queen's Portuguese attendants to their own country, and appointed a day for their embarkation, without assigning any particular reward to any of them for their services to the queen, or vouchsafing to write any letter to the king and queen of Portugal of the cause of their dismission. This rigor, pursues Clarendon, prevailed upon the great heart of the queen, who had not received any money, to enable her to be liberal to any of those who had followed her to England with the idea of good preferment in her household. And she earnestly entreated the king to permit her to retain some few who were most necessary to her, and that she might not be left wholly in the hands of strangers, and employed others to make suit to him for that purpose. Charles, as a great favour, permitted the Countess of Penalva, who had been with her from infancy, and who was nearly blind, and in consequence of her infirm state of health, seldom stirred out of her chamber, to remain. Also the cook, 2 or 3 of the servants in the culinary department, and the priests and ecclesiastics who officiated in her majesty's chapel. It is a matter of necessary policy to dismiss the train of foreign attendants by whom a royal bride is accompanied to her husband's court, as they are sure to be regarded with ill will by a jealous people. Every preferment they receive deteriorates from the popularity of the queen, and if any disaster occur, it is considered attributable to their evil influence. Catharine, who was as ignorant of all state affairs and historical precedents as an infant, was not aware that it was a trial to which other queens were exposed, and felt not only of the deprivation of the comfort of beholding familiar faces and listening to familiar accents, but was led to suppose, from Charles's harsh manner of putting this measure into effect, that it was a piece of especial tyranny inflicted on her as a punishment for refusing to tolerate the intrusion of his paramour in her bedchamber. There, however, she came daily, and remained for hours, with imprudent pertinacity. Her majesty was never free from her abhorrent presence. She thrust herself into the royal coach, and went wherever the queen went, to the park, the theatre, to the houses of the nobility. She even followed her to mass, though she professed the most vehement horror of the rites of the Church of Rome, and had refused to consider her son by the king a Christian till he had been rebaptized, the king meantime treating all the queen's household, and above all the English gentlemen who had attended her from Portugal, with such marked ungraciousness that no one liked to be recommended for appointments in her service. On the 24th of October, Pepys notices that he had these particulars from Mr. Pierce, a surgeon, who further said, that her own physician did tell him within these 3 days that the queen do know how the king orders things, and how he carries himself to my Lady Castlemaine and others, as well as anybody. But though she hath spirit enough, yet seeing that she does no good by taking notice of it, for the present she forbears it in policy, of which I am very glad. But I do pray God to keep us in peace, for this, with other things, do give great discontent to all people." If the ill-treated queen had not been possessed of a much greater share of magnanimity and good sense than many other princesses have displayed under similar provocations, she might soon have rendered herself formidable to the king and his advisers by allying herself with the growing party of the disaffected. The sale of Dunkirk, the insolent carriage of Lady Castlemaine, who was said to influence his majesty's councils, and the licentious character of a court, at once needy and extravagant, were matters of public reprobation at this period, while the wrongs of an amiable and virtuous young queen were not likely to be regarded with indifference by a generous and moral people. But Catharine bore all in silence, and neither by direct or indirect means attempted to appeal to the sympathy of the nation. The conduct of the king, Clarendon tells us, was regarded with unconcealed disapprobation by some of his most faithful servants, who occasionally ventured to censure him for it by insinuating how much his own honour was compromised by the disrespect with which the queen was treated, and that he could not reasonably hope for children by her, when her heart was so full of grief, and she was kept in a state of constant agitation and distress of mind. Charles could not deny the force of these arguments, to which in fact he had nothing to reply, except the example of his far-praised grandfather, Henry IV. of France, whose immoral conduct he seemed to consider a sufficient excuse for his own. Notwithstanding this sophistry, he was getting weary of the contest, and it was supposed by many, who knew his character better than his inexperienced consort, that he was about to send the cause of his indifference with her from the court, when, all of a sudden, the queen changed her conduct to Lady Castlemaine. One day, to the surprise of everyone, she entered into conversation with her, and, according to Clarendon, permitted herself to fall into familiarity with her, was merry with her in public, and spoke kindly of her, and in private used no one more friendly. This excess of condescension, so sudden and unexpected, exposed Catharine to the censures and scorn of all those who had hitherto espoused her cause. This total abandoning her own greatness, pursues Clarendon, this lowly demeanour of a person she had justly contemned, made all men conclude that it was a hard matter to know her, and consequently to serve her. And the king himself was so far from being reconciled by it, that the esteem which he could not hitherto in his heart but retain for her grew now much less. He concluded that all her former anguish, expressed in those lively passions which seemed not capable of dissimulation, was all fiction, and purely acted to the life by a nature crafty, perverse, and inconstant. He congratulated his own ill-natured perseverance, by which he had discovered how he was to behave himself hereafter, and what remedies he was to apply to all future indispositions. Nor had he the same value for her wit, judgment, and understanding that he had formerly, and was well enough pleased to observe that the reverence others had for her was somewhat diminished. History has echoed the bitter contempt expressed by Clarendon for the queen's want of consistency of purpose, without giving her the slightest credit for her conjugal forbearance, and her wish of conciliating her royal husband at any sacrifice. Far less has anyone paused to consider how far Catharine of Braganza might be influenced by her affection for her native country, which depended at that very time, for its political existence, on the support of England. It is possible that, among other threats, Charles had menaced his consort with recalling his fleets from the Mediterranean, and that she had been informed that the only means of averting this evil would be to propitiate the woman by whom, to his eternal disgrace, her husband permitted himself to be governed. Strange, says Pepys, how the king is bewitched by this pretty Castlemaine. Catharine treated young Crofts, as Charles at first called his boy, with invariable kindness, but was of course opposed to his being publicly acknowledged as his majesty's son, and even expressed herself with unwonted violence on the subject, as we find from the following curious letter of her brother-in-law, the Duke of York, to Clarendon. Thursday. My brother hath spoken with the queen yesterday concerning the owning of his son, and in much passion she told him that from the time he did any such thing she would never see his face more. I would be glad to see you before you go to Parliament, that I may advise with you what is to be done, for my brother tells me he will do whatever I please. For the Chancellor. Notwithstanding the disapprobation of Her Majesty, Charles created this youth Duke of Monmouth, and gave him precedency over every duke in the realm, except his royal brother, and treated him with such extraordinary honours that it was generally reported that he had been married to his mother and meant to declare him his successor. This might have been attended with serious consequences to his legitimate offspring, if the queen had proved a mother, but the agitation and distress of mind the royal bride had suffered cost Charles the heir on which he had prematurely ventured to reckon. Neglected as she was by her royal husband, Queen Catharine was not without her share of homage as a woman. Waller, the most eloquent of court poets, pays a well-turned compliment to the beauty of her eyes in the following graceful birthday ode, which he composed in her honour, and which was sung to her by Mrs. Knight on St. Catherine's Day, November 25th, the day Her Majesty completed her 25th year. This happy day two lights are seen, a glorious saint, a matchless queen, both named alike, both crowned appear, the saint above, the infanta here. May all those years which Catharine the martyr did for heaven resign be added to the line of your blessed life among us here. For all the pains that she did feel, and all the torments of her wheel, may you as many pleasures share. May heaven itself content with Catharine the saint, without appearing old, 100 times may you, with eyes as bright as now, this happy day behold. Waller again took occasion to eulogize the beautiful eyes of this queen in the verses which he wrote on a card, which she tore at the then fashionable game of ombre, in some little fit of impatience. The cards you tear in value rise, so do the wounded by your eyes, who to celestial things aspire, are by that passion raised the higher. It was not often that Catharine permitted herself to give way to petulance, even on signal provocations. She appears to have kept the resolution she avowed to Clarendon, when she promised not to give way to passion again on the subject of her rival. Dr. Pierce tells me, says Pepys, that my Lady Castlemaine's interest at court increases, and is more and greater than the queen's, that she hath brought in Sir H. Bennet and Sir Charles Berkeley, but that the queen is a most good lady, and takes all with the greatest meekness. Catharine felt her wrongs no less keenly than when she vented her indignant feelings in angry words and floods of tears, but she had gained the power of restraining her inward pangs from becoming visible to those who made sport of her agony. When Lady Castlemaine, on entering the bedchamber one day while Her Majesty was at her toilet, had the presumption to ask her, how could she have the patience to sit so long a dressing? Madam, replied the queen with great dignity, I have so much reason to use patience that I can well bear such a trifle. The last day of 1662 concluded with a grand ball at the Palace of Whitehall. The company did not assemble till after supper, when that indefatigable sightseer, Pepys, tells us he got into the room where the dancing was to take place, which was crowded with fine ladies. By and by, pursues he, comes the king and queen, the duke and duchess, and all the great ones. After seating themselves, all rose again. The king took out the Duchess of York, the duke the Duchess of Buckingham, the Duke of Monmouth, Lady Castlemaine, and other lords and ladies, and they danced the brantle. After that, the king led a lady a single coranto, and then the lords, one after another, other ladies. Very noble it was, and pleasant to see. Then to country dances, the king leading the first, which he called for by name as the Old Dance of England. The manner was, when the king dances, all the ladies in the room and the queen herself stand up, and indeed he dances rarely and much better than the Duke of York. At this ball, Lady Castlemaine appeared in richer jewels than those of the queen and the Duchess of York put together. It was whispered that she had induced the king to bestow on her all the Christmas presents which the peers had given him, one reason perhaps why such offerings were discontinued. Among other matters of court gossip detailed by Pepys, we find it was reported that the king reprimanded Lady Gerard as he was leading her down the dance, for having spoken against Lady Castlemaine to the queen, and afterwards forbade her to attend her majesty any more. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 2, Part 1. The new year opened, as the old had closed, with a series of courts, balls, and other gaieties, in which the ill-treated bride of Charles took little part. Her court was considered at this time inferior, both in splendor and correctness, to that of her royal mother-in-law, Queen Henrietta, and she received a very trifling degree of homage from the time-serving courtiers, who were intent on propitiating her insolent rival. The profligate associates of the king endeavored to justify him in his neglect of the queen by depreciating her in every way possible. Her piety was termed bigotry, her moral rectitude, stiffness and precision, her simplicity of character, folly, and her person, which Charles had himself declared to be agreeable enough to please any reasonable man, was caricatured and ridiculed on all occasions. Catharine treated the attacks of these reptiles with silent contempt, and never condescended to betray her consciousness of their sting, far less to seek for vengeance. But the pain she felt at the unkindness of her royal husband, though patiently endured, was too acute to be concealed, and was observed by the whole court. It was 3 months since the king had supped with her. He now spent all his evenings with Lady Castlemaine, to whom he had given apartments at Whitehall, contiguous to his own. He also braved public opinion by carrying this woman with him to Windsor, when the court removed thither to celebrate the national festival of St. George, which was kept with the greatest splendor this year, in honor of the nuptials of the Duke of Monmouth with the young heiress of Buccleuch. The boy bridegroom opened the royal ball in St. George's Hall with Queen Catharine. He was dancing with her, with his hat in his hand, when the king came in, went up to him, kissed him, and made him put it on. So glaring a violation of royal etiquette would scarcely have been made in favour of a Prince of Wales, and was regarded by every one as an intimation that the king contemplated declaring him the heir of the crown. The queen did not manifest any displeasure at this inconsiderate proceeding of the king, although tending to compromise the rights of any offspring she might bring, and it was generally reported about that time that she was likely to become a mother. There was at this juncture an attempt on the part of the creatures of Lady Castlemaine, Buckingham, Bristol, and Bennet to strike at the lawfulness of her marriage, by introducing the following article in the impeachment they had prepared against the Lord Chancellor Clarendon. That he had brought the king and queen together without any settled agreement about marriage rights, whereby, the queen refusing to be married by a Protestant priest, in case of her being with child, either the succession should be made uncertain, for want of due rites of matrimony, or his majesty be exposed to a suspicion of his being married in his own dominions by a Romish priest. The king was so highly offended with the Earl of Bristol for his audacity in venturing to challenge inquiry into his secretly performed Catholic nuptials that he forbade him his presence and threatened him with his utmost vengeance. An attack on this subject came oddly enough from the Earl of Bristol, who had become a member of the Church of Rome. Charles once asked him what had caused his conversion to that belief. "May it please your majesty, it was writing a book for the Reformation," replied the earl. "Pray, my lord," retorted the royal wit, "write a book for popery." This inconsistent nobleman had from the first proved himself one of the most determined enemies of the queen, whom he regarded as the protégé of Clarendon. Catharine was peculiarly unfortunate under this idea. She received very little protection and no sympathy from Clarendon, and was exposed to all the hostility of his political foes. Among the numerous vexations and difficulties with which she had to contend during the first year of her marriage, and not the least of them, was poverty, having only been paid a very paltry modicum of the income that was settled upon her by the marriage articles. She had the prudence to accommodate her outlay to her receipts, and made no complaints of the grievance, till she learned that an expenditure of £40,000 was charged to her account among the expenses of the crown. She then took proper measures to inform the Committee of Parliament that, for the support of herself and household, she had up to that time received no more than £4,000. So unparalleled an instance of economy in a queen was, of course, duly appreciated by men of business, who were only too well aware of the unprincipled extravagance of those on whom the money, provided by the nation for the maintenance of the wife of the sovereign, had been lavished. Few men treat their wives the better for playing the Griselda on all occasions, and assuredly Charles II was not one of those. The moral courage displayed by the queen in refusing, after she had been wrongfully deprived of so large a portion of her income, to submit to the imputation of having exceeded it, appears rather to have increased his respect for her, as he certainly began to pay her some attention in public about this time. A great change took place in her manner also. She became lively, playful, and endeavoured, by all means in her power, to conform herself to his Majesty's humour. The pecuniary difficulties to which Charles's unprincipled appropriation of his queen's revenue exposed her were very grievous. In May 1663, she was recommended by her physicians to go to Tunbridge Wells to try the effect of the medicinal waters, but when the time came, neither she nor her officers had any money to pay the expense of the journey. Her council were called together to devise some plan for her relief, and they sent her secretary, Lord Cornbury, Mr. Hervey, and Lord Brochner, to the Lord Treasurer 3 different times, to procure an assignment for the money that was due to her on arrear. But, writes Lord Cornbury to the Earl of Chesterfield, her Lord Chamberlain, his lordship told us that revenue was already anticipated, that he could not possibly fix any fund for the queen, but that for her majesty's present supply his lordship would endeavour to furnish Mr. Hervey with £2,000, which was all he could yet possibly do. And how far such a sum is able to defray her majesty in her journey to Tunbridge, your lordship is very well able to judge. Upon report hereof to the council this afternoon, they have ordered my Lord Chamberlain, my Lord Hollis, and Mr. Hervey to attend the king, and to desire his majesty to give orders to the Board of Green Cloth to prepare all things for the queen's journey to Tunbridge, and to command £5,000 to be immediately paid to the queen for her particular occasions. What success this will have, your lordship shall know by the next post, if you please to allow me to give you the trouble. The promised letter does not appear, but the sequel of the business may easily be guessed, for the queen did not go to Tunbridge Wells till July, when some part of her arrears were paid. Catharine accompanied the king on his state visit to the city on the 20th of May, when they dined with the Lord Mayor. A few days afterwards, she was rejoiced with the news of the memorable battle of Amexial, in which the Spanish army, under Don John of Austria, was defeated, with great loss, by the combined arms of England and Portugal. The Spaniards were then so near Lisbon that it had been found necessary to set the fortunes of Portugal on a field. It was on this occasion that the Conde de Villaflor, the Portuguese general, on witnessing the gallantry with which Colonel Hunt and his regiment forced their passage up the steep hill where Don Juan of Austria was posted, exclaimed in an ecstasy, "These heretics are better to us than all our saints!" The weak-minded king of Portugal only rewarded his valiant allies with a present of snuff, which they contemptuously scattered on the ground. Charles II ordered 40,000 crowns to be distributed among them as a testimony of his approbation. Catharine of Braganza, whose heart had been torn with anxiety while the fate of her country hung on a doubtful balance, assumed a more cheerful carriage after the event of this battle secured independence to Portugal and the sceptre to her family. The recognition of their rights appears always to have been the object dearest to her heart. It was her solicitude on this account that betrayed Catharine into the improper step of persuading her royal husband, very soon after her marriage, to send Richard Bellings, one of the gentlemen of her household, on a secret mission to Rome, to convey a letter from her to the Pope, imploring his protection for Portugal, for the sake of the good offices she was ready to perform in England, for the amelioration of the condition of the Catholics there, taking God to witness that neither the desire of crowns nor sceptres had induced her to become Queen of England, but her wish of serving the Catholic religion. In the same strain, she addressed several of the cardinals, especially Cardinal Ursini, and recommended the Lord Aubigny, her head almoner, to be made a cardinal, in consideration of his many virtues. It was, no doubt, in consequence of the earnest solicitations of Catharine that her brother was at last acknowledged by the Roman See as King of Portugal. The sanguine hopes she expressed of the Portuguese connection becoming the means of bringing England once more into communion with the Church of Rome had perhaps some weight with the pontiff. The mission of Bellings was not unobserved by the vigilant foes of the queen, and it was probably the foundation on which the agitators of the popish plot built their monstrous fabrication, which caused the shedding of so much innocent blood. Catharine, as Queen of England, ought to have avoided all cause for suspicion that she was acting under the influence of the papal see. But her enthusiastic zeal for the advancement of her own religion and her love for her own country rendered her forgetful of the impropriety of violating the established laws of the realm her husband ruled, by entering into interdicted correspondences and dangerous intrigues with Rome. A circumstance more extraordinary, however, than any practices of the queen in favor of the faith in which she was educated, was the avowed conversion of Lady Castlemaine to the doctrines of the Church of Rome. The queen was by no means charmed at the unexpected acquisition of so disreputable a proselyte to her religion. The relatives of the lady were excessively annoyed at it, and implored the king to interpose his authority to prevent her from going to mass. Charles sarcastically replied, "that he never interfered with the souls of ladies." The fact was, Lady Castlemaine's influence over the king was beginning to abate, and she was cunningly preparing, in case of being abandoned by her royal lover, to pave the way for a reconciliation with her injured husband by embracing his religion. It was observed, with great satisfaction, that she was absent from court on several public occasions, especially at a grand review of the King's Guards, both horse and foot, in Hyde Park, on the 4th of July, which Pepys describes as a goodly sight to see so many fine horses and officers, and the king and duke on horseback, and the two queens in the queen mother's coach, Lady Castlemaine not being there. 6 days later he says, "I met Pierce the Carugian, who tells me for certain that the king is grown colder to my Lady Castlemaine than ordinary, and that he believes he begins to love the queen, and do make much of her more than he used to do." The next thing that excited the wonder and admiration of the gay world was the unwonted sight of the king riding hand in hand with Queen Catharine in the park, before all the ladies and gallants of the court, and Catharine, according to the testimony of that excellent critic in female beauty, Samuel Pepys, looked mighty pretty in a very queer costume, namely, a white laced waistcoat, called in the modern vocabulary of dress a spencer, and a crimson short petticoat with hair à la negligence. Here also, proceeds he, was my Lady Castlemaine riding among the rest of the ladies, but the king took, methought, no notice of her, nor when she alighted did anybody press, as she seemed to expect and stayed for it, to take her down, but was taken down by her own gentleman. She looked mighty out of humour, and had a yellow plume in her hat, which all took notice of, and yet is very handsome but very melancholy, nor did anybody speak to her, or she so much as smile or speak to anybody. I followed them up to Whitehall, and into the queen's presence, where all the ladies walked, talking and fiddling with their hats and feathers, and changing and trying them on each other's heads, and laughing. But it was the finest sight to me, considering their great beauties and dress. But above all, Mrs. Stuart in this dress, with her hat cocked and a red plume, with her sweet eyes, little Roman nose, and excellent taille, is now the greatest beauty I ever saw, I think, in all my life, and if ever woman can, does exceed my Lady Castlemaine, at least in this dress, which I verily believe is the reason of his coldness to my Lady Castlemaine. Pepys was not the only person by whom this suspicion was whispered in the court, together with the hint that the king had been long weary of the thraldom in which he was held by his imperious mistress, whom he greatly feared, but had ceased to love, and that the principal attraction that had drawn him to her apartments of late was the company of the fair Stuart. Such was the laxity of manners in this profligate court, that Lord Blantyre, the father of this beautiful and giddy girl, permitted her to spend much of her time with so notorious a woman as Lady Castlemaine. The fair Stuart was very young, very vain, and full of coquetry. She was flattered with the admiration of the sovereign, and amused herself with his passion so far as she could without involving herself in actual guilt. The attentions of a monarch and a married man can never be innocently, much less safely, received by any lady, and though Frances Stuart never committed a lapse from chastity, her reputation suffered from her rash flirtations with royalty. The queen, to whom the Tunbridge waters had long been recommended, having at length obtained a payment on account of the arrears due to her from the crown, sufficient to furnish the needful funds for her journey, removed thither on the 25th of July. The king determined to accompany her, not, it is feared, from motives of conjugal affection, but because the fair Stuart, who had just been appointed one of her majesty's maids of honour, was in attendance. He returned to London the 27th of July, but rejoined the queen the same night. After a sojourn of a month at this place, which in consequence of the predilection Queen Catharine took for it, and its convenient distance from London, became one of fashionable resort, the court removed to Bath. On the 5th of September, the king and queen, with the Duke and Duchess of York, Prince Rupert, and all their retinue, came in state to Bristol, and were splendidly received and entertained by the mayor, by whom a grand dinner was provided on the occasion. They returned to Bath at 4 o'clock. 150 pieces of ordnance were discharged in the marsh at 3 distinct times. From Bath, their majesties went in progress to Oxford, where they arrived the 22nd of September, and were welcomed with every demonstration of loyal affection. After spending 2 months very agreeably in visiting the most interesting places in the Western and Midland counties with her royal husband, Catharine returned with him to Whitehall. It was said that the good effects of the Tunbridge waters and the Bristol baths were counteracted by the uneasiness she felt at the devotion of the king to her new maid of honour, the beautiful Frances Stuart. But she betrayed no outward symptoms of jealousy against a giddy girl, whom she saw building houses of cards, playing at blindman's buff, and talking nonsense indiscriminately to all the court, but who had proved herself capable of awing the profligate Duke of Buckingham when he attempted to address her improperly. More serious cause for disquiet had Catharine in the alarming signs of a renewed intimacy between the king and his evil genius, Lady Castlemaine, indicated by his supping with her the very night he returned to Whitehall. That evening, old Father Thames made an active diversion in favour of the injured queen, by inundating Lady Castlemaine's kitchen, where the water rose so high that it was impossible for the cook to roast the kind of beef that was ordered for his majesty's supper. When Mrs. Sarah, her housekeeper, communicated this disaster to her mistress, she told her, with a formidable exclamation, that she must set the house on fire, but it must be roasted. So it was carried to the house of Mrs. Sarah's husband and cooked there. On the 2 following nights, October 11th and 12th, Charles supped with Lady Castlemaine again. 2 or 3 days after his return to his old follies, all hopes of an heir to England for the present were lost, and the queen's illness was succeeded by a fever of so alarming a character, that her death was hourly expected and indeed reported in the court. The king, conscience-stricken at the sight of her sufferings and danger, gave way to a burst of passionate tenderness and remorse, and wept bitterly. Catharine told him, "She willingly left all the world but him," on which he threw himself on his knees by her bedside, and bathing her hands with tears, begged her to live for his sake. She consoled him with much calmness and sweetness, telling him that she should rejoice to see him in a state that would put into his power to marry some princess of greater merit than herself, and who would contribute more to his happiness and the good of his realm. They removed the king by force from this agitating scene, but not till he was so much overpowered by his feelings as to be on the point of fainting, while the few Portuguese attendants whom she had been permitted to retain distracted everyone with their doleful cries and lamentations. The queen contemplated the approach of death with the courage of a philosopher and the serenity of a Christian. She made her will, gave orders for many domestic arrangements, and received the last sacraments of her church. Her doctors were very angry with her priests for the length of time in which they occupied the royal patient in performing the exciting solemnity of extreme unction, which they of course concluded would aggravate her fever and diminish the chances of her recovery. Contrary, however, to all expectation, she fell into a profound sleep, in which she remained with little interruption 5 hours. She then awoke, gargled her mouth, her malady being a spotted fever, accompanied with sore throat, and then sunk into sleep again. But there was no diminution in violence of the fever, her pulse beating 20 to the king's or Lady Suffolk's, who were both watching over her. By her own desire she had her luxuriant dark hair cut off and her head shaved. The king, says Pepys, is most fondly disconsolate for her, and weeps by her, which makes her weep, which someone this day told me he reckons a good sign, as it carries away some rheum from her head. For several days the queen vibrated between life and death. Lionne, the French ambassador, wrote to his royal master, that between the 25th and the 29th of October, the physicians entertained little hopes of her recovery. He says that after she had received extreme unction, she preferred two requests to the king. One, that her body might be sent to Portugal for interment in the tomb of her ancestors. The other, that he would remember the obligation into which he had entered, never to separate his interests from those of the king her brother, and to continue his protection to her distressed people. For the last of these requests, proceeds the cool diplomatist, we shall learn the success in time. For the other, I doubt not he will very willingly satisfy her. The king appears to me very much afflicted. He supped, nevertheless, yesterday evening with Lady Castlemaine, and conversed as usual with Mademoiselle Stuart, with whom he is very much in love. It was generally believed that this lively young beauty, who had made almost as deep an impression on the heart of Charles II as Anne Boleyn formerly did on that of Henry VIII, was destined for the same preferment in case of the queen's death. Charles, however, passed a great deal of his time in the chamber of his sick wife, and bestowed much personal attendance on her. Of this she was gratefully sensible, though her intellects were disordered by the violence of the fever, which greatly affected her brain. She fancied in her delirium that she had borne a son, and said, "She was much troubled that her boy was but an ugly boy." The king being present to humour her, said, "No, it is a very pretty boy." "Nay," replied she tenderly, "if it be like you, it is a fine boy indeed, and I would be well pleased with it." The passionate instincts of maternity continued for several days to haunt the childless queen, and her thoughts, sleeping or waking, were of nothing but her imaginary offspring. On the 27th of October, she fancied she had 3, and that the girl was very like the king, and happy in the idea, she slept several hours that night. At 5 in the morning, her physician unwittingly awakened her by feeling her pulse, and the first word she said was, "How do the children?" This pleasant delusion, perhaps, contributed to Catharine's recovery more than the pigeons that were applied to her feet, or the cordial prescription of Sir Francis Prujean, her doctor, which Pepys says, "in her despair did give her rest." Waller, with that exquisite perception of the female heart which belongs to poetic inspiration, attributes, with greater probability, the almost miraculous restoration of the queen to the effect of her royal husband's tender sympathy. In the complimentary verses which this courtly poet addressed to her majesty on her recovery from illness, he alludes to the tears which Charles wept over her in the following graceful lines. He that was never known to mourn, so many kingdoms from him torn, his tears reserved for you, more dear, more prized than all those kingdoms were. For when no healing art prevailed, when the cordials and elixirs failed, on your pale cheek he dropped the shower, revived you like a dying flower. The recovery of the queen was, however, very slow, and her state continued for some time so precarious that Pepys records that he prudently sent to stop the making of his velvet cloak till he should see whether she would live or die. So variously at times are the minds of human beings affected by the consideration of the frail tenure on which a fellow creature is supposed to hold existence. The general report of her majesty's health on the 29th of October was, "The queen mends apace, but yet talks idle still." On the 30th, "The queen continues lightheaded, but in hopes to recover." She was not out of danger in the first week of November, when she was exposed to the fatigue and excitement of a state visit from M. de Lionne, the French ambassador, and M. de Cateu, a gentleman of rank from the court of Louis XIV, who had arrived from Paris the night before, charged with compliments of condolence from that monarch and his queen to her majesty on her sickness. Although Queen Catharine still kept her bed, and had occasional fits of delirium, it was a matter of royal etiquette that the greetings of the French majesties should be delivered to her in person, and that she should give them a gracious reception. It is to be remembered that it was the fashion at that time for kings, queens, and persons nearly allied to the crown, both in England and France, to be harassed with 1,000 impertinent ceremonies in the time of sickness, and, the more imminent the danger, the more solemn and elaborate were the ceremonies, and the greater the influx of visitors, rendering the doubtful chances of recovery next to impossible. The luxury of privacy was never allowed to royal personages in those days. They were born in public, they dressed and undressed in public, they ate and drank in public, and they died in public, surrounded by a crowd of princes, bishops, judges, cabinet ministers, and foreign ambassadors, watching their last agonies, for they were never allowed the comfort of a quiet room in sickness, or a peaceful departure from this life. And notwithstanding all this pomp and parade of death, every intricate symptom of the illustrious patient's malady was attributed to the effects of poison administered through the machinations of the nearest of kin. As Charles II had been so indifferent a husband, and the reversion of his royal hand was already awarded, by report, to the fair Stuart and others, he was of course desirous that the envoys of France should have the opportunity of seeing and speaking to his poor queen, that they might, in case of the worst, bear honourable testimony for him that he had not hastened her departure. Late as it was in the evening, when Monsieur Cateu arrived in London, he was immediately conducted to Whitehall by the ambassador, who knew King Charles was impatient for his coming. The king received him with much satisfaction, and wished him to see the queen directly, but as she was asleep, the visit was deferred till the next day. At the appointed hour they came, and were introduced by King Charles into the roulet of her majesty's bed. The king, according to the report of M. de Lyonnais, took the pains to deliver the complimentary messages of the king and queen of France to Queen Catharine herself, which cost him some trouble, for the fever had rendered her so deaf, that it was only by going very close to her and bawling in her ear that she could be made to understand what was said. When she comprehended the purport of this really unseasonable visit, she testified much satisfaction, and said a few words to that effect in reply very intelligibly. Since that time, continues the ambassador, who certainly never could have experienced himself the misery of being teased with such pompous absurdity during the low stage of a malignant typhus fever, Her Majesty finds herself better, and it seems to me that the care your Majesty has taken in sending to make her this visit has contributed more to her cure than all the doctors. They make us hope she is out of danger, but she wanders frequently still, which shows that the brain is affected, for the fever is scarcely high enough to cause that symptom. One must have seen what I have to believe this, for the meanest among the courtiers takes the liberty of marrying his royal master again, each according to his own inclination, but the most confident speak of the daughter of the Prince de Ligne, from which the King of Spain might gain some advantage. But I can assure your Majesty that these projects are very likely to be broken by the recovery of the sick, and that few people will rejoice in it, unless it be the Duke and Duchess of York, who would otherwise see the fine hopes which at present flatter them distanced, as it is said this queen can never bear children. It was observed by that universal observer, Pepys, during the queen's illness, that King Charles's hair had grown very grey, which seemed to afford an excuse to the monarch for adopting the then prevailing fashion of wearing a periwig, a mode that was introduced at that era of his restoration by the prudent Roundheads, who were desirous of avoiding the sneers of the court by emulating the flowing locks of the Cavaliers. In the course of 3 or 4 years, the Cavaliers had the folly to cut off their envied love-locks, and put on the periwig imitations, which their old enemies had devised to cover the evidence of their late party principles when loyalty became the fashion. Pepys, though he indulged himself even to extravagance in the article of periwigs, confessed that the Duke of York's hair, even when he saw it cut short, in order to be covered with one of those modish appendages, was pretty enough to have served instead. The ringlet periwig of the Restoration soon amplified into the tasteless fashion of the Campaign and Marlborough wigs, which were in turn succeeded by the endless barbarisms of perukes, bag wigs, tie wigs, cannon wigs, and the bob wigs, which, for more than a century and a quarter, caricatured the countenances of English gentlemen. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 2, Part 2. The commencement of the year 1664 found Queen Catharine perfectly recovered from her long sore sickness and greatly improved in her English. The courtiers were amused with the pretty little phrases she used in order to explain herself. One day, when she meant to say that she did not like one of the horses that appeared meddlesome and full of tricks, she innocently said, "He did make too much vanity." The affection the king had testified for her during the period of her sickness appeared to have been as evanescent as his tears, and he now devoted himself openly to the fair Stuart, whom he admired the more because he found it impossible to prevail over her virtue. Lady Castlemaine was furiously jealous of her youthful rival, and the more her own influence with the king decreased, the more fiercely and openly did she assert her claims on his attention. One day, being at the theatre, in the next box to that occupied by the king and the Duke of York, she leaned over several other ladies to whisper to his majesty, and then boldly rose up, and walking into the royal box, seated herself at the king's right hand, between him and the Duke of York, which put everyone there, and the king himself, out of countenance. Charles, though he had been so tyrannical a husband to the amiable and virtuous consort by whom he was only too tenderly beloved, wanted the moral courage to emancipate himself from the shameless virago whom he had ceased to love, and who exposed him to the contempt of his court. A new and very elegant open carriage, called a calash, had been brought from France as a present to the king, which was the admiration of everyone who saw it. The queen begged the king to allow her to go in it with her sister-in-law, the Duchess of York, the first time it was used. Lady Castlemaine, having seen them in it, demanded the loan of it for the first fine day for a drive in Hyde Park, which was then, as now, the fashionable resort of the beau monde for carriage drives and equestrian exercise. The fair Stuart made the same request, and a most violent scene took place between the rival goddesses. But the king gave the preference to the reigning object of his idolatry, and from that hour the hatred between Lady Castlemaine and her became irreconcilable. The meekness and forbearance of the ill-treated queen afforded a strong contrast to the violence of the proud, contentious woman whom Charles had the folly to prefer to her. Catharine even hesitated to enter her own dressing-room without giving some intimation of her approach, lest she should have the mortification of surprising the king in the midst of a love scene with one or the other of her ladies. Then, too, she was unjustly wronged out of a considerable part of the crown lands in which she had been jointured, the king having let them, at merely nominal rents, to one of his worthless favourites, Lord Fitzhardinge, who was a creature of Lady Castlemaine's. The king had already exhausted all his resources, and involved himself considerably in debt. The precarious nature of the queen's income, and the frequent defaults she had to bear from the exchequer, taught her habits of economy from necessity, and this at length degenerated into avarice, or at any rate, over-strictness in requiring her dues. She suspected all her officers of the same want of honesty that she experienced from their royal master, which obtained for her the unpopular character of a hard woman to deal with. William Prynne, who had been pilloried in the reign of Charles I for his contemptuous writing against Queen Henrietta Maria, held Catharine of Braganza in such high esteem that he endeavoured to put her in the way of improving her revenue by a revival of the ancient claims of the queens of England to the aurum reginae, or queen's gold. He even exerted his antiquarian talents and research in writing a book on the subject, which he dedicated to her majesty. Charles II was highly amused at the devotion manifested by the stern old Roundhead to his popish consort, and his zeal for her pecuniary interests, but he judged it unadvisable to moot the point of the obsolete queenly privilege to which Prynne set forth her right, a right which had merged in the crown ever since the offices of sovereign and queen had been vested in the person of Mary Tudor, and more completely so in that of Elizabeth. Queen Catharine went with her royal husband on the 21st of March to see him open the sessions of Parliament in person, on which occasion his Majesty delivered a long speech from the throne on the subject of the many plots which were said at that time to be in agitation against his person and the peace of the realm. He also spoke against triennial parliaments. Charles had been greatly annoyed by the publication of various caricatures against his royal person by the Dutch Republican party. In one of these, he was represented with all his pockets turned inside out, begging for money of his parliament. In another, he appears led by two ladies, and threatened by a third. The queen's master of horse, Edward Montague, was dismissed by the king in May. His offense was supposed to be his great attachment to the service of his royal mistress, whose cause he always upheld with more warmth than discretion. The profligate companions of the king endeavoured to excite his majesty's jealousy against Montague by saying he was in love with the queen, and that his majesty ought to have a care of his wife. It was reported that Charles one day forgot his own dignity and the respect due to his virtuous consort, so far as to ask Montague, in a bantering tone, how his mistress did? Catharine submitted to the loss of her faithful attendant as a matter of course, but would not accept any one else in his place till after his death. Catharine was a princess of very simple tastes and inclinations, of which the furniture and arrangements of her private apartments in Whitehall afford convincing proof. Mr. Pierce, says Pepys, showed me the queen's bedchamber and her closet, where she had nothing but some pretty pious pictures and books of devotion, and her holy water at her head as she sleeps. She had an illuminated clock near her bed, in order to see what hour it was in the night. She had also a curious inlaid cabinet of ebony, mother of pearl, ivory, and silver, which contained a small altar and relics, with all things necessary for her private devotions. The king's closet at this time was so richly and elaborately adorned with paintings and other costly ornaments and furniture, that our author declared himself to be absolutely dazzled and bewildered with the abundance of objects of attraction. As for the apartments of his mistresses, they were decorated with everything that luxury could devise or extravagance supply, rivaling the descriptions in the Arabian and Persian tales in their splendor. Evelyn was disgusted with the magnificence he saw displayed by these women. Queen Catharine sat for her picture twice with Huysman, the Dutch artist, this year. She was painted once in the character of St. Catherine and once as a shepherdess. This artist chose her for the model of his Madonnas. Her best portraits are by Lely, and her most becoming costume is black velvet. This summer, however, she and her maids of honor affected silver lace gowns. They all walked from Whitehall in procession to the chapel of St. James's Palace, through the park, in this glittering costume, in the bright morning sunshine. Parasols being unknown in England at that era, the courtly belles used the gigantic green shading fans, which had been introduced by the queen and her Portuguese ladies, to shield their complexions from the sun, when they did not wish wholly to obscure their charms by putting on their masks. Both were in general use in this reign. The green shading fan is of Moorish origin, and, for more than a century after the marriage of Catharine of Braganza, was considered an indispensable luxury by our fair and stately ancestral dames, who used them in open carriages, in the promenade, and at prayers, where they ostensibly screened their devotions from public view by spreading them before their faces while they knelt. The India trade, opened by Catharine's marriage treaty, soon supplied the ladies of England with fans better adapted, by their lightness and elegance, to be used as weapons of coquetry at balls and plays. Addison has devoted several papers in The Spectator to playful satires on these toys, from whence the now general terms of flirt and flirtation have been derived. The pastoral genius of Watteau and other French and Flemish artists was first brought into notice by the employment of painting shepherdesses in hoop petticoats, and swains in full-bottom wigs, with cupids, nymphs, and the usual machinery of antiquated courtships on the mounts of fans. The hostile relations between Holland and England rendered it expedient for the king to commence his naval preparations to maintain the honour of the country. Lord Sandwich was ordered to put to sea early in July 1664, and the queen was promised the pleasure of accompanying her royal husband to see the fleet go down to the Hope. King Charles himself thus notices her desire to witness this noble spectacle. "My wife is so afraid she shall not see the fleet before it goes, that she intends to set out from this place," that is Whitehall, "on Monday next, with the afternoon tide. Therefore let all the yachts, except that which the French ambassador has, be ready at Gravesend by that time." Catharine enjoyed the gratification of her wish, for Charles took both her and his royal mother on board the fleet at Chatham before it left the port the last week of May. A few days afterwards they went down to Chatham again, when, in consequence of the great heat of the sun, Charles took off both his periwig and waistcoat to cool himself, and got a violent cold, which brought on a fever, and he was obliged to be bled and to keep his room for 2 or 3 days. This year some attention was excited at court by the statements of Mr. Mompesson of the nocturnal disturbances of his house at Tedworth, Wiltshire, by the freaks of an invisible drummer, who had alarmed his family every night for more than a year. This story Mr. Mompesson repeated to the king and queen, on which Charles dispatched his favourite, Lord Falmouth, and the queen, her chamberlain, Lord Chesterfield, to examine into the truth of it. But neither of them could see or hear anything that was extraordinary. About a 12-month afterwards, his majesty told Lord Chesterfield that he had discovered the cheat, which Mr. Mompesson had confessed to him. The king's statement was, however, incorrect. Catharine's passionate love for her own country betrayed her into a very unladylike breach of that stately courtesy, with which the science of royalty teaches princes to conceal their private feelings on all public occasions. Her dignity as Queen of England ought to have compelled her to forget the national animosity of a daughter of Braganza towards Spain, but the manner in which she permitted it to break forth at the first audience of the new Spanish ambassador at Whitehall, September 19, 1664, is related with evident vexation by Sir Henry Bennet to Sir Richard Fanshawe, the English minister at the court of Madrid. 3 days ago, Don Patricio O'Meledio had his audience of entry, in the quality of resident of his majesty, and having finished that, asked to receive the same honour from the queen, who, being discomposed a little more than could have been wished, and forbidding him in his harangue to speak to her in Spanish, he submitted to her pleasure herein, and continued in French, acquitting himself therein with all fitting respect on his part, which I say to your excellency, that the story that will certainly be made thereof may not altogether surprise you. Spanish was, however, Catharine's mother's native language, and a few weeks after this weak manifestation of her hostility to that nation, she made her court put on mourning for her Spanish cousin, the Duke of Medina Sidonia. One cause of her intemperate burst of temper was of course the recent demand of the Spanish government that Tangier should be given up to them. Charles II replied to this requisition, that they had no more to do with it than they had with Plymouth, that Tangier was an ancient acquisition of the crown of Portugal, that he had received it as a part of his queen's dowry, and if they would not allow that to give him a lawful right to the place, they had better tell him at once that they would come to a quarrel with him for it, in which case he should know how to proceed. Catharine went with her ladies in her state barge to see a ship launch at Woolwich, October 26th. The wind and waves were so rough that day that the Duchess of Buckingham and the fair Mistress Boynton, one of her maids of honour, were as much indisposed as if they had been at sea. The queen alone felt no inconvenience. The king, the Duke of York, and the French ambassador came in the royal carriages by land. The ship, which was built by Pett, was successfully launched, and much admired by the king, who said, "She had the finest bow that ever he saw," and the French ambassador gives a lively description of the grandeur and beauty of this vessel, which carried 70 guns. Charles behaved very graciously on this occasion to the veteran naval commanders of the Commonwealth who were present. He told the French ambassador, in his jocose way before them, that they had all had the plague, but were now perfectly cured of the malady, and were less likely to have it again than others. They then went down to the Nore in the newly launched vessel, and returned in the royal yacht, where they partook of a noble banquet. The king's carriages were to meet them again at Woolwich. Meantime, a very rough swell came on. The hail and rain descended in torrents. Every lady but the queen was seasick, and she, who had come with her ladies from Whitehall to Woolwich in the royal yacht, and was expected to return the same way, played his majesty and the gentlemen a sly trick, by stealing on shore with her ladies, and taking possession of the coaches which had been sent for the king and the ambassador, making it, complains his excellency, her pleasure to see the other unfortunates suffering from the effects of the tempest, and not caring what became of us. It was impossible for us to get to London in the barge, and we were obliged to get horses and carriages at Greenwich to take us to Whitehall. Lyonnais, in his letter, expresses his admiration of the grandeur of the British ships. On the 3rd of June, 1665, the greatest naval victory that had yet been gained by England was won by the fleet under the Duke of York's command between Southwold and Harwich. The rejoicings for this mighty victory were dampened by the consternation that had seized all hearts on account of the breaking out of the plague, the most terrible visitation of the kind ever known in England. Although many houses were marked with the Red Cross, and the work of desolation was rapidly increasing in the vicinity of the palace, the king and queen did not abandon Whitehall till the 29th of June, when they, with the Duke of York, accompanied the queen mother, who was leaving England, on her journey. Catharine returned that night to Hampton Court, but the royal brothers attended Henrietta as far as the Downs. The plague speedily breaking out at Hampton Court, their majesties and the court left on the 27th for Salisbury. The queen and her ladies exhibited a new-fashioned travelling costume on this occasion, which Pepys, who saw them set out, thus describes. It was pretty to see the pretty young ladies, dressed like men, in velvet coats, caps with ribbons and laced bands, just like men, only the Duchess herself it did not become. The Duchess of York, having grown very fat, had lost all pretensions to that elegance of contour which was requisite to set off dresses fitting close to the shape. It was agreed on the spot that the Duke and Duchess, with their retinue, should set off direct for York, much to their satisfaction, for the court was in so uncomfortable a state just then, through the rival parties of the queen and Lady Castlemaine, that they were glad to escape from being implicated in any of the quarrels and intrigues that were going on. If anything could have recalled the king and his evil companions to a sense of the wickedness of their lives, it would have been the awful reflection that the sword of the destroying angel was even then suspended over them and sweeping thousands daily to the tomb. To the excited fancies of many of those who remained in the metropolis, the vision of a flaming sword, reaching from Westminster to the Tower, seemed nightly present, like the meteor sword that hung over Jerusalem during the siege. The appearance of a comet some months before had caused the superstitious feelings of alarm to the weak-minded, by whom it was regarded with scarcely less terror than that with which the Anglo-Saxons had beheld the comet which visited our hemisphere in the year 1066, on the eve of the Norman invasion. Charles II, who had a peculiar taste for scientific pursuits, and was the founder of the observatory at Greenwich, watched with great interest several nights for the appearance of the new comet, and the queen sat up with him twice, at different times, to obtain a sight of it. The second time she saw it. The first day the king and queen left Hampton Court, they slept at Farnham, and proceeded to Salisbury the next. They were followed by the French and Spanish ambassadors, and a great many of the nobility. But the air did not agree with the king, who was indisposed all the time he was there, which caused him to leave it sooner than he had intended. While they yet remained, the news arrived of the unsuccessful action of the Earl of Sandwich before Bergen, in which Edward Montague, the queen's faithful master of the horse, was slain, having volunteered on board the fleet in a fit of indignation at the injurious manner in which he had been driven from her majesty's service. No sooner was the news of his death received than the Duke and Duchess of York wrote both to the king and queen, entreating them to bestow his place on his younger brother, who was the duchess's equerry. Clarendon, at the request of his daughter, the Duchess of York, waited on the queen to back their suit. Catharine was of course well disposed to bestow the appointment on the younger Montague, whose brother had attended her home from Lisbon, and had suffered in every way from his devotion to her service, but she prudently replied, that she would make no choice herself of any servant, without being first informed of his majesty's pleasure, adding, that she had heard that the Lord Montague was very angry with his son, who was unfortunately slain, for having taken that charge in her family, and never allowing him anything towards his support, and that she would not receive his younger son into her service unless she were assured that his lordship desired it. She concluded by requesting Clarendon, if that were the case, to speak to the king as dexterously as he could, to dispose him to recommend young Montague to her, which she considered only just, since his brother had lost his life in his majesty's service. The chancellor preferred the request to the king in the name of the Duchess of York, and said, the queen referred it entirely to his majesty. The king declared, he would never recommend any one to the queen but what should be very agreeable to her, and that it would seem hard to deny one brother to succeed another who had been killed in his service, but owned that Lord Crofts had solicited him in favour of Mr. Robert Spencer. This was the Lord Treasurer, Southampton's nephew, in whose behalf a series of intrigues were set on foot. Southampton quarrelled with Clarendon for having recommended another to the queen. Clarendon, to conciliate his colleague, endeavoured secretly to countermine his former recommendation, though well aware it was the queen's wish to give the place to the brother of her faithful servant, and she would certainly have been circumvented, but for the arrival of the Duke of York, who took young Montague's part with so high a hand that the king, who had begun to waver to the new candidate, decided in his favour. How difficult must be the position of a queen when so many rival interests beset her, regarding every appointment in her own household! Catharine had learned to manifest a political indifference and perfect submission to her royal husband's pleasure on these subjects, which enabled her, as in this instance, occasionally to get her own way. If she had openly espoused the part of Montague, he would assuredly have lost the place, for then Lady Castlemaine would have insisted on its being given to Robert Spencer. It was unlucky for Catharine that not only her husband, but her Lord Chamberlain, was in love with the Countess of Castlemaine. Lord Chesterfield found himself so awkwardly situated between the reverence he owed to her majesty and the recollection of the terms on which he had been, while a widower, with her insolent rival, that to avoid the disputes in which he occasionally found himself involved, he resigned his place in her majesty's household. Catharine was pleased, when he took his leave, to express her sense of his character and services in handsome terms, commanding him to continue a member of her council. This was in 1665. The king opened his parliament on the 10th of October in the great hall of Christ Church, when they voted him supplies for carrying on the Dutch war, which he had been compelled to commence with no better supply than £100,000 lent him, in his utmost need, by the city of London, and at that very time he was subscribing out of his privy purse the sum of £1,000 weekly for the relief of the sufferers with the plague. While the court remained at Oxford, the queen was once more flattered with deceptive hopes of bringing an heir to the crown, and while that hope lasted, the king reformed his conduct visibly, and made a laudable resolution of endeavouring to make himself worthy of receiving the blessing of legitimate offspring. So careful was he of Catharine at this period, that he would by no means permit her to return to Hampton Court with him in January, lest her safety and that of the anticipated infant should be endangered by an approach toward the infected metropolis. She was, however, so anxious to be with him, that she commenced preparations for the journey in order to follow him, when, unfortunately, as she was on the eve of setting off, a disappointment occurred which detained her at Oxford till the 16th of February. The Earl of Arlington, after communicating this ill news to Sir William Temple, adds, "But we comfort ourselves with the hopes that the next time she may succeed better." Charles behaved almost as ill as Henry VIII on the occasion, and Lady Castlemaine, who was in the same situation as the queen, was brought to bed of a fine boy, was full of exultation, and failed not to depreciate his luckless consort to her royal paramour, as a person who never would or could bring him an heir. The next grief that befell Catharine was the death of her beloved mother, the Queen Regent of Portugal. The news of this event arrived in London on the 28th of March, 1666, but as the queen was then in a delicate state of health and under a course of physic, it was several days before anyone ventured to communicate the affecting tidings to her. The court wore the deepest mourning on this occasion. The ladies were directed to wear their hair plain, and to appear without spots on their faces, the disfiguring fashion of patching having just been introduced. Lady Castlemaine was considered to appear to great disadvantage without her patches. One day, in the course of this spring, the queen told Lady Castlemaine that she feared the king took cold by staying so late at her house, on which she boldly replied before all the ladies, that he left her house betimes and must stay with someone else. The king, entering unawares while she was thus endeavouring to turn the current of the queen's jealousy to one of her rivals, came behind her, and whispered in her ear, that she was a bold impertinent woman, and bade her begone out of the court, and not come again till he sent for her. For a wonder she obeyed, but said, in her rage, she would be even with the king, and print his letters. A threat which always rendered Charles submissive, so completely was he in her power, so that he who, as Clarendon observes, could not endure the imputation of being governed by his wife or prime minister, permitted himself to be called fool, or any other degrading epithet this woman chose to bestow on him. It was vainly hoped that this quarrel was definitive, but in a day or two, Lady Castlemaine sent to inquire if she might send for her furniture from the palace to her new lodging. The king replied that she must come and fetch them herself, which she did. A reconciliation took place, and Charles was more estranged from his wife than ever. In July, the queen and her ladies visited Tunbridge Wells again, and spent some weeks there. This place, which the patronage of Catharine of Braganza had rendered the resort of the beau monde of the 17th century, is described by a contemporary, who made one of the gay throng by whom it was frequented at this season, as the place of all Europe the most rural and simple, and at the same time the most lively and agreeable. The company are all accommodated with lodgings, says he, in little clean convenient habitations that lie scattered from each other a mile and a half round the wells, where the company meet in the morning. This place consists of a long walk shaded by spreading trees, under which they walk while they are drinking the waters. On one side of this walk is a long row of shops, plentifully stocked with toys and ornamental goods, where there is raffling. On the other side is the market. As soon as the evening comes, everyone quits his or her little palace to assemble on the bowling green, where in the open air, those who choose dance on a turf more soft and smooth than the finest carpet in the world. Such was Tunbridge Wells, and the manner of life led there in the days when the amiable and neglected queen of Charles II sought to beguile her cares and griefs by mingling in the diversions of her subjects, and endeavouring to increase the enjoyment of those around her by dispensing with the ceremonies that were due to her rank. There was dancing every night at her house, because the physicians recommended it to those who drank the waters, and poor Catharine took excessive delight in this exercise, although her figure by no means fitted her to enter the list to advantage in such exhibitions with the graceful Frances Stuart, the stately Castlemaine, and the other beauties of the court. She had learned, however, the difficult lesson of concealing any uneasy emotion she might feel when she saw her royal husband devoting all his time and attention to one or other of her rivals. Apparently, she entered into the frolic tone of the place with hearty good humour, and made it her chief study to divert the king from dwelling too long on any object of attraction by the perpetual round of amusements she devised. Unfortunately, she sent for the players to Tunbridge Wells, which led to the disgraceful intimacies between his majesty and two of the actresses, Mrs. Davies and the celebrated Nell Gwynn. Ere long Charles outraged all decency by appointing the latter, whom Evelyn justly terms an impudent comedian, as one of the bedchamber women to his royal consort, an office for which her low breeding, ribald language, and shameless way of life rendered her notoriously unfit. The aspect of public affairs was peculiarly gloomy at this crisis. The commerce of England had for the last year been wholly destroyed by the plague. Death and sorrow and poverty had rendered all homes desolate. The distress which followed this national visitation had caused a complete failure in the supplies voted by the Parliament, it having been found impossible to collect the taxes, and the country was involved in a war both with Holland and France, a war that was unfairly carried on by attempts, not only on the part of the Republic of Holland, but of Louis XIV, to excite an insurrectionary spirit in England. The agents employed as spies and emissaries for the diffusion of sedition were no other than the exiled Roundheads and their connections in England and Scotland, pretended patriots, but in reality the hireling agitators employed by the enemies of their own country to work out their dishonourable intrigues. The following passage, quoted by the present accomplished Premier of France, M. Guizot, in his noble work, The Course of Civilization, from the notes kept by Louis XIV of the personal transactions of the year 1666, will show the principles of the all but deified Algernon Sidney in their true colours. I had this morning, says Louis, a conversation with M. de Sidney, an English gentleman, who has made me understand the possibility of reanimating the Republican party in England. M. de Sidney demands of me for that purpose 400,000 livres. I have told him that I could not give him more than 200,000. He has engaged me to draw from Switzerland another English gentleman of the name of Ludlow, and to confer with him on the same design. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 2, Part 3. The fire of London, which broke out on the 2nd of September, at the corner of Thames Street, in a baker's shop full of faggots, near a row of wooden storehouses, filled with pitch, tar, oakum, and other combustibles, was so clearly the effect of accident that it would be unfair to impute it to the evil devices of a foreign power, or to the frenzy of fanatics of either of the non-conforming creeds, who were accused by vulgar prejudice of having caused this dreadful calamity, which was predicted by the Puritans 10 years before it happened. This conflagration, says Evelyn, was so universal, and the people so astonished, that from the beginning, I knew not by what despondency or fate, they hardly stirred to quench it, so that there was nothing heard or seen but crying out and lamentation, and running about like distracted creatures. All the sky was of a fiery aspect, like the top of a burning oven, and the light seen for above 40 miles round for many nights. God grant that mine eyes may never behold the like, who now saw above 10,000 houses all in one flame. The noise and cracking and thunder of the impetuous flames, the shrieking of the women and children, the hurry of the people, the fall of towers, houses, and churches, was like a hideous storm, and the air all about so hot and inflamed, that at the last one was not able to approach it. The fire raged for 4 days, and all that time the king and the Duke of York exerted themselves in the most energetic manner, even laboring in person, and being present to command, order, reward, and encourage the workmen. It was through the personal activity and presence of mind of the Duke of York in causing the houses to be blown up that the beautiful old Temple Church was saved and the fire stopped. The Tower and Westminster Abbey were saved by the same precautions on the part of the king, but it was not till the 7th of September that the conflagration was extinguished. The king, who only appeared to advantage in seasons of danger and difficulty, displayed the most paternal care for the homeless sufferers, and exerted himself to obtain for them a temporary shelter in the villages round London, and causing tents and huts to be erected for them. They were also provided with bread and coals at the expense of the government. the extensive charities of the crown during the 2 unprecedented seasons of public misery, the plague and the general destitution that succeeded the fire, ought not to be forgotten when the extravagant expenditure of Charles II is so frequently repeated. His great forbearance with regard to the collection of the supplies that had been voted by Parliament in those disastrous years ought also to be remembered. The sums were voted undoubtedly in large figures, but the moneys received were quite another thing. The want of means to pay the seamen led the king to the fatal economy of laying up his ships, against the earnest advice of his brother, the Duke of York, who told him that he would incur the danger of losing, by that means, the sovereignty of the seas. The attack of the Dutch on the ships at Chatham too well verified the prediction of the royal admiral. Evelyn presented the king on the 13th of September with a survey of the ruins of London and a plan for a new city, with a discourse upon it. Whereupon, says he, his majesty sent for me into the queen's bedchamber, her majesty and the duke only being present. They examined each particular and discoursed on them for nearly an hour, seeming to be extremely pleased with what I had so early thought upon. The queen was now in her cavalier riding habit, hat and feather, and horseman's coat, to take the air. This fashion was not introduced by Catharine of Braganza, but by 2 of her pretty maids of honour, some months before, of whose appearance in this equestrian garb Pepys thus quaintly speaks. I saw the fine ladies in the long gallery at Whitehall in coats and doublets, just for all the world like mine, buttoned up at the breast, and they wore periwigs and hats, so that only for a long petticoat, draggling under their men's coats, no one would take them for women, which was an odd sight, and a sight that did not please me. It was Mrs. Wells and another fine lady I saw thus attired. The queen herself had a great wish to introduce a very different style for the skirts of the dresses, liking mightily, as Lady Cartier told Pepys, to have the feet seen. Which leads to the conclusion that, like most of her countrywomen, Catharine of Braganza had small, well-turned feet, but it was in vain that she occasionally exhibited herself in short petticoats. She found few imitators. It is not royalty but beauty that sets the fashion. The reigning belles of the court were tall, graceful women, and as long as they wore flowing draperies, all other ladies did the same, in the hope of looking like them. About the same time, Charles II, at the suggestion of Evelyn, endeavoured to change the theatrical style of dress, worn by his courtiers, for a more sober costume. He assumed it himself, and so did a few of those who wished to please him, but his fashion was soon abandoned for the all-prevailing modes of France. It was a comely and manly habit, says Evelyn, too good to hold, it being impossible for us, in good earnest, to leave the messieurs' vanities long. The court wore black many months for Queen Catharine's mother, only having leave to wear silver and white lace for one day, on which a splendid ball was given at Whitehall to celebrate her majesty's birthday. Pepys, who enjoyed the satisfaction of climbing up to a loft, where with much trouble he contrived to look down on the gay scene, gives the following particulars. Anon the house grew full, and the candles light, and the king and queen and ladies sat. It was indeed a glorious sight to see Mrs. Stuart in black and white lace, and her head and shoulders dressed with diamonds, only the queen none, and the king in his rich vest of some rich silk and silver trimming. The Duke of York and all the other dancers wore cloth of silver. Presently, after the king was come in, he took the queen, and about 14 more couple there were, and began the brantle. After enumerating many of the courtly dancers, he says, "They were all most excellently dressed in rich petticoats and gowns and diamonds and pearls. After the brantles a courant, and now and then a French dance, but that was so rare that the courants grew tiresome, and I wish it done, only Mrs. Stuart danced mighty fine, and many French dances, especially one the king called the new dance, which was very pretty. But upon the whole matter, the business of the dancing itself was not extraordinary pleasing. About 12 at night it broke up." The commencement of the year 1667 found the queen ill at ease. The king's passion for the fair Stuart increasing with its hopelessness, he became restless, melancholy, and thoughtful, and was supposed to meditate making a desperate attempt to obtain her in the way of marriage. Dark hints and rumors of a divorce from Queen Catharine on the plea of barrenness began to be whispered in the court and city. That political busybody, the Earl of Bristol, sent 2 friars to Portugal, after the death of the Queen Mother, Dona Luisa, to endeavour to collect something that might be construed into presumptive evidence of her incapacity for children, although the king honestly said that it was impossible to proceed on those grounds, as to his certain knowledge, Her Majesty had more than once been in the way to be a mother. The enemies of Clarendon were more determined than ever to raise a popular cry against him on account of the childless marriage of the sovereign, since his eldest son, Lord Cornbury, had been appointed Lord Chamberlain to the Queen. Catharine, considering herself bound in honour to befriend, as far as her little power went, the family of a minister whom she supposed to be persecuted on her account, the ribald witlings of the court, introduced her name into the doggerel pasquinades with which the chancellor was now assailed. On one occasion, they painted a gibbet on his gate with the following couplet: 3 sights to be seen, Dunkirk, Tangier, and a barren queen. Another epigram, the acknowledged composition of one of Charles's profligate companions, ran thus: God bless Queen Kate, our sovereign's mate, of the royal house of Lisbon, but the devil take hide, and the bishop beside, who made her bone of his bone. These ribald rhymes were naturally associated with the supposed wish of the king to obtain a release from his nuptial plight to Catharine of Braganza, for the purpose of wedding a lady more agreeable to his present inclination. All the world said this was his lovely and fascinating kinswoman, Frances Stuart. His tempters, knowing his weakness, daily urged him to imitate the example of Henry VIII and contract a more agreeable marriage. If we may believe the assertion of Burnet, Charles actually consulted Dr. Sheldon, the Archbishop of Canterbury, on the possibility of obtaining a divorce from the Queen. Sheldon requested time to consider the matter, and having ascertained that the king contemplated a second marriage with Frances Stuart, he informed Clarendon. It is said the enamoured monarch's project was traversed by his premier, encouraging the Duke of Richmond, who was desperately in love with the fair object of his sovereign's preference, to marry her clandestinely and carry her off from the court. The fair Stuart had, it seems, perceived the impropriety of which she had been guilty in permitting the homage of the king, and in the hope of putting an end to the perilous terms in which they then stood, she had declared that she would marry any honourable gentleman who was worth £1,500 per annum. The courtiers, however, stood aloof, none venturing to enter the lists in rivalry to the king. At length, her cousin Charles, Duke of Richmond and Lennox, came forward as a candidate for her hand. The king showed the most decided anger and forbade either party to think of such presumption. The fair Stuart then threw herself at the feet of the queen, and with many tears implored her forgiveness for the uneasiness her past folly and thoughtlessness had caused her, and implored her protection. Catharine was too amiable to reproach her. She had the goodness to permit her to be constantly in her presence, and it is supposed she lent her and the Duke of Richmond facilities for their marriage and escapade. The whole blame was, however, charged on Clarendon by the infuriated king, who from that moment pursued him with vindictive hatred. Nor could the luckless minister's most earnest protestations that he knew nothing of the intention of the lovers to act in defiance of the royal prohibition satisfy his majesty of his innocence. After the marriage of the fair Stuart, nothing more was said, for a considerable time, of a divorce between the king and queen. They danced together, with their great nobles and ladies, at a splendid masked ball in the theatre of the palace, April 18, 1667. The king celebrated the festival of the Garter on St. George's Day that spring with a solemnity of observance worthy of the age of chivalry, and the illustrious founder of the order. This commemoration was attended with all the religious ceremonies of the institution, even that of the sovereign and his knights offering at the altar. They then proceeded to the banqueting hall at the Palace of Whitehall, where they dined in their robes and insignia. The king sat on an elevated throne at the end, at a table alone, the knights at a table at the right hand, all the length of the room. Over against them, a cupboard of rich gilded plate, at the lower end the music. On the balusters above, wind music, trumpets, and kettle drums. The king was served by the lords and pensioners who brought up the dishes. About the middle of the feast, the knights drank the king's health, and the king drank theirs, the trumpets sounded, and the tower guns were fired. The queen came in at the banquet, but only as a spectator, for she did not sit, but stood at the king's left all the time. The cheer was extraordinary, each knight having 40 dishes to his mess. The room was hung with the richest tapestry. In conclusion, the banqueting stuff was flung about the room profusely. Says our author, who confesses that he made a hasty retreat when that sport began, which appears to have been showers of cakes, sweetmeats, confits, and fruit, for the benefit of the spectators, and to make a scramble among them. Such merry conclusions to the royal banquets were among the usages of the good old times, when the kings and queens of England lived in public, and any of their loyal lieges of decent appearance and behavior, who could squeeze through the ever-open doors of the palace, were free to enter the banqueting hall and see them take their meals, a custom which ended with the expulsion of the Stuart dynasty. Evelyn records frequent instances of Charles II's familiar converse with him on literary and scientific subjects on these occasions, and mentions, with some satisfaction, that the first time he tasted pineapple was a piece which the king cut for him from his own plate, with that peculiar graciousness of manner which won all hearts, and made even moralists and philosophers forget the many faults which tarnished his endearing qualities. One day the witty Tom Killigrew told the king, that matters were in a bad state, but there was a way to mend all. There is, pursues he, an honest able man I could name, that if your majesty would employ, and command to see things well executed, all things would soon be mended, and this is one Charles Stuart, who now spends his time as if he had no employment, but if you would give him this employment, he were the fittest man in the world to perform it. On another occasion, the king, speaking of the Duke of York being mastered by his wife, compared him to the character of the henpecked husband in the play of Epicene or the Silent Woman, and said to some of his boon companions that he would go no more abroad with this Tom Otter. Sir, asked Killigrew dryly, which is the best for a man to be, a Tom Otter to his wife or to his mistress? There was no hitting off this home thrust, for the manner in which the king was rated and reviled by the imperious Lady Castlemaine rendered him the laughingstock of the whole court. They had lately had a fierce quarrel about the king sending the Duke of Buckingham to the Tower for sundry misdemeanours, when she used such violent language that the king was at last provoked so far to tell her, she was a jade that meddled with things she had nothing to do with. She retorted by calling him a fool, telling him that if he were not a fool, he would not suffer his business to be carried on by fools that did not understand them, and cause his best subjects, and those best able to serve him, to be imprisoned. In consequence of her importunity and his submissive behavior, the king released Buckingham and took him into favor. One of Buckingham's offenses was having employed a man to cast the king's nativity. This he contrived to lay on his sister, the Duchess Dowager of Richmond, who had been one of the king's playmates in infancy, and for whom he knew Charles ever entertained a brotherly regard. Buckingham employed his powers as a buffoon for the king's diversion, and successfully laughed away the last spark of better feeling that had lingered round his heart. As the unprincipled leader of the corrupt ministry that rose into power on the fall of Clarendon through the patronage of Lady Castlemaine, Buckingham was the avowed enemy of the queen, of whom he was perpetually urging the king to rid himself, if not by divorce, by means still more questionable. If we may credit the assertions of so notoriously false a witness as Bishop Burnet, Buckingham proposed to the king that if he would give him leave, he would steal the queen away and send her to a plantation, where she should be well and carefully looked to, and never heard from any more, but it should be given out that she had deserted, and that it would fall in with some principles to carry on an act for a divorce, grounded upon the pretense of a willful desertion. It required no very remarkable exercise of consciousness to induce the king, unprincipled as he was, to revolt from a project of which the atrocity was only equalled by its absurdity. Sir Robert Murray told me, pursues Burnet, That the king himself rejected this with horror. He said it was a wicked thing to make a poor lady miserable only because she was his wife and had no children by him, which was no fault of hers. Buckingham next suggested that Her Majesty's confessor should be dealt with, to persuade her to retire into a convent, on which grounds the Parliament would readily grant the king a divorce. Charles gave in to this scheme, but Catharine loved him too fondly to part from him voluntarily. She said, she had no vocation for a religious life. The evil counselors, by whom the sovereign's bad passions were flattered and cherished, did not scruple to whisper the possibility of persuading his Parliament to make it lawful for him to marry a new wife before he had got rid of his first, and a reverend divine, no other than the far-famed Gilbert Burnet, afterwards Bishop of Salisbury, was found capable of using his pen in vindication of this iniquitous doctrine. He wrote successively 2 treatises, entitled Dr. Gilbert Burnet's Solution of 2 Cases of Conscience, one touching polygamy, the other divorce, and what Scripture allows in those cases. It is needless to comment on the base hypocrisy of affecting to search Scripture as an excuse for vice. These polluted shafts were aimed at the innocent queen, at the suggestion, it is presumed, of Buckingham and Lauderdale. It was expected that they would have obtained the reward of a rich bishopric for the writer, but Charles despised both the adviser and the advice, and when Burnet, some years afterwards, having joined the opponents of the court, in consequence of being deprived of his office in the Chapel Royal, wrote him a letter of remonstrance on his immoral way of life, he treated him with the most cutting contempt. Charles endured reproof patiently from men whose principles he respected. When the excellent and consistent Bishop Ken gave him a severe exhortation on his wicked life, he did not treat that upright man with the contumely he offered to the author of 2 Cases of Conscience. While all these dark plots were in agitation against the queen, she astonished everyone by entering into some of the giddy revelries of the madcaps of the court. Masquerading was then the rage, not merely masked balls in palaces and theatres, but that sport which prevails during carnivals and other seasons of public license. The king and queen and all the courtiers went about masked in separate parties, in quest of adventures, so disguised that, without being in the secret, no one could distinguish them. They were carried about in hackney chairs, entered houses where lights and music gave indications that merry-makings were going on, and danced about with the wildest frolic. Once the queen got separated from her party, and her chairman, not knowing her, went away and left her alone. She was much alarmed, and returned to Whitehall in a hackney coach, or, according to others, in a cart. The Earl of Manchester, Charles's Lord Chamberlain, being well aware that Her Majesty was surrounded by spies and enemies, who were eagerly watching to take advantage of the slightest indiscretion into which she might be betrayed, to form accusations against her, as a pretense for a divorce, honestly told her that it was neither decent nor safe for her to go about as she had done of late. Burnet says, he had been alarmed by the reports of Buckingham's evil designs against her, which had got abroad, and wished to warn her of her danger. Early in the year 1668, the news arrived in England that the Cortes had sworn fealty to Don Pedro, Catharine's younger brother, and that there was every appearance of his being quietly established on the throne, from which his party had deposed the imbecile King Alfonso. Queen Catharine was so passionately interested in all that concerned her country and family that she took possession of the ambassador's report to the British cabinet of these affairs, and the Earl of Arlington, when he communicates the event to Sir William Temple, says, "There are other particulars in my letter which shall be transcribed for you tonight, if I can get the letter out of the queen's hands." A last effort to obtain the arrears of Catharine's portion had been made by Arlington in the preceding year, but apparently as fruitlessly as those that had preceded it. The long struggle with Spain, and the subsequent civil war between the rival brothers, Alfonso and Pedro, had deprived Portugal of the power to make good the pecuniary engagements of the Queen Mother in Catharine's behalf. The reappearance of the beautiful Duchess of Richmond in the court as a bride was one of the events of the season. She had steadily refused to hold any communication with the king or to receive his visits, but expressed a wish to be permitted to kiss the hand of her royal mistress on her elevation by marriage to so high a rank in the British nobility. All eyes were, of course, on her and the king, whose passion was apparently unsubdued, but she conducted herself with the dignified decorum of a virtuous matron. Rumor was, nevertheless, busy on the subject, as we find by the following mysterious passage in one of Charles's letters to his beloved sister Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, who had alluded to something she had heard on the subject. You were misinformed in your intelligence concerning the Duchess of Richmond. If you were as well acquainted with a little fantastical gentleman called Cupid as I am, you would neither wonder nor take ill any sudden changes which do happen in the affairs of his conducting, but in this matter there is nothing done in it. The Duchess of Richmond and her lord were then living in great splendor at Somerset House, the dower palace of the Queen Mother. The Duchess fell ill of the smallpox. The king's anxiety about her conquered all fears of infection, and he paid her several visits, which, as she was the wife of a nobleman so nearly allied to the throne, he had the pretext of a royal etiquette for doing, nor could she or the duke refuse to admit him into her sick chamber. That such a prince as Charles II should wish to come at such a time would appear a proof of the strength of his attachment to his fair kinswoman. She recovered, but one of her eyes was injured, and she looked ill for a long time. The queen, who knew she could rely on her virtue, appointed her one of the ladies of her bedchamber. The king was, nevertheless, so transported by his passion for her, that one Sunday, when he had ordered his guards and coach to be ready to take him into the park, he suddenly got into a private boat, with a single pair of oars, all alone, and went by water to Somerset House, where, the garden door not being open, he climbed over the wall to visit her, apparently with the intention of taking her by surprise. The particulars of the reception given him by the fair duchess are not recorded, yet her general conduct was so chastely correct as a wife that there can be no doubt of its being a spirited repulse. Charles was more than usually complaisant at this time to his queen, with whom he supped every night with apparent pleasure, and appearing otherwise mightily reformed, from which an inference may be drawn that the influence of the Duchess of Richmond was very differently exercised from that of the infamous Castlemaine. All talk of a divorce had been suddenly stopped by the delusive hopes, which had again flattered the queen, of bringing an heir to England, and these, although destined to end as before, probably assisted this ill-treated princess to retain her position as queen consort, in spite of the intrigues of Buckingham and Burnet to have her supplanted. It was also said that Lady Castlemaine unexpectedly, but prudently, declared against the divorce, recollecting that it was impossible for the king to marry her, and dreading the probable influence of a young queen over his mind. Buckingham revenged himself on her for crossing his policy, by playing off the two comic actresses, Nell Gwynn and Moll Davies, against her. The king had presented the latter with a diamond ring worth £700 in token of his approbation of her dancing, and it was noticed that when she came on after the play in the theatre at Whitehall to dance her jig, the queen would not stay to see it. Evelyn mentioned seeing Lady Castlemaine at one of the masques at court a few months before, blazing with diamonds to the value of at least £40,000, far outshining the queen. This rapacious woman is said to have devoured the almost incredible sum of £500,000. Charles finally gratified her pride by creating her Duchess of Cleveland, with reversion to her eldest son by him, to whom he gave the name of Fitzroy. The neglect with which the queen was treated on her account was not confined to the courtiers. Goodman, the player and theatrical manager at the king's house, who for some of his evil exploits had very recently escaped the gallows, refused to have the stage curtain drawn up or to allow the play to commence, because the Duchess of Cleveland, who bestowed on him some of her infamous patronage, had not arrived. "Is my Duchess come?" asked he, when told that the queen was waiting for the performance. Fortunately his Duchess made her appearance, and her royal mistress no longer sat waiting her leisure. Queen Catharine delighted in music, and appears to have been the first patroness of the Italian school of singing. She had a concert of these vocalists on the Thames under her balcony at Whitehall Palace, September 30th, when, "It being a most summer-like day, and a fine warm evening," says Pepys, "the Italians came in a barge under the leads before the Queen's drawing-room, and so the Queen and ladies went out, and heard them for more than an hour, and the singing was very good together. But yet there was but one voice that did appear considerable, and that was Signor Ioani. And here," pursues he, "I saw Mr. Sidney Montague kiss the Queen's hand, who was mightily kind to him." This gentleman was one of Lord Sandwich's family, and to all of that name Catharine, as far as her power went, continued to show her friendship. Their Majesties spent the month of October at Audley End, Euston, and Newmarket this year. The foreign ambassadors, the Privy Council, and all the court accompanied them on their autumnal progress. They returned to Whitehall for the celebration of the Queen's birthday in November. This was the usual commencement of the gay season in London, which closed a few days after the 29th of May, the anniversary of King Charles's birth and restoration. Confident expectations were entertained in the spring of 1669 that the Queen was about to give an heir to England. Pepys records that he saw her on the 19th of May at dinner with the king in her own apartment at Whitehall, in a white pinner, a loose wrapping gown, such as now termed a peignoir, in which simple garb he says, "She looked handsomer than in full dress," and adds, that her appearance was such as to confirm the general report, and the hopes that were entertained at that period. She was taken, however, so suddenly ill on the 26th, as to send for Mrs. Nunn and another of her women in great haste, from a dinner party at Chaffinch's apartments, and considerable alarm prevailed on her account. In a few hours she was better, and Lord Arlington writes to Sir William Temple on the 1st of June. "I cannot end this letter without telling you that the Queen is very well, and gives us every day cause to rejoice more and more. God grant that it have its effects accordingly to make us all happy." 6 days afterwards, the king communicates his disappointment to his sister, the Duchess of Orleans, with this remark, that there had been no accident to cause it. Charles, now despairing of a family by Catharine, listened with more complacency than ever to the project of obtaining the liberty of seeking a younger and more fruitful wife, by means of a parliamentary divorce. About this time, Lord Roos, having convicted his wife of adultery, moved a bill in the House of Peers for dissolving the tie, including leave to marry another wife. The Duke of Buckingham supported the bill with all the interest of his faction. The Duke of York opposed it, having all the bishops on his side, except Cosins and Wilkin. The controversy was carried on with great heat, and the king took the opportunity of entering the house in his ordinary dress, and seating himself on the throne, listened to the proceedings with eager interest, declaring, "that it was as good as a play." The bill passed, and his majesty was urged by the base junta by whom he was surrounded, to make it the precedent for a bill to dissolve his marriage with the Queen, as regarding the legality of marrying another wife, for the rectitude of Catharine's conduct had been such that no one dared even to breathe an insinuation of disloyalty against her. But either Charles had never seriously entered into this iniquitous design, or his conscience would not permit him to carry it through, for when the time came within 3 days of that appointed by the Confederates for bringing it before the House, he told the infamous Bab May, who was the tool chosen by Buckingham to conduct the business, that he must let the matter alone, as it would not do, to the extreme annoyance of that person, who had taken infinite pains in preparing those who were to manage the debate. In other words, he thought he had offered sufficient bribes to secure a majority for the divisions on the anticipated readings of the bill. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 8, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Catharine of Braganza, Chapter 2, Part 4. There was one point on which a close confidence and a sympathy of opinion, little suspected by the world, subsisted between Charles and Catharine. This was on the subject of religion. Charles, although the companion of scoffers, and openly applauding the profane language, the ribald jests of Buckingham, Rochester, and all the godless crew, male and female, by whom he was surrounded, was secretly impressed with respect for the principles of his queen. Bigoted and narrow-minded as Catharine undoubtedly was, and in practice superstitious overmuch, there was an atmosphere of holiness about her, a purity and innocence in her conversation, and an integrity in her conduct, which showed that all she did was from motives of conscience and as matters of duty. Charles had received from his mother, in the tender season of infancy, the first and only impressions of a religious nature that were ever made on him. Those impressions, without producing any of the fruits of Christian conviction, piety, and purity of life, gave him a strong bias in favor of Catholicism, which haunted him to the tomb. He struggled against it, for it militated no less against his self-indulgence and habitual love of ease than his interest, and succeeded in deceiving the world into the idea that he was an infidel. His brother was for a time deterred by his persuasions and commands from avowing his conversion to the Romish creed, but Charles, though he, on one occasion, lamented with tears that he could not enjoy his religion, did not love it sufficiently to make the slightest self-sacrifice to prove his sincerity. It was in reality merely a matter of opinion with him and not of faith. The queen kept up a correspondence with Rome, and this served to cover the clandestine intercourse of others, though the suspicions it created were most assuredly the cause of her name being subsequently implicated in the accusations connected with the popish plot. The re-establishment of the Roman Catholic worship in England was one of the leading articles of the secret treaty, which was negotiated by Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, between Louis XIV and Charles II. After a long correspondence, that princess came to Dover for the purpose of concluding it. Charles and Catharine met her there, and the deep state intrigues that were discussed between the royal brother and sister were veiled beneath a succession of fetes and rejoicings, which took place in honor of her arrival. It was the first time Catharine and this princess had met, and when the latter returned to France, she spoke in the most friendly manner of her royal sister-in-law. She told her cousin, Mademoiselle de Montpensier, that the queen was a thoroughly good woman, not beautiful, but virtuous and full of piety, and that she commanded the respect of everyone. This friendly testimony to the merits of Catharine was borne by the best-loved sister of her lord, almost with her dying breath, for in 3 weeks after her return to France, this beautiful young princess expired, after a few hours of agonizing illness. The ratification of this secret treaty placed Charles in the degrading position of a pensioner of France. Louis XIV had previously bribed the wives and mistresses of such of his ministers as had declined receiving money or jewels with their own hands, and the dispatches of Rovigny and Barillon contain sufficient evidence of moneys paid by that sovereign to Algernon Sidney and others of the Republican party, who, under the pretense of patriotism, were the hireling tools of a foreign power to stir up civil strife in their own country. Charles II was aware of the corruption of friend and foe, and with a laxity of principle scarcely more disgraceful, preferred a peaceful appropriation of the gold of France to his own use, to its being lavished on his subjects in the shape of bribes for his injury. His extravagance rendered him needy, and his indolence inclined him to avail himself of supplies that cost no sufferings to his people. The cruel imposts of Cromwell's government had afforded the precedent of collecting an enormous revenue by taxing articles of general consumption, but a revenue torn from the necessities of the people could never have been collected without the aid of military despotism. Charles liked better to draw on the exchequer of his wealthier neighbour of France. There were times when the spirit of a British monarch stirred within him, and he would fain have broken from the chains, but Louis threatened to publish the secret correspondence with a plain statement of the transactions that had taken place between them, and rather than endure the disgraceful exposure, Charles submitted to follow the line of policy dictated by him implicitly. A few weeks after the death of the Duchess of Orleans, Charles II sent out a yacht with a confidential person to bring to England the beautiful Mademoiselle de Keroualle, whom he had seen in attendance on her when at Dover. She came, and he compelled Queen Catharine, out of respect, as it was pretended, for his sister's memory, to receive her into the number of her maids of honour. She soon became the acknowledged mistress of Charles, and was the most troublesome of the unprincipled intrigants of that reign, and one of the most extravagant. There was a great ball on the 9th of February, 1671, at the theatre in Whitehall Palace, in which the queen and all the ladies of the court danced. The greatest fault of Catharine of Braganza, observed Sir Walter Scott, was her being educated a Catholic, her greatest misfortune bearing the king no children, and her greatest foible an excessive love of dancing. It might have occurred to the good people of those times that loving a ball was not a capital sin, even in a person whose figure excluded her from all hopes of gracing it, that a princess of Portugal must be a Catholic if she had any religion at all, and that children, here we take leave to finish the sentence in the words of Holy Writ, are a gift and heritage that cometh of the Lord. Yet these obvious considerations did not prevent her from being assailed with the most scurrious lampoons on every occasion. How a man, making pretenses to high moral feeling and sanctity, like Andrew Marvell, could have found it in his heart to address lines like the following to so amiable and unoffending a princess, it is difficult to imagine. Reform, great queen, the errors of your youth, and hear a thing you never heard, called truth. Poor private balls content the fairy queen. You must dance, and dance damnably, to be seen. Ill-natured little goblin, and designed for nothing but to dance, and vex mankind. What wiser thing could our great monarch do than root ambition out by showing you? You can the most aspiring thoughts pull down, for who would have his wife to have his crown? Our pious bard brings his coarse series of personal insults on his royal mistress to this climax in conclusion. What will be next, unless you please to go and dance among your fellow fiends below? There, as upon the Stygian lake you float, you may o'erset and sink the laden boat, while we the funeral rites devoutly pay, and dance for joy that you are danced away. As a further instance of the unprovoked malice of Andrew Marvell against poor Catharine, is the injurious manner in which her name is needlessly dragged by him into another of his pasquinades, on the impunity with which the Duke of Monmouth and his guilty associates appeared at court, after their barbarous murder of the unfortunate parish beadle on the night of February 28, 1671, in a drunken frolic. There was to have been a grand ball the same night at the palace, which was prevented in consequence of the confusion and horror caused by the news of this outrage, which gave occasion for the following observation. See what mishaps dare e'en invade Whitehall, the silly fellow's death put off the ball, and disappoints the queen, poor little chuck, who doubtless would have danced it like a duck. Yet shall Whitehall, the innocent, the good, see these men dance all daubed with lace and blood. The severest castigation which satire could inflict had been richly deserved by Monmouth, but what had the ill-treated wife of his profligate father done that her name should be mixed up with his crimes? The failings of Catharine of Braganza, and there are fewer recorded of her than of many a princess who bears a brighter name in the historic page, appear at all times to have proceeded from want of judgment, rather than from a wilful desire to act amiss. They certainly were not of the class that could warrant anyone in chastising her with scorpions in the shape of ribald rhymes. Evelyn was certainly greatly annoyed with her on one occasion, but there her offense only amounted to a want of taste in the fine arts, and a deficiency of that generous patronage of which the princes of the royal house of Stuart afforded so noble an example. Evelyn, it seems, was deeply interested in the success of Grinling Gibbon, afterwards so celebrated for his exquisite carving in wood, whom he had by accident discovered by looking through the window of a poor solitary thatched house in the fields near Sayes Court, and seeing him engaged in carving the large cartoon or crucifix of Tintoret, containing more than 100 figures, exquisitely executed, with a frame wrought in festoons of flowers, the most delicate and lovely that could be imagined. Evelyn asked if he might enter. The artist civilly opened the door, and permitted him to examine the work, which that accomplished virtuoso considered more beautiful than anything of the kind he had seen in all his travels. He asked the price, which was £100. Evelyn considered the frame alone well worth the money, and the next time he saw the king he mentioned the young artist, and the manner in which he had found him out, and begged his majesty would allow him to bring his work to Whitehall. Charles graciously replied, that he would himself go and see the artist, but probably thought no more of it till the 1st of March, when Evelyn told him that Gibbon and his work had both arrived at Whitehall, and were in Sir Richard Browne's chamber, and if his majesty would appoint any place whither it should be brought, he would take care of it. No, says the king, show me the way, I'll go to Sir Richard's chamber, which he immediately did, continues Evelyn, walking along the entries after me as far as the Ewry, till he came up into the room. No sooner was he entered, and he cast his eye on the work, than he was astonished at the curiosity of it, and having considered it a long time, and discoursed with Mr. Gibbon, whom I brought to kiss his hand, he commanded that it should be immediately carried to the queen's side to show her. It was carried up into her bedchamber, where she and the king looked on and admired it again. The king being called away, left us with the queen, believing she would have bought it, it being a crucifix. But when his majesty was gone, a French peddling woman, one Madame de Bourg, who used to bring petticoats and fans and baubles out of France to the ladies, began to find fault with several things in the work, which she understood no more than a monkey. So in a kind of indignation, I caused the person who brought it to carry it back to the chamber, finding the queen so much governed by an ignorant French woman, and this incomparable artist had his labor only for his pains, which not a little displeased me, and was fain to send it down to his cottage again, where he sold it for £80, though well worth £100 without the frame. How much more there is in the manner of doing a thing than in the thing itself! The king was the person for whose inspection the carving was brought to Whitehall, not without hope, on both the part of the artist and his friend, that he would be the purchaser. Charles was in pecuniary straits at that time, for he was almost without linen. He had only 3 cravats in the world, very few stockings, and no credit at the linen drapers to procure more of these absolute necessaries. Consequently, he could not readily command the money to buy Gibbon's carving, but he gratified the pride of the artist by extolling it, and shifted the expectation of purchasing from himself to his wife. He adroitly causes it to be carried to her apartment, whither he conducts Evelyn and the artist, and leaves them with her, for her to settle the matter her own way. Catharine's income was unpunctually paid, and she was probably as much at a loss for an extra £100 as his majesty. The women who are about her have reason to know it, and one of them comes to her aid by deprecating the work, and this affords an excuse for not buying it. Catharine, not being skilled in the delicate art of declining an inconvenient purpose with a compliment, is regarded as a person destitute of taste and liberality, and gets chronicled by the wisest man of the age as a simpleton, while Charles escapes uncensured. It is, however, to be regretted that no traits of her generosity or encouragement of literature or the fine arts have been recorded. Charles II, with all his follies and all his sins, was so frank and gracious in his manners, and so perfect in all the minor arts which form an important part of kingcraft, that he won the hearts of all who came into the sphere of his fascinations. He seldom resented the sarcasms with which he was occasionally assailed, because he possessed more wit than those who satirized him, and generally retorted with a repartee. The Earl of Rochester one day took the liberty of writing the following impromptu epigram on his majesty's chamber door. Here lies our sovereign lord the king, whose word no man relies on, who never said a foolish thing, and never did a wise one. It is very true, replied Charles, after he had read the lines. My doings are those of my ministers, but my sayings are my own. Addison has given a pleasant account, in one of the papers of the Spectator, of the good humour with which his majesty yielded to the Lord Mayor's over-affectionate request for him to come back and finish the carouse, when he had been feasting with his loving citizens in the Mansion House. Certain it is that he knew how to be everything to every man. The king came to me in the queen's withdrawing room from the circle of ladies to talk with me as to what advance I had made in the Dutch history," says Evelyn, "and who can wonder that he loves him, and passes lightly over his faults, startling as they must have been to so pure a moralist? He easily induced the king to employ Gibbon for the decorations in the new buildings at Windsor. I had a fair opportunity of talking to his majesty about it," pursues he, "in the lobby next the queen's side, where I presented him with some sheets of my history. I thence walked with him through St. James's Park to the garden, where I both saw and heard a familiar discourse between his majesty, of course, and Mrs. Nelly, an impudent comedian. She looked out of her garden on a terrace at the top of the wall, and his majesty, standing on the green walk under it. I was heartily sorry at this scene. Thence the king walked to the Duchess of Cleveland, another lady of pleasure, and curse of our nation." From an entry in a loose sheet of the salaries paid to the ladies and officers of Queen Catharine's household, while Sir Thomas Strickland was the keeper of the privy purse, we find that £36 a year was disbursed to her majesty's parrot keeper, a large sum in comparison to the ridiculously low salaries of the fair and noble damsels who attended on her in the capacity of maids of honour, who received but £10 per annum each, and the mother of the maids 20. It is scarcely credible that any gentlewoman could have been found to undertake such a charge as the superintendence of maids of honour to the queen of Charles II for so paltry a remuneration. A few items of the payments in the royal household list of Catharine of Braganza from this sheet may be amusing to some of our readers, as illustrating the increased amount of the salaries in the present times, but the difference of the queen consort's revenue, the relative value of money, and above all, the manner in which she was too often left in arrear by the crown, must be taken into the calculation. Also the enormous amount of fees and perquisites attached to every office in the court in those days. According to this account, then, Catharine's Lord Chamberlain received a yearly salary of £160, her master of the horse £50, her secretary the same, only £14 more than that important functionary, her parrot keeper. Her cupbearers, 2 in number, had £33 yearly, her carvers the same. Her 8 grooms of the privy chamber had each £60, her apothecaries, 12 in number, £50, her surgeon the same, Hugh Aston, clerk, £37, Edward Hill, brusher, £30, a lady of her majesty's robes for her entertainment, £300, maids of honour being 6 in number apiece, £10, chamberers 8 in number, £50, keeper of her majesty's sweet coffers, £26. Her laundresses are rated much higher, so are her starchers. Her musicians or musicianers, according to honest Tom Shepherd's orthography, were the best off of all, for 12 of them were paid £120 apiece, and the master of the music, for himself and 8 boys, is allowed £440 per annum. Her tailor is paid a yearly salary of £60, and the shoemaker £36, the cook £30, the master of her majesty's games £50. The hunting establishment of Catharine of Braganza savours of that of a queen of England in the days of the Plantagenet and Tudor sovereigns, for there is the master of her majesty's bows, with a salary of £61 attached to his office, a yeoman of her majesty's bows, and a groom of her majesty's bows, a master of her majesty's bucks, who receives £50 per annum, and 2 yeomen of her harriers, at £25 each. Her clock-keeper's wages are £45 yearly. The Countess of Penalva figures in this list as Madam Nurse, with a yearly pension of £120. 4 foreign ladies in Queen Catharine's service are quaintly designated by Tom Shepherd as 4 other of the Madams at £60. There are also some brief statements relative to her majesty's income and the sums due to her from the exchequer and from fines, etc., which, together with the amount received, makes up precisely the revenue of £30,000 per annum secured to her by her marriage articles. While the Queen Mother, Henrietta Maria, lived, Catharine's income was paid with difficulty by a necessitatious government burdened with the maintenance of 2 queens, and even at the death of that princess, the queen consort's case was not at first improved, as, from Lord Arlington's statements, it appears that 2 years of Henrietta's income after her death was mortgaged to pay her debts, after which time the whole was to revert to Catharine. Queen Catharine was present at the death of her sister-in-law, Anne Hyde, Duchess of York. She came to see her as soon as she heard of the sudden fatal turn her sickness had taken, and remained with her till she died. She was present when Blandford, Bishop of Oxford, visited the Duchess, and Burnet, who never omits an opportunity of attacking Catharine, pretends that the bishop intended to administer the sacrament and read the service for the sick to the Duchess of York, but when he saw the queen sitting by her bedside, his modesty deterred him from reading prayers which would, probably, have driven her majesty out of the room, but that not being done, she, pretending kindness, would not leave her. Now it is certain that the bishop, after the conversation he had just had with the Duke of York in the drawing-room, had no such intention. The Duchess had charged her husband to inform Blandford, or any other bishop who might come to speak to her, that she was reconciled to the Church of Rome and had accordingly received its sacraments, but if, when so told, they still insisted on seeing her, they might come in, provided they did not disturb her with controversy. The Duke repeated this to Dr. Blandford, with further particulars, who replied, that he made no doubt she would do well, as she had not been influenced by worldly motives, and afterwards went into the room and made her a short Christian exhortation, and so departed. Queen Catharine, according to Burnet, remained while the bishop delivered this exhortation, and never left the bedside till the Duchess breathed her last. But James II takes no notice of this, nor does he mention her visit to his dying consort. A few months previously to this event, there had been a coolness between Queen Catharine and the Duke of York, which had manifested itself on the following occasion. The Duke of York had asked, as a favour of the king, that his regiment of guards might not lose its rank when the Coldstream, on the death of Monk, was given to Lord Craven and called the Queen's troop. The king gave him his word that it should not, but the Queen, who James says, was not of herself very kind to him, was induced, by some about her, who were very glad to put any underhand mortification on him, to ask the king that her troop of guards might have the rank next to his majesty's guards. She and others, who had perhaps more influence than herself, pressed the king so hard on this point, that he was a little embarrassed between their solicitations and the promise he had given his brother. When this was told to James, he came to the king and said, he saw that his majesty was teased by the women and others on that account, and though he must consider it a hardship, he would voluntarily release him from his promise, for whatever others did, he was resolved never to make him uneasy for any concern of his. It was, in consequence, settled that the Queen's guards should be called the second troop of guards, with precedency over the Duke's regiment, an arrangement only consistent with her rank as queen consort, a point she appears to have contested with all the stiffness which her Portuguese and Spanish descent was likely to inspire in a matter of etiquette. Like all very proud persons, Catharine of Braganza occasionally committed herself by a more than ordinary departure from the stately ceremonies by which her movements were generally regulated. It was, however, only when her spirits were excited in the quest of amusement that she forgot the stiffness of the Infanta and the dignity of the Queen. The most notable of her frolics occurred towards the end of September, 1671, when the court was at Audley End, the palatial residence of the Earl and Countess of Suffolk, where she and the king were entertained for several days with great magnificence. While there, her Majesty, Frances, Duchess of Richmond, and the Duchess of Buckingham took into their heads to go incognito to the fair, which was held at the neighbouring town of Saffron Walden. They arrayed themselves for this foolish expedition in short red petticoats, with waistcoats and other articles of which they imagined to be the costume of country lasses, and in this disguise set forth. The Queen, mounted on a sorry cart jade, rode on a pillion behind the brave old cavalier, Sir Bernard Gascoigne, the Duchess of Richmond behind Mr. Roper, and the Duchess of Buckingham behind another gentleman of the court. But they had all so overdone their disguises, in consequence, we may presume, of copying the representations of peasants at the theatres and court masques, instead of taking their models from reality, that they looked more like antics than rustics, and the country people, as soon as they entered the fair, began to follow them, in expectation, no doubt, that they were a strolling company of comedians, who were about to contribute to their amusement by their droll performances. But the queen going into a booth to buy a pair of yellow stockings for her sweetheart, and Sir Bernard asking for a pair of gloves, stitched with blue, for his sweetheart. They were soon found out, says our author, by their gibberish to be strangers, meaning foreigners. Doubtless the queen's Portuguese and Sir Bernard Gascoigne's Italian attempts at imitating what they supposed to be the manners and language of Essex and Suffolk peasants at a fair must have had an irresistibly ludicrous effect, independently of the queer dress and appearance of the party. The queen and the Duchess of Buckingham were both little dumpy women. Her Majesty, with her dark hair, olive complexion, and large black eyes, might perhaps have borne some likeness, in her short red petticoat, to a foreign gypsy. But then the graceful figure and fair face of Frances, Duchess of Richmond, she who, as La Belle Stuart, had been the star of the court, must ill have sorted with such a gabardine. The mystery was, however, presently unravelled. A person in the crowd, who had seen the queen at a public state dinner, recognized her, and was proud of proclaiming his knowledge. This soon brought all the fair in crowds to stare at the queen. The court party, finding themselves discovered, got to their horses as fast as the eager throng of gazers, who pressed to see her Majesty, would permit. But as many of the country people as had horses straightway mounted, with their wives or sweethearts behind them, to get as much gape as they could. And so attended the queen and her company to the gates of Audley End, greatly to her confusion. It would have made an agreeable sequel to this pleasant tale, if Pepys or Evelyn had been there to record the sayings of the merry monarch and his good-for-nothing witty premier, Buckingham, when they saw their luckless wives return in such unwonted disguise at the head of the rabble rout, by which they had been detected in their vain attempt to personate wenches of a low degree. It was well for Queen Catharine that her cavalier was an ancient gentleman, a knight sans peur et sans reproche, respected in the court and personally endeared to the king by his sufferings and perils in the royal cause. The Duchess of Buckingham was the daughter of Fairfax, and bred in all the strictness of the Puritan school, yet both she and the Catholic queen enjoyed a harmless frolic, no less than the beautiful madcap Frances Stuart, who was the soul of whim and fun, and most probably had led those discreet matrons into this scrape. Charles must have been pretty well convinced by this adventure that there were small hopes of persuading Catharine to take the veil. Their Majesties left Audley End the next day for Euston Hall, the seat of the Earl of Arlington, Charles's Lord Chamberlain, and from thence went in progress to Norwich. The king, Queen Catharine with all her ladies, the Dukes of York, Monmouth, and Buckingham, and many other nobles, entered that city on Thursday, September 28th. Their Majesties were met at Troes Bridge, the utmost limits of the city, by the mayor and the corporation in their robes, with the civic regalia, and the militia newly clothed in red, and by them conducted to the Duke's palace, as the mansion of the representative of the House of Howard was still called, though there had been no Duke of Norfolk for a century. Lord Henry Howard, the great-grandson of the unfortunate ducal peer, who was beheaded by Queen Elizabeth, received King Charles II and Queen Catharine as his guests in this palace, where he entertained them with great magnificence. The next day the king went to the cathedral, where he was sung in with an anthem, and when he had ended his devotion at the East End, where he kneeled on the hard stone, he went to the bishop's palace, and was there nobly entertained, and returning through the cathedral, took coach at the west door, came up to the Guildhall in the market-place, and there showed himself to the people from the balcony, and viewed the trained bands drawn up in the market-place, whence he rode to the new hall, as St. Andrew's Hall was then called, when he and the queen, with the ladies and nobles in attendance, were feasted by the city, and the expenses were stated to amount to 900 £. Those two loyal Norfolk knights, Sir John Hobart of Blickling and Sir Robert Paston, performed a feudal service on this occasion by placing the first dishes on the table before his majesty. Charles was earnest to have knighted the mayor at this feast, who as earnestly begged to be excused. His majesty, however, conferred that honour on that deserving physician, Sir Thomas Browne, the author of Religio Medici, one of the most learned and accomplished men of Norwich. End of section 27.